not saying that. But this whole idea of the Jews do this, or the Jews do this, or there's more Jews here, or there's more Jews here. Again, I have everything that NBC has to say. Maybe he's going to go off on a bunch of anti-Semitic tropes. Pointing out that certain groups do better in America at certain things is not anti-Semitic. It isn't. It oftentimes leads to anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitic about Jews controlling the world and having an evil agenda.
Jews control the world.
With that?
I do not think the Jews control the world.
I know you don't, but this is a piece of the same thing. We control the bank, we control the media, we control the United States, we control Donald Trump. It's a part of a whole anti-Semitic, weird, paranoid view.
But it's an actual fact that the only lobby that's bigger than the Israel lobby. It's a legitimate fact.
No, it is not a fact. So now I have to chime in on the lobbies discussion because you don't understand what a lobby is. You don't understand what a lobby is. What's the largest lobby in the United States?
It's the pensioners.
Okay, who else is the largest lobby?
Teachers.
Who else?
Teachers, and then Israel is either 3 or 4.
Israel is about number 40 or 50.
It's not 40 or 50.
Insurance, it's the prescription drug companies, it's insurance, it's the NRA. Do you want to go through the list? No. First of all, teachers, yeah, you can go through the number one, and you can pull it up. Anyone can hit Google and look, and way down on the list. But by the way, just so you know, that AIPAC, and I'm going to be very clear on this, does not write checks. Jewish Americans write checks. We write checks, and we write checks to members of Congress, because that's all AIPAC does, is members of Congress. They don't do the executive branch. We write checks up to $5,700, which is the limit for members of Congress, and it is bundled by an organization. It is. I actually know this more than you do. Okay, I actually know this more than you do. It's Christians and Jews that believe in the American-Israel relationship that write checks to the maximum of $5,700, and they give it as to an organization that bundles it and gives it as support to.
Yeah, it's a super PAC in their top 5 strongest in the United States.
Did I just say how AIPAC is funded? It's individuals.
That's fine. They're still top 5. It doesn't matter how
many. Not top 5. Go Google it, sweetheart. Go Google it top 5. Not even close. Not even close. I'm not denying it. Anyone can look it up. Anyone can look it up. Look at the top lobbyists in Washington. Have you spent time lobbying? Have you ever knocked on doors in Washington? Do you know who's there? Who's on it? Okay? It's the pharmaceuticals. It's the insurance companies. It's AAA. It's NRA. You can go through it. It's the AARP. AARP is one of the top.
I just blew up the largest lobbying groups in the city of Outcome. AIPAC is in the top 10. It's not in the top 10.
Not even in the top 20.
It's the National Association of Realtors, which we all know is a Jewish smart group. Give me a fucking break. And the American Chamber of Commerce is number 2. Like the Chamber of Commerce. Pharmaceutical Research Manufacturers of America is number 3. American Hospital Association is number 4. Blue Cross Blue Shield is number 5. So again, not AIPAC.
Keep going, Ben, because there's lots of other ones.
Number 6. American Medical Association is number 7. Number 8, Amazon. Again, I guess a Jewish front group, according to this jokester. Business Roundtable, the NCTA, and AIPAC, and fucking NPC. I almost called you AIPAC, which is hilarious. NPC, I was going to bat for you so you could open your mouth, and immediately you stuck your foot in it, dude. Yes, I'm a Christian. I'm pro-Israel because they're an ally. There's one free country in that entire fucking region. There's one free country. That's it.
Let me go. They reflect American values and interests and defend us, and we can trust them. Israel's trustworthy. Let me go.
And I will tell you, it's a very important thing.
It's been waiting. It's literally just getting ridiculous.
It's part of your First Amendment, and you should all exercise your right to petition the government.
Kaz, go ahead. Let's hear from you. Okay, Kaz, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you.
Why do I have to wait that long?
Because some of the people were talking. Now it's your turn.
I apologize that you had to wait for 10 minutes.
It's cool though. It was like 20 minutes, but
25 minutes. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make it short though. don't know why people are saying or mixing the point when they say Jews run the world. It has nothing to do with just Jews being good at things. It has something to do with the intention of how and why they want the position they have and how they got it.
We don't want that position.
But let me go though, bro. A lot of corruption, a lot of lies throughout history. They've done a lot of bad things. Now, I'm not talking about all Jews. The structure is Jewish people are real people, and bad people pose as Jewish people. So they're not. It's not
They're not Jewish. Yes, they're not Jewish. They're all Christian now. The Rothschilds.
They converted.
They converted.
Here's the thing, right? I don't buy that. If y'all buy that, right?
We know it.
You can buy that.
They're Jewish.
Real, it's just a facade. People don't know facades.
Where did that information come from?
Have you ever met a Rothschild?
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? Throughout history, it's not like people are just saying this now. Everybody's been saying this throughout all of history about
Yes, people say bad things of black people too, and I call that racism. What do you call it?
Simple. They've been saying this
Because
about
as people say bad things about black folks, and I call it racism. What do you call it?
what do you mean? What's the point you're making?
Well, you said the people say bad things about black people.
What Jewish people do?
No, wait, Kaz, I'm asking you a rhetorical question. Kaz, wait a second. People enslaved black folks. I call that racism. People said that they were bad things. I call it racism. What do you call it when they call Jewish specific things? Whether they call Jews lazy, or they call Jews stupid, or they say Jews are on welfare. I call that racism. What would you call it?
But
All Jewish people are not like that.
happen to run everything.
Run
They
what?
have bad intentions, and
Who
they
has
spread
a
a
bad
lot of
intention?
pedophilia shit.
Jonas Salk had a bad intention, Cass. Did Jonas Salk have a bad intention, Cass?
And then they want to lie about things like the Holocaust.
Albert Einstein had a bad intention, Cass.
They want to lie about the Holocaust.
So do we say all people are like P. Diddy and Michael Jackson?
All these companies are really.
Diddy and Michael Jackson.
No, that's my point. It's not
I
all
agree with you. So then why would you say it about Jews?
Bro, did you not hear what I said earlier?
Yeah. So I go,
It's not
black
all.
folks are into
Listen to
pedophilia.
what I said. It's not
Yeah.
all Jews, but
Okay.
Jews at the top. The people at the top doing it. They
Okay.
happen to be Jewish.
Okay, who is a Jew at the top?
It's a lot. It's families.
Name one.
It goes
Name
out
one.
to families.
Dude, who is a Jew at the top?
I just gave you some.
They're not Jewish, so give us one.
They are Jewish.
No, they're not. Cass, they're not. So give us the Jew at the top.
Who's a Jew
Yes,
at
they
the
are,
top?
bro. They're Jewish.
Dude, there's no Orthodox. You're talking
Yo,
I want to be one of these Jews. Okay,
Michael Bloomberg.
okay, what did Michael Bloomberg do that was bad? He was mayor of New York. What did he do? The city got safer. You don't like Michael Bloomberg? The company.
I don't know. I don't live over there. I was trying to help him.
What did he do? What did he do that bothered you? He said he did evil.
His crime is being Jewish, obviously. That's his crime. She has no evidence, no further statements. She just randomly blurted out a Jew.
No, don't say she. I was just giving an example.
Who is Jonas Salk? Who's Jonas Salk, Cass? Do you know what polio is? Did you ever hear of polio?
The sickness?
Yeah.
What about it?
You don't have it, do you?
Do I
Do you have
have
any
it?
relatives? Do you have any relatives that had it?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, you know why they don't have it?
Why?
Because Jonas Salk invented the vaccine so that nobody has it anymore.
So here's the thing.
So, and guess what about Jonas Salk? He's Jewish. Yeah.
You know what?
And then Saban cubes, so you can have it in school and make sure that no school kids have
It's
it.
important. So you see it like that, right?
Shall I keep going?
The way I see it, here's the thing. This is why there's a lot of
You
confusion.
think we should still all have polio?
I'm responding to you. So
You know what he
say a
charged
Jewish-
for the polio
You
vaccine?
say a Jewish person, right?
Yeah.
There's this sickness.
Make sure.
He made a vaccine for it, right?
So you don't get
Listen to this. I'm saying this.
And you know what he charged for it?
Here's what I'm saying, bro. Here's what
Wait, we didn't finish the lesson. You know what he charged for it?
it was free. Knowing how to do
Free.
it. I know.
Free.
I know. We on the same thing, but
People all over.
bro, no,
Millions
you
of people
cannot
all
talk
around
to me
the
or
world.
over-talk me, bro. Like,
No,
damn,
dude,
I
don't
waited
be
all
so
this.
no more fragility.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
But basically, you guys see it like that. I see it like, first of all, they knew what it was. They probably had something to do with it, and the vaccines are now they are like, bro. These vaccines are
Holy shit, so you're saying Jews brought polio into the world so that Jonas Saul could figure out how to cure it and take credit? Is that what you're saying? I think I just heard him say that. Did anyone else? David, did you hear him say that?
The story you think it is not really that.
I heard him saying that, yeah.
You shouldn't trust the vaccines. Point blank, period. All right.
And how do you even react to
You didn't
this?
know what polio
Because
was.
people test these vaccines.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is where the choice of you wanting to listen to this shit comes into play. It's a you problem if you want to listen to it at this point.
Okay, so
I'm not trolling at all. This is what you actually they create the problem.
Yeah, he's like incredibly anti-Semitic, like honestly.
Why? Just because they want to. That's what happened. That's what happened. Look at the Epsteins. They're all.
Oh my gosh. How can you guys do this?
Look at Epstein's not tied to these people.
You just said all of the Epsteins, guys. Literally, you just said all of the
I
Epsteins.
said, look at Epstein.
No, you said look at all of the
I
Epsteins.
said, look at Epstein.
Okay, all right. Let's go one at a time. Let's try to elevate the conversation a little bit. For the record, no, Jews did not invent polio. Jews did create polio
You think you would
vaccine.
know if they did?
Yes, of course.
They wouldn't put it in. But
There's no such thing as inventing polio. It's a natural.
No, but you guys did, but normal, you guys did invent the transgender
What are you
surgery.
talking about? Y'all push that transgender shit in.
Let's move on. All right, thank you. Thank you for lowering the
Can't be real about this.
Let's move on.
It's so unfortunate because, you know, this kind of rhetoric actually is like a double-edged sword. It like hurts you guys, like the Jewish people in the room, to keep hearing this kind of narrative, and it simultaneously just stabilizes like all of your contributions.
Well, that's why I like to say reading poetry on Clubhouse is extremely valuable, because if all you did was listen to R words all day long, well, then you too might become an R word. Your audiobook that you choose to listen to is important. Therefore, use discernment and discrimination to know how much is too much Clubhouse. Hello?
Okay, so here's my big issue with a lot of this stuff. What's happening is that they're creating unfalsifiable arguments. I mean, when I say they, I'm going to be specific here. I mean anti-Semites like Kaz. When he says they, he roughly means the Jews, but apparently not all Jews. But what he's doing is he's creating an unfalsifiable argument. So if you just go, oh yeah, hey, what you're saying is totally insane, so let's follow it. Then he goes, okay, well, so again with the polio vaccine, like, oh, the polio vaccine was invented by a Jew, and then he goes, oh well, then polio must have been invented by a Jew. You see this again? This is not exclusive to Kaz. This is like other people who are anti-Semitic as well. When you call them out and say, hey, what you're saying is insane. Oh,
Yeah, you actually are, dude.
No,
Like saying that the estimated number of deaths during the Holocaust is a lie. That's anti-Semitic, bro.
It's literally textbook anti-Semitism.
But I've heard numbers as high as 18 million.
No, that's not the direction he's going in. Let's not be intellectually dishonest. Please, let's not be intellectually dishonest and
What
giving.
do you mean?
No, and giving Kaz credit.
It's as high as 18
But we're talking about the person here right now. And the person here right now, those estimates go down and not up. So please, let's not be intellectually dishonest.
But I genuinely think that the mainstream numbers are overrepresented.
Oh, here we go again with overrepresentation of Holocaust victims. Why do we tolerate these people? I do not know.
We're still talking about hundreds of thousands and millions of people. It's still a tragedy. So like measuring like a yard instead of
trying to minimize it is a classic anti-Semitic.
No, I don't consider minimizing it. You guys are taking it so when
No, it was about his statement. Kaz's statement was about minimizing it, bro.
it's not about minimizing.
We're not talking
That's
about
not
people who are not in this room. We're talking about the person who said the statement in this room.
I understand English. I disagree with the way that you're taking it, and the reason why is because they're not doing something positive. I'm not saying that he's doing something positive.
Well, I think it's just your opinion that you understand English, because I asked you earlier if you knew the difference between an opinion and a fact. He didn't know the difference between an opinion and a fact, and he just keeps talking like a motor mouth, like how I'm doing, and we just keep talking over each other because one of us must definitely have a mental health problem.
I'm going to say this again. I had to take a few phone calls and do a few meetings because I'm trying to control the media and the banks and the world and Donald Trump and polio. So we're going to go one at a time. Universal, please don't interrupt. So for those...
Oh, I just wanted to be a part of the conversation. Sorry.
It's all right. For those who didn't know, Holocaust minimization is a classic anti-Semitic trope. Why? Because it's part of this whole idea that Jews are controlling the story, and Jews are controlling the media, and Jews are playing victim, and Jews are lying. That's where that whole thing comes from. So you have fallen victim to a classic, really it's a Nazi trope. And when black folks in particular begin to parrot Nazi anti-Semitic lies, it's particularly disturbing since black folks too were the subject of discrimination and racism and oppression historically, like the Jews. Now, do we have to keep drilling down into this nonsense of Holocaust denial and Holocaust minimization, or can we move on to something slightly more intelligent?
The reason why I don't think you guys care about progress. And the reason why I don't think you guys care about anti-Semitism.
Nor talking. What were you gonna say?
This is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Before Abby got on stage, I think I was misunderstood. I was trying to basically build a bridge with not just Jewish, but have a conversation with some Jewish folk and kind of tell them, hey, there's a lot of people that you guys are calling anti-Semitic that are not anti-Semitic. This is the way you're still doing it. Because it helps the conspiracy theorists, because when you start to deny, oh, we're not overrepresented in media, or if you say that Jews are overrepresented in the media, you have to feel like you're committing a crime. Like, there's certain things that you guys are doing that aren't strategic in my point of view, and that gives people like Kaz more credibility, because you guys can't even have conversations. You can't even have conversations.
Hang on. Do you remember welfare queens? Remember that term?
What does welfare queens have to do with?
That was from Ronald Reagan. That was from Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I wasn't alive during that time. I know you were alive during that time, thank God, but I wasn't alive to witness.
I wasn't alive either, but I know that term.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with being like?
He's talking about the proselytization. He's talking about the proselytization of propaganda.
Too. And against the state of Israel, you're also an anti-Semite. Like,
it's an anti-black trope. It says that black folks are overrepresented in welfare. It's all
but they are. But they are.
I agree. This is what you don't understand.
They are. I agree.
You're talking to people that agree with shit like
Yes, they are. He wasn't alive during the Holocaust. How could he even know about it?
Look at
He wasn't alive. That's a new standard for knowing about something.
why
Is this news to you, Normal, that black people are overrepresented when it comes to
One at a time now, everybody. We can't all hear ourselves if everybody's talking at the same time. Moderators, let's just do it one at a time. If somebody wants to talk out of turn, just put them in the goo, because nobody can hear everybody talking at the same time. It's like a bang room. There's no point in everybody talking at the same time.
Here's the thing, Norm.
Why don't you try a different strategy?
People say this, right? People say people are racist against white people. Black people don't like white people, right? And I tell them, do you realize only a small majority of white people
don't like white people? Where do you get that from?
Bro, can you shut the fuck up?
Please.
Like,
you can shut the fuck up,
You
bitch.
look like a thumb, nigga. Shut
Who
the
is
fuck
that
up.
talking? TC, please
You
don't
are
worry
a
about it.
dumb bitch.
I like the
Where's
fuck.
the guy?
Dicks.
Oh, boy, now we got black people on black people.
And I tell black people, like, bro, you realize only a small percentage of white people owned slaves back then, right? I'm that type of person. I'm not caping for anybody. And I'm telling you, that 6 million Jews, that's been a folk tale in the Jewish community.
Not a folk tale.
Listen, let me land it, bro. Before you cut it out, bro, I'm here to listen to you, bro. Just let me say what I'm saying, bro.
Okay. All right. I mean, I thank you for your participation. It's enough already. It's a folk tale. It's a lie. It's the Jews are. It's enough already. I've heard enough nonsense from this guy. I'm here to tell you that it's a folk tale. Okay, it didn't happen, right? I mean, my mother lived through it, but she must have been dreaming. And by the way, all those dead Jews, any minute now they're just resting, and any minute now they're fixing to get up and walk. So. Thank God for that. They're all coming back to life. It was all a big misunderstanding.
The craziest part, Norm, is that it's the most documented thing ever. These motherfucking Nazis, they were proud of it. They didn't deny it when they were put on trial. They said we were following orders, but they didn't say we didn't do it. It's the most documented thing of all time. It's October 7th. The terrorists who go out there and are videotaping them raping and killing people. And then people say, oh, they didn't do it. There's always going to be somebody, I mean, God bless Kanye. Kanye said that slavery was a choice. I guess this guy must agree with him that slavery was a choice.
Yeah, but
the only
the thing
explanation,
is,
right?
when Kanye said that, I believe that people get to say, like, things that they believe in some instance. But at the end of the day, y'all can talk all the shit y'all want, but people notice patterns.
At the end of the day, we got pattern recognition seekers, distributors of hate speech like NPC, low IQ baboons that don't read poetry. NPC, what's the last poem you read?
You're going to start alienating people who just have questions.
Yeah,
And when you alienate people who just have questions, it makes the people...
You're just trying to provoke people. You're just trying to provoke people. You're trying to provoke Jews when you say this SARS didn't happen or it's a folk tale, 6 million.
That was the other Jew. Oh my gosh, Randy.
You don't have a source for that.
Yeah, NPC didn't say that. Randy, NPC didn't say that.
But whoever said that it's a 6 million is a folk tale.
That person's been removed.
Read that in the book. But there's no source for it.
I didn't mean to say baboon there. Could have just said dumbass. That's really what I meant to say. I just seemed like that was the next logical word for me.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronin. Profits the seed to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion
Greyhound buses are murder for profit. Open the book, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion to give to crony non. Progress to C2 is a market propaganda. Organization for ability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the book, transparency now. Please let it tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion, great love, buses are winner for profit. Open the book, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a flag. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Offer $3 billion to give to phony nonprofits. The C2U is market propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open your books. Transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist taxologist. All taxation is the form of money is a scam. Abortion, Greyhound buses are Is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to get to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the open the books, transparency. No! Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Elections, black slaves, the scam. It's a black tax. Socialist, a taxologist. Oh, taxation is better than poverty is a scam. Abortion, Greyhound, buses, America, for profit. You sent our paychecks with a smile in the eyes. Call it care, call it change. While you pass the hat, your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrow a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills that all spent. Cash goes out with our days. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. Names on the contracts. Every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. I want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is attacked. They're the ones who pay back. All the bills and all the spins. The cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We want to see every cent, every check, every meeting. Turn that light to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows. Pull back, pull Brandon Johnson is the tag. They're the ones who pay back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. What's the truth on the child? It's written all toxic and flash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag. You snap a paycheck with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sign your name on the dime, like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with a ready screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay back. All the bills that don't spin. Cash goes that we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers black line. Transparency on every trend. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story was told. You place your ballot affordable and raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold just to figure it out. I got slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. We're the ones who pay back. All the bills that don't spin. Cash knows that we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every line. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You won't see every check every media. Turn the lyrics to the feelings of the cracks to the shadow. Pull back, pull back. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who bring it back. All the bills that don't spin. Cash goes how we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on a giant screen. Till the whole town sees it fly.
What's new with Google Ads? Google AI.
Johnson is attacked. City bills on the kitchen table. Red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hands in the playground. One ring in the dark, who's counting? Hoodies lights up, head down on mountain. CTO speaks like a script from a play. Kids use his props while you cash that play. Brandon Johnson is the test. Every paycheck runs our effect. Good fortune, you're right on task. Brandon Johnson is the test. Especially in my running back. Open the books, track every step. Brandon Johnson is the Affordability, just a slogan on a flyer. Rent climb higher while you call me a denier. You brand every critic and enemy off. While fellas do the math and can't get caught. It all left for a basement. Riots and get fed. Straight still riot. You boss like, just give us pen. We're paying out. You got it in. Brandon Johnson is the dead. Paycheck under attack. Fuck carry me alive. Brandon Johnson is the dead.
What is it? What is it?
What do you mean? What is it?
Is it in the U.S. government? Is atheism within the U.S. government? I just want to know.
No, it's a secular government.
Would you choose a president that's an atheist?
I mean, if they want freedom, then yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Simon is an anarcho-capitalist. Yes, you are.
Anarchists are fucking.
Yes, you are. Everything you describe is anarcho.
You said you didn't call him. You said you lied. You said you don't like the happy Muslim. You just called him a retard.
I said.
Oh, you didn't say
He
that?
lies about not being an
You lied
anarcho-capitalist.
about everything.
I said.
I heard
When it comes.
I know a lot of people seem to pass the buck when it comes to the
insane.
I said.
That's what the atheists do.
They say,
They just lie all the time.
The sentence. I said.
People
when it
ask
comes
me one final question
being
before
a theist,
talked about it time and
you reject the laws of logic. You're stupid. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But if you're an anarchist, especially an anarcho-capitalist, you have evaded so many facts that you cannot I'm being tongue in cheek when I call them retards because I know a lot of them, but I think that they hold a stupid and very evil position.
That's projection. That's Simon projecting, obviously.
I wish we could start from the beginning and you actually tell us something substantive that we can bite into here, right? To compare Christianity to, because you're not really giving us much to.
He doesn't have anything to give, by the way. He just gave you his projection. That was all he gave you.
Like now we're talking about being in favor of capitalism.
Again, let's repeat back to him what he just said. That was his projection. He gave you what he has. That was it. And as we can all see, there's not much there. He's like a wet sponge.
So he's still a Christian now. He's still a Christian.
MashaAllah, brother.
Where's your?
He was a Catholic.
Yeah.
I was not.
Once a Catholic, always a Catholic.
That's
I
correct.
was
Correct.
7 years old and God made no sense.
Same for CM.
God made no sense at the age of 7. What the fuck did you know how to do at the age of 7?
He knew how to determine that he was an atheist because obviously now in his 30s, he's even more intelligent than he was when he was 7 years old. He's grown in intelligence, as you can see.
You can't even tie a shoe at 7.
I was talking about she was like 4 or 5.
You dumb fuck.
I was talking about she was at like 4.
Is this your first time meeting Simon as he whispers in his closet as his fiance or girlfriend sleeps in the other room? This is what he does. He comes here, he says nothing. And you guys are wondering why you're frustrated? The man has nothing intelligent to say. Just challenge him to say one smart thing. He can't do it.
Just gonna ask a question.
Exactly. That's why I say he's like a wet sponge. There's just nothing there. You could squeeze it all you want, but you're not going to get anything but some water out of it. There's just no intelligence there. The man is like autistic. He's autistic, basically.
Too much on autism. Not too much on schizophrenia.
He's neurodivergent like Abby, but unlike Abby, Abby escaped an actual biological lab in Ukraine near Chernobyl, and thus you see the mutant rat freak is Abby.
No, she's not from there. She's
Well, Simon's not far away. Simon was made in the library near the Ayn Rand section, and Simon actually, Anyways, if you guys are looking to discuss God, read a book. If you want to be annoyed, talk to Simon or Abby. I'm complete.
Okay, I will give you something annoying. Simon thinks he eats 7,000 calories a day and still lose weight. 7,000.
oh yeah, eating his girlfriend's box. He's doing that.
Ew. Okay, that's disgusting. Anyway, that's what debunked, by the way. Those were not 7,000. Nobody can eat 7,000 calories. Are you kidding me?
This motherfucker. You have any questions he asked today?
not only was I actually tracking and giving you exactly like the pictures of what I was eating.
Yeah, we tracked that, honey. It was like 3,000 or something.
Oh, that's extreme for that. There's no way. You broke universal laws.
Not really. It's not really.
It's another one of those amazing claims where he just asks questions all day long. Maybe he'll send you a picture or something. But again, if you think you're going to actually gain any kind of intelligence or anything useful or have any fun talking to Simon, you will be mistaken. It's not fun talking to Simon. It's not informative talking to Simon. He can't persuade you of anything. It's literally like talking to a wet sponge. Hi, wet sponge. What's new today? Squeeze. Nothing there? Great. Moving on.
Yeah, he's a neo-Mac.
Megatron came all over the wet sponge.
Yeah, fuck that. Of course. And at the age of 7, you already knew and understood the Trinity.
He knew all of 2,000 years of history and philosophy and worldview just by 7. The guy's Mozart.
Messiah. Yeah, all the prophecies that led up to the Messiah. You could debunk every single polemic at the age of 7.
No, that's not
Gross.
So then how did you know that it was bullshit? What do you mean it didn't make sense?
I said it didn't make sense to me. My mom would say there's this.
You're lucky if Voltron makes sense to you at 7, let alone the fucking Bible. Are you serious?
Exactly. I mean, again, I'm not saying I was this like a genius kid. I just said the way it was described to me, it didn't make any sense.
I still don't understand Voltron.
Who does?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's just admit he's the Mozart of our words on this app. He learned all of human history by 7. He learned all of philosophy, mathematics, everything. By 7 years old, this guy figured it all out. So I want to welcome you all back to the Roast of Simon. Let's start the barbecue.
I'm not a Christian because at the age of 7, Thomas Aquinas was just so boring.
Actually, I think Thomas Aquinas is like one of the best things. I actually really like Thomas Aquinas.
Great, no Christian. All right, Simon. A little bit of time went by, and I'm just kind of wondering what your worldview is.
PTR Megatron.
He is an objectivist while being very subjective.
Imagine being like a 7-year-old and saying, Dad, why do you believe in God? And he's like, well, son, I've been alive for 55 years. You've only existed for 7 years times 365 times 24 hours. You haven't actually read as many books as I have, son. You haven't experienced life the way that I have to know that miracles exist and that intelligence comes from books, my son. But Dad, God is an illusion. You're just using your imagination. No, son, I've been reading books, and you're only 7, son. Please wait till you're at least 50 and read a lot of books and experienced a lot of life till you make your final decision and determination. Thanks, son. But Father, I've read Ayn Rand in the library. Ayn Rand changed my life, Dad. And you never read Ayn Rand. You don't understand about Ayn. She's a genius, Dad, unlike you. Well, son, that's just like your opinion. I hate you, Dad. I wish you were dead, Dad. You're so stupid, you're delusional, Dad. Okay, son, take it easy, son. Take it easy, son. No!
So here's where the real critique is going to come in, right? So I'm looking at what he's given me here so far, and I'm looking under what objectivism is and precise.
So it says metaphysics, reality. Reality exists independently of perception, objective reality. Epistemology, reason, the only valid means of acquiring knowledge. She rejects faith as a method of knowing. Ethics, now this is the interesting one. Rational self-interest. The individual ought to pursue their own flourishing as a moral good. Now, that's kind of interesting because that same pillar almost mimics the one from the Secular Humanist Manifesto. So, right there on that, rational self-interest, anybody can rationalize themselves to anything. And the individual ought to pursue that as a form of flourishing, as a moral good, or as a moral good. It's not always going to narrow down to that, dude. That's not objective at all. That's actually kind of subjective and selfish. What do you think of that, Simon?
Currently editing a video, and my girlfriend is in the other room sleeping, so I'll have to whisper. But if you haven't read Ayn Rand yet and determined the difference between object and subject and object, then you don't know how words work, and I don't have enough time to explain it to you. Sorry, my girlfriend's sleeping, and I gotta whisper in the other.
You know what we should do though, Universe? We should study her for like a week, and I guarantee we'll know more about her in a week than he's known the whole time. You want to do it, Universe? Let's see who can reach. Let's see who can reach the epic levels first. All right, when do we start it? Start it now?
Start it now.
I'm not home, so you're gonna have it ahead.
Honestly, that'll actually be really.
The fucker's buying a book. He's buying her book right now. I guarantee you, scumbag. He's buying her book right now. Piece of shit. And don't buy it on Kindle either. That's cheaping out. Because then he doesn't have to wait for it to deliver to his house. He's gonna have it within 2 minutes. Fuck. I'm not even home yet. Rabbi, do you think you could know more about objectivism than Simon in a little time? Because this is his worldviews, this objectivism. And this woman, Anne Rand. Is that her name? Anne Rand?
No, Ayn Rand. I'm buying the book right now. It's called Objectivism, The Philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Akoff. When we read this book, Simon will become so irrelevant, he'll just disappear.
Yeah, we're gonna know and what's today, Monday? Yeah, by Friday, we have to give a full decent development. So,
I mean, I could really do that. I would be really impressed.
I could do this. I can do this. Yeah, I'm gonna know more about this view than you do in a week.
Okay, cool. I've been studying it formally for like 8 years, but okay.
Have you?
Yeah.
8 years.
Well, some people read the Bible their whole lives and they never even understand it. So what does that tell us exactly, Dr. Simon?
You kept that to yourself.
Okay, I just bought the book, Ayn Rand Library, the Ayn Rand Lexicon, Objectivism from A to Z, and we're going to test Simon's knowledge of Ayn Rand philosophy.
No, we're going to debate him on it. We're going to own him on it. Like, I'm going to become an objectivist by Friday.
Sure, let's do it.
I agree. I can't wait to see Simon disappear.
Wednesday morning, I'm going to be debating Universe on this. Like,
Luke just bought another Ayn Rand book for $4 called The Virtue of Selfishness, the 50th anniversary edition. Have you read The Virtue of Selfishness, Simon?
Yeah, multiple times. You should probably read the Objectivist Epistemology, Intro to Objectivist Epistemology.
I'm sorry, you were mumbling. What did you say?
I said you should probably read the Intro to Objectivist Epistemology. That's
What does epistemology mean, Simon?
It's the study of human knowledge.
And what does objectivism mean?
Objectivism is just the name of the philosophy.
I know, but what does objectivism like? We have the word object, and then we have the word ism, correct? Because I don't think a lot of people know that objectivism is just materialism. Like the drum right here in front of me, or the table that my phone is standing on. Those are called objects. And so if I believe in an object, well, clearly I'm an objectivist. If I open up a book on philosophy and it's about the subject, well, then I guess I'm a subjectivist. Can I be a subjectivist and an objectivist? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
I can't be an objectivist and a subjectivist. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the R word who's been reading Ayn Rand for 8 years and can't even explain it because he's an R word. That's okay. There are autistic people that live in facilities for their own safety because they can't actually take care of themselves. But Simon here, amazingly, actually, he works. He has a business or he has a job. But yet again, it's just not fun talking to him because there's just nothing there. I mean, but I could be mistaken. Maybe he's got a hot girlfriend and that redeems him. I hope so.
7,000 calories eating box. I mean, shit.
It's amazing how stupid you can be that you can say there is no God, but yet the word itself exists. And so you can try to define it. Other people can try to define it, but you just say that that word is an illusion. It's just in your mind. It doesn't mean anything. Meanwhile, the word God itself can be translated into so many different words. What we're really doing is dealing with highly argumentative people that hate your choice of words or opinions of words. And these are stupid retards, ladies and gentlemen. People that should be despised in society because they're so obnoxious and so stupid and so fucking petty and retarded, like Simon.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. I think these fall under the rationalist camp when it comes to their epistemology. So they'll say words, give descriptions, but they can't actually, but they divorce the concepts from reality. So that's why like people start with definitions of what God is and all that because they're missing the observation to tie the words to the object in reality.
Thank you for your projection on why you don't understand that God exists.
The sun is a god. Okay? You still haven't defeated that. And that's using an objective.
Using what? Sorry, you completely cut out.
This approach is
Well, the sun is not a god because the sun is the source of all light, and without the energy and the warmth, we wouldn't have life here on Earth. That doesn't prove that the sun is a god. My objectivist philosophical glossary and definition told me so. And so, I've refuted your claim with evidence, and I am not complete. Ayn Rand is a goddess, and if I could do Kundalini's on Ayn Rand's toes and every other part of her body, I would have loved Ayn Rand. She would have been the perfect wife, and I hope to God that one day I meet a woman like Ayn Rand who can make all my dreams of marriage come true. I am complete. It's a good thing to be selfish, and if everyone was selfish, then there wouldn't be any selfishness in the world, and no one would try to commit crimes or do anything evil or wicked or harm other people or abuse other people because everybody would be practicing their own form of selfishness. I am complete.
Why is it when I say this sun is a god, they're like, well, that can't be a god because he doesn't have a personality or a person. Like, well, what is that? Is that?
I think it's just because people aren't objectivists and they don't understand science and laws of nature and mathematics and philosophy and chemistry and biology, and therefore we have a failure to communicate true definitions. I'm complete.
Wait, math, logic, those things are transcendent. So obviously I could just use that as a god also.
I know, but you have to present evidence to support your hypothesis. If your experiment can't be repeated, Well, then it's not the scientific method. Without the scientific method, we don't know what is true. That's just your opinion. You don't understand the difference between truth and opinion.
They're eternal. They're unchanging.
Then I think we have to first define what is the difference between truth and opinion.
Truth is based on facts.
You're in the matrix.
You see, it's a fact that you're in the matrix. It's not an opinion.
Ask you one final question before I
I think we've proven here beyond a reasonable doubt that Ayn Rand most definitely was the closest woman to ever achieve a union with God, because God is very selfish and objectivist and not a subjectivist. And therefore, again, I have to assert that if we could maybe get a genetic sample of Ayn Rand and bring her back to life, she could possibly be the Mashiach that we're looking for.
Wait, so wait a second. So what view are you taking of hers? Because I'm taking a theistic view of Ayn Rand. I'm taking the studies on, how they apply to the universe.
Well, I've just ordered over 20 different Ayn Rand books, and by Friday I will be a subject matter expert, and then I will obliterate Simon once and for all.
I haven't got home yet, so he's got a head start. That's why I gotta keep talking to him.
I have been studying Ayn Rand since I was 7, when I found out that God wasn't real, just like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. And when I realized that it was my dad dressed as this.
You're gonna just say math and logic is my God.
Whether or not there are universal truths, just like there are laws of nature.
The laws of nature universal. What is that?
Well, look at your PTR. Clearly something's going on there, and I would say that is reminiscent of the laws of nature, symbols and hieroglyphics, like you said, transcendental, just like Ayn Rand. Because when Ayn Rand had an orgasm, it was the best orgasm that a woman has ever had. Now, some might say that's subjective, but I witnessed Ayn Rand have the most exotic orgasm that a woman has ever had in a menage a trois. And see, sexuality and life choices, those things all come into play when we're determining whether or not Ayn Rand is the true Messiah.
So the real philosophical question on the laws of nature, right? Like Newton's laws of motion, general relativity. The twist here is, but these real laws, if these laws govern reality, real laws that govern reality, or are they just descriptions and patterns observed? What are they?
Well, you could go in a ratchet-ass trench room, what we would call a bang room, and they will definitely say that they are pattern seekers and they recognize patterns. So since we all recognize patterns and people bring up the fact that they are pattern recognition seekers and pattern recognition observers, like everybody else, clearly they know the truth, my N-word.
Yeah, the science assumes universality, but it doesn't prove it. It doesn't prove it. Modern science runs on assumptions, like experiments done here apply everywhere. No, they don't apply everywhere. They don't.
Well, have you ever taken the polio vaccine? Because I was just in a room with a Democratic APAC lawyer, Abby, and she was saying that the Jews cured polio, and then an African American gentleman said that the Jews also created polio. So who's right? Who's wrong? What's important?
How do we measure the speed of light? Do you remember? We can look it up. Is he still here? Hello? Hello?
Isn't that just like the distance that it takes light to travel between point A to point B? back? Whoever said anything about going back?
Wait. No, we don't measure it that way, my friend.
How do we measure it then?
How do we measure it?
Hey, Grok, how do we measure the speed of light?
You're like, Simon, tell us. Is it one way?
I'm looking up a lot on this stuff, and I'm like finding that this philosophy is actually kind of been debunked in a sense. Like when you actually, like I can't remember the other philosopher. I can't forget whose rule it was, but it's a particular rule where you can't violate your own inference rule. So even on the epistemology of the very said, philosophy that you're looking in here, Rand claims reason is the only means of knowledge. Faith is invalid. So like the counter here would be the claim itself cannot be proven by reason alone without circularity. So you're falling under one of the horns of that, and it's not empirically or deductively proven as a result. So the system depends on an unprovable standing point while denying all others, like faith, that special pleading. So you even have an epistemic faith within this work in itself.
That's all it takes, buddy. That's all it takes.
That's part one.
Well, I don't really have the time right now to debate you on this. I'm busy with my girlfriend, and I gotta whisper so I don't wake her up so she doesn't break up with me. But what's important about Ayn Rand is that she was a publisher, and she wrote a lot of books about basically being selfish and conservative because the liberal left woke mob was just taking over society.
That's what she looks like.
Don't judge her book by its cover. Don't judge a book by its cover. No. You don't understand objectivism. And you haven't read enough. You're still just getting home. You haven't read enough Ayn Rand books yet.
Saying that ethics based on rational interest, which I actually critiqued earlier, just kind of getting into it, but it says Rand says the moral good equals what advances the individual's life. So
there it goes.
If morality is grounded in self-interest, then that's conflict. If you have conflicting interests, no objective resolution based on conflicting interests or power or advantage can redefine rational. So you can push the line and say if two rational agents benefit from harming each other, what adjudicates that between them? That's the same shit in the fucking Secular Humanist Manifesto. I'm pretty sure this. It's not put as a rational self-interest, but it's this democratic, collective good for everybody type of thing that has the same kind of circular thing going for it.
It's trannies living in a commune. That's all it is. That's what it is. That's what it turns. That's what it boils down to.
Dude, I should make a music album called that. Trannies in a trailer park or something.
Nazi, they call them Nazi trannies. So it's such an idiotic thing. Skinheads. And Bob, he's got his baby in the background. He's caring for a child, but he hates life. It's like, dude, how smart does he think he is?
I can't wait until his baby is going to transition. Let's see how much of he is gonna promote transgenders.
Yeah. No, Abby, it's worse. These gay parents don't even want gay children. They want to have grandkids. Think about that.
He has gay parents?
No, I'm saying gay parents don't even want their kids to be gay.
Yeah.
That's not true. From an objectivist perspective, Ayn Rand would say that gay parents want their children to be happy, and that just because the parents are gay doesn't mean the children will be gay, and that they should pursue whatever sexuality that their soul tells them to pursue. And we've got Caleb down there who marries men underneath the chuppah, even though he's breaking Torah. He's just trying to make people happy. And he thinks he's doing good in the world, but really, he should try to teach them that why having, anal intercourse with another man and sucking another man's cock is like totally gay. And you should like pursue a woman who will love you. And like they should also understand that natural means that man and woman together is the true symbol of God, because in the Zohar it says that where a man and a woman are united, there you will find the Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, the Shekhinah. And so if you truly want a union with God, or if you're a solid Slavist, or you believe in Gnosticism, you got to get with a woman. You can't do it with a man's booty hole.
I did come to the conclusion the other day that basically solipsism is just Gnosticism translated Slopicism. If you think that Gnosticism isn't the exact same thing as Slopicism, solipsism, I mean, I just don't. Can you defend that? Hello?
We call them nihilistic, solipsistic, nihilistic, hard determinists that think they're in a brain about. Solipsistic, nihilistic, hard determinists. That's what they are.
Oh my god.
Wait, you said they think they're in like a brain vacuum or something?
Well, they say they could be a brain in that.
A brain in a what? A brain in a vat?
They think it's just no sensory experience. They don't believe in this, in the id.
Got it. Well, you know what I really like is books, because books prove to me that time is a concept and that the now is all important. However, history books are shit, but when I show them the books, and I show them the pictures and all the research and that these publishers put into these books, it will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they are trash and that they are just here projecting hate speech because they're losers. And I've got books. I'm not saying that I'm privileged. I'm saying I got books. And a lot of people on this app, they can go fuck themselves real bad. Fuck themselves real good, because they're pieces of trash. Human trash.
He's still in the audience. At the content audience.
Can we, what should we call it, go over this woman's, metaphysics? Yeah, metaphysics.
Okay, one of her philosophies, when you see a child drowning in the water, you're not gonna go save it. You just let it drown.
So she wouldn't have a fence. She wouldn't have a fence around her pool if she has a child.
No, like maybe natural water. She will just let the child die.
Crazy.
So I Googled what are Ayn Rand's most controversial statements. This is what it says.
So this is the objective reality, the metaphysics. Objective reality doesn't lead to her ethics. Rand starts with reality is objective, fine, but that does not logically entail like capitalism, or it does not entail egoism. This is the gap you move from what is to what ought to be without justification. This is the ought problem famously articulated by David Hume.
Government is a menace. She regarded government as a dangerous threat to man's rights, arguing that its only legitimate purpose is to protect against physical force, as discussed on. Yeah.
I figured that one. That's. Yes,
Also, on religion, she equated believing in God with not believing in life, claiming that placing a higher power above one's own life is a sign of lack of self-worth. As they like to say in the community, worth.
Oofs. They got teeths. They got 2 tooths.
She defines femininity as the essence of femininity is hero worship, the desire to look up to men. That's how she defined femininity. She wrote, I swear by my life, my love of it, that I will never live for the sake of another man, nor ask another man to live for mine. That's from Atlas Shrugged. And when Abby was saying that, Anne Randians wouldn't save the dying baby in the river, I think that's a little ridiculous, but that's what Abby does. It says here, the virtue of selfishness, Rand argued that pursuing one's own rational self-interest is the highest moral purpose, rejecting the idea that people should sacrifice themselves for others. So it says it's the highest moral purpose, but is it the most intelligent purpose? Hello?
Well, she negates altruism, so there's no altruism in any of this.
Oh, Steven's here.
Oh, she didn't have any kids? She didn't have any kids?
No, she had 16 abortions. Unfortunately, she couldn't menstruate after the 17th abortion. She was a big member of Planned Parenthood. She herself was an abortion doctor part-time. She got a pension from Planned Parenthood in 1965. Anyways.
She couldn't marry a Muslim because then she would have to go through the Iddah period, and she would never get a period, so then she couldn't get married to a Muslim.
Speaking
So
about...
she always think she's pregnant.
Oh,
here's the fucking critique on this. This kind of just like this whole thing just reduces down to like metaphysical individualism. So that's what I'm getting off of this.
I mean, isn't all of religion? I mean, I would hope that your transcendental religion would be personal, selfish metaphysicalism or transcendentalism. Or, anyways, what we're trying to say is, oh, Cora's here. Hi, Cora. Don't worry, Cora. I won't hit my bell. Welcome to Is Atheism and Ayn Rand a Worldview?
It says Aya, not Ein.
Well, Regal's kind of busy right now. Don't worry about it.
Isn't Randianism like a view? I don't know.
It's objectivism. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Another word for atheism.
Oh, did I spell that wrong?
No, you spelled it right.
Did I spell it right?
Yeah.
Ayn Rand? No, you got it right. No, you got it right. It's Ayn Rand. Yeah. Ayn Rand.
See, my complaint is that people just don't like the LARPers Club, the book club, the poetry club, the debate club. And so they just declare, there is no God but man, and that objectivism is the truth of the earth. But then that denies subjectivism, which is just subject. So if you just believe in object, but you don't believe in subject, well, then you must just be a deaf mute, a retard, a Down syndrome sufferer, someone who hates the book club. Hello?
What if you think that self doesn't exist in like a real sense? It's just an illusion.
No, I believe in the self with the little s and the self with the big S.
There's no distinction between anything. When things are illusional, then there's no real distinction. Everything is just one.
That's all the ancient.
I don't think that follows though.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Okay, so explain your non-monistic view.
Because you can just say that it's like a monism with like emergent pluralities. So it's not actually one in terms of its essence. It's one in terms of its like negation or contradictory elements.
Exactly.
So it is what it's not?
Well, yeah, that would be necessary to its identity.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's not crazy if there are true contradictions.
Well, everything has a contradiction. Every argument has its counter argument, just like action and reaction, or art critic and artist. And so there is this dualism and this non-dualism. The non-dualism is what we're talking about when we talk about solipsism and Taoism. or even Enlightenment, transcendental mythology, and mysticism, like Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the greatest comedian and mystic who's ever lived. Hello?
Yeah, but Barth, you could just hold a non-classical logic for that sort of view to work.
You see,
I'm not a computer that's defragging myself that can believe in triple contradictions. So I'm gonna have to operate in the real world.
Well, the point is that there are examples of true contradictions in the real world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Grand Priest gives plenty of examples. I'd be sympathetic towards his view.
No, I get it. I get it. I mean, I'm putting the tarp over my, foundation. They said it's gonna rain. Do I definitely know it's gonna rain? No. Am I gonna take the chance and having to pump out all the water of this ditch instead of just putting up? And I'm still hiring the guy to get there at 5 to check the pumps. So, what if it never rains? Is it a contradiction? Yeah, never happened.
Well, again, I just want to go back to the book club, meaning that there is a chemical or a literal biological experience that is happening, which is subconscious, which is the neurotransmitter in your brain as a result of using this app and having these conference calls with other people. And to me, that's the most interesting part of this, that through our words and communication, or our displeasure with one another and our personalities, we can actually create an experience, a happening. And unfortunately, there are just so many people on this app that are just learning English for the first time that you have to realize it's just an ELS support group app for people that don't speak English so good and stuff, kind of like, Zoolander.
Like the ones that say ELS instead of ESL.
Yeah. It's the Zoolander nonprofit book club for kids that can't read good books so good and stuff. And so I have started a nonprofit here on this app and with the state of Illinois to raise money and help people read books again instead of talking endlessly to generate their dopamine. Because the truth is, it would be better if we just read books to each other instead of, yelling at each other and just passing off emotional discharges instead of actual intelligence. I am complete. Ooh, look at Kitty's PTR. You went full blue steel.
Did you see Hillary? This is a perfect example of the abundant hypocrisy of the left.
I love this one.
I think we gotta have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows if they've committed a crime.
Well, it looks like we've achieved a catharsis of complete and total relaxation. I would just like to read from the book Muhammad, Charlemagne, and the Origins of Europe by Richard Hodges. This is page 55. It says, Heraclius's victory distracted the world from the birth of a religious and political movement which was to overwhelm large parts of Asia and North Africa, Islam. When the Prophet Muhammad died in 632, he was barely known beyond the Hejaz. Nevertheless, his movement, reinforced by the economic conditions in the Arabic Peninsula, produced an explosion almost without parallel. Within a century, Islam had tens of millions of subjects from the Atlantic to the Indus, attacking simultaneously on several fronts. Small bodies of mounted zealots ripped into old empires of Byzantium and Persia. By 640, the Islamic hordes attacked the Byzantines, and they had lost Palestine and Syria. In 642, they lost Alexandria. Between 673 and 677, Constantinople faced a series of attacks. In 698, it was the turn of Carthage. 12 years later, the Arabs crossed into Spain and struck northwards into Provence. But at the same time, in 717, Constantinople faced its most serious siege yet, which lasted 12 months through a severe winter. After the Arabs withdrew, Leo III, from 717 to 741, the newly crowned emperor, held the city. We may speculate whether this or the victory of Charles Martel at Poitiers in 732 was the event that symbolized the end of the Arab expansion in the West. In the mid-8th century, the vast Islamic empire suffered its first political strains, and the Umayyad dynasty of caliphs was overthrown by the Abbasids, who shifted the Islamic capital to Baghdad. The Abbasids.
Okay, thank you. That was John Kitover. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Cora, you still there?
Yes.
Hi, how's it going? How you doing today?
I'm fine.
You're fine. When you think of that, do you think atheism is a worldview?
No.
Fair enough. Yeah, we were just having this discussion with this guy, Simon, and he wasn't very clear about that. That's how all this came about. And then he said this is what's supporting his views here.
You can't build a worldview on the answer to a single question.
Sure. Anyway, I think I'm gonna jump off for a few. Do you want me to donate the room to you? You can change it around or make, set the topics if you want. I'm gonna jump off for a bit. I gotta make dinner, dude. Can't stay on here all day.
All right, have fun.
Hello?
Why is because you have to have an event that immediately affects Americans for Americans to sacrifice their dollar. American consumers.
NGOs. Well, we took away NGOs. Think about it. If we took away NGOs, there'd be less confusion when it comes to moving around digits. My opinion. Excuse me, hold on, Mr. NPC. I do apologize for interrupting. But I'm hearing a lot of great dialogue talking about issues in California. But but the big thing that needs to be brought up is why is taxation so aggressive over there? Because let's take the most simplistic thing, like we're talking about the forestry. Okay, Norm brought up a very critical thing, and he even wrote a paper. He said about it, by basically controlling the ecosystem by eliminating dead debris, which naturally is fuel for fires. Well, let's think about this. Why did they deny controlled burns to destroy it? Why? Because someone convinced a politician that it's going to be bad for the environment. And you can trace it down to, have a good sense of humor. Figure out, break down everything that's asked from the state of California, from the federal government, or not from the federal government, but asked in the taxes. And then if you look where it goes into that element, then do a FOIA report, a FISA report, and then realize, hey, why is it kicked to an NGO? Why is there multiple NGOs handling a specific subject? And then when you dive into it, oh wait, why do we have third-party contractors coming in to do forestry surveying? Why do we have third-party contractors coming in doing biological, engineering? Because in my personal dumb opinion, and you guys probably going to tell me I'm dumb for saying it, is when you have NGOs, you have an excuse to move money around that they're going to have to. Instead of a FISA report, they're going to have to they're going to subpoena documents, subpoena the books, figure out where the money's getting tracked. And we all know that could be a 12 to 24-month process. That's simple as that. That's just my dumb opinion. Thank you for the 30 seconds.
Well, where did the $25 billion for homelessness go? We don't even know.
No. Listen, it doesn't matter how much money the government wastes. It doesn't matter how inefficient. We have to keep coming up with examples. Anybody else have any examples? You have to prove how inefficient the government in California does. You have to. Anyone else have any taxes?
I care where it goes. I don't know, because we don't care where down the pit.
Because life is as simple. Politics is as simple as this. Get more money from the rich, and everything else is going to solve itself. Once we have more money, it's just going to solve the problems.
No, dude.
It's not anything other than that.
Minimizing it down to just that is like being disingenuous about what's being said.
It's management of more money and wealth. That's the problem. How do we manage it? How do we tax people with a lot of money? It's like it's something new. It's a new phenomenon. It's like, how old is it?
Well,
in the last 10 years, people are like billionaires. We haven't seen this before. How are we going to deal with that? We have to.
When you see it in France, in France they did it, and the millionaires and billionaires just left France. That's all that happened.
Yeah, and like I don't know what people aren't living in reality. Someone just said that Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet. If you believe, the reason why my name is NPC is for people like you. If you believe that Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet, the richest person on the planet doesn't even report their income. They're probably somewhere in Saudi Arabia or some shit. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, when I say these like really, really extreme things, that's what y'all are saying. Because when you guys talk about taxing people, you speak in a way as if the government, whether federal or state, has a track history of using that money effectively. If this was like fucking like a Robin Hood, if this was a situation where you're actually taking from the rich and giving to the poor, maybe you could justify it, but that's not even happening. You talk as if that's happening. The government takes $1, it spits out a nickel, gives a nickel to the poor person, and then the 95 cents goes somewhere else.
It goes to administering the 5 cents.
It goes, and then you guys speak as if like, and then you guys speak as if a person wants low taxes, they just are helping the rich. But you're gonna make poor people poor.
I mean, like,
would you rather be taxing poor people and then giving it back to Elon in the form of subsidies? Because that's what's happening. You're saying, why would we tax rich people if the government's not going to use it efficiently to give it back to poor people? Well, why the fuck would we tax poor people and give it back to rich people efficiently?
Poor people don't pay taxes.
What stupid fucking logic is that?
Poor people don't pay taxes.
So
everybody pays them for
did you know that Elon is rich because of subsidies, because of taxpayer money? And
he got rich way before he got any subsidies.
How about we stop taxing poor people to give the money to rich people?
Poor people in California absolutely do pay taxes, by the way.
Because even the
I'm a poor person and I pay taxes. Like, I'm a poor person and I pay taxes. And
like when you buy liquor or a cigarette.
No, I have income taxes. I have no idea why I have income taxes, but there's something.
Well, they give it back out.
So y'all, he's not Norm. He's not a Jew. So pretty bad. And he's not Jewish. So y'all.
We used to
what
have
I'm saying.
a hierarchy structure that worked. And it worked because it was based on something. The whites created it, and it worked. And those were like the old type of white people, maybe European, with some aristocratic background, but like a pedigree. But when suddenly Americans, like idiots like Bill Gates and Elon Musk, they come into the picture, and then they become like the new types of riches. But that's what communism, like China's communism, is benefiting from, is like that sort of power structure have now somehow been diminished where it actually worked and they could have nothing against it. But because of these fucking monkeys like Elon Musk, okay, so what?
Wow.
He copies
fucking called a monkey.
fucking time.
That's
And
racist.
he does like what?
Wait, should you call a monkey in Africa? You guys are complaining about that.
It's because Elon Musk is African American. You don't.
Yeah, that is filthy. We don't allow.
No, but she's not even coherent.
And you have to, it's a mismanagement of your minorities.
We need to make the whites great again in America.
Wait, can y'all? All right, so Bibi.
Can you let her finish her statement, bro?
No, she interrupted. She literally interrupted me. Literally to be retarded.
Can I get in again?
Like literally, nothing she said. And I let her say it because I wanted to see where she'd go, but she's completely coherent. Like, that's what she said. Nothing that she said was anything. So why can't I land? She's incoherent. Cannot interrupt me. Okay, stop being incoherent, by the way. So at the end of the day, if giving governments more money solves problems, the only thing I'm saying is this: the way that the progressive tax system is now, a philosopher can go over if it's fair or not, but we all know that increasing the amount of money that people are paying in taxes, first of all, it's the biggest lie that they do. These taxes end up hitting everyone eventually. The second thing is that increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the problem. So if increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the social problems that we want money to do, then what's the point of increasing the thing? That's my only point. If we know that, hey, increasing the amount of money is not going to lead to the result that we want, then what's the point of increasing taxes? If it did, I'd have no problem with increasing taxes. We're going to end up with
insanity.
people. Exactly.
Expecting different.
NPC, can I make a minute statement to you? Just a minute one. The reality is, okay, yeah, we have taxes, but a smart man knows how to play the taxes. They just read it, like Mr. Normo said to you. If you want counseling, talk to him. Freaking a simple Edwards Jones or even a money guy or gal will sit there and talk to a company worker. You don't have to be a small business guy or gal. You just gotta be smart with your money. I'm just trying to help you out.
That's right.
The reason why I'm saying that, boss, is I'm gonna say this. Orange Man said this in 2016 when he was asked, but your friends all got the same government tax write-offs. Why? Because they put it in place. That you don't have to be a billionaire or a millionaire to get the same subsidies like Mr. Joel was complaining about. You just gotta be smart and learn how to read a little bit and learn where your state politicians that are trying to be crooked on the back end. You just gotta learn how they put them out there in plain sight because that's how they gotta operate.
You just need a clever account. You just need a clever account.
You just gotta learn how to play the game.
Well, I want to put to rest this idea that Elon Musk got all of these subsidies from the government. Yes, he got money from the government. You know what he got it for? He got it first for SpaceX because he was doing something the government couldn't do. Now, the left likes to talk about all their NGOs and all of these organizations that get billions of dollars of government to carry out policies that the government wants to get done. And when it's doing something like helping feed poor people in East Mongolia who need education on the difference between leftist and right, and leftist, need to be educated on leftist queer artwork in New York City as it developed in the 1950s. They're happy to fund governments like that. But when it comes to Elon Musk,
I want to see pictures of lesbians doing scissors. Why not?
They funded him because of SpaceX and all of the satellites and everything else and the advancement in space technology that he was providing. The second thing they funded him for was for Tesla, which what has the left been pushing for years?
Electric vehicles.
Oh yeah, electric vehicles. And so they gave him, like every other state, like every other locality, they gave him tax benefits. Why? Because if he didn't do it in California, he was going to go to Tennessee or maybe Arkansas. Guess what? There was competition between the states. So yes, he got money to do those things. And
That's right.
So that people, us the consumers, would benefit, number one, from the space technology that the government couldn't do, and number two, from electric vehicles. And those are things that I think, forgive me for my extreme example, but I think those things are more beneficial to us as Americans than, say, trying to teach a mother in East Mongolia about the history of leftist.
They're drag queens. Drag queens.
Thank you.
Drag queen story are in Afghanistan.
What? What is that? Is that a thing?
Yeah,
so the U.S. government funding like transgender plays in Brazil, studies and all that. But that's fine.
Oh, was that why George Santos was in the person?
Well, I mean, like that. Wouldn't that just come from a different part of the budget?
Yeah, that really comes more from.
And like they have no overlap.
All of our money though.
But it's still taxpayer money in spirit. But my question to you is what do you think about?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not so. No. So if it's not taxpayer money, what is it?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
It is. It's outlined in the budget.
No. But what else would
in Congress? This has been outlined in the budgets. All of this weird spending for shit like that.
Sure.
Well, even if it goes abroad, it doesn't mean that it should go to stuff that could be.
Wait. So this might. So I like to have real conversations. So Xerxes, given what everyone has said, let's assume that let's assume for the sake of conversation that increasing the amount that we tax rich people isn't gonna solve our social problems when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to education. Let's assume
tried that already. That failed.
Can you go to ask the question? Thanks.
So my question is, if we are looking to tackle these problems without raising taxes, where would you start? Or do you even think it's possible?
Reallocate funds from the police.
Police?
Number one. Yeah, this is not. Well, this is not like a. This is not like a defund kind of situation, but I do know that there's like an immense amount of like unnecessary tensions. Excuse me, no, this is not. No, if you guys are gonna ask me a question, please at least let me answer. Okay.
Why would you take money away from the police?
I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it.
Let her explain.
Yeah.
So I know that
working men and women.
No, I'm taking money away from things. So like extra. No, oh my God! You guys do this all the time?
Do they not bleed?
I'm sure they do. So helicopters, new fleets of Teslas and Chargers, things that are like not actually necessary, and like not. Oh my God! Can you shut up, David? Can you shut up? Can you shut up? Did somebody ask you this question? Thank you. And just taking. Nah, just taking like, shaving off a little bit each year and just reallocating those funds to somewhere else, to lots of other places.
No, but okay, so
schools primarily.
So built into the question is the premise that money can't solve the problem.
Yeah.
I made the hypothetical. The hypothetical is that adding money won't solve the problem. So taking away money from a police officer's new Tesla, or making sure that the sheriff office of Bay County doesn't get a new tank, like taking away making sure that they don't have any access to nukes and taking away their money, like the police making sure that they're gutted. No, because they're a terrorist organization. We're talking about the police, the worst people in the world. So taking away money from those people is not going to do anything because my question is, money can't help the situation. How can you help other than money? No matter how much money you add.
And risking their lives every day for people like me. So I don't know whatever kind of mindset you come from, but I don't think that's fair.
So long story short, the hypothetical situation is you can't add money anywhere. You can't take away money from anywhere. Adding money is not going to solve this problem at all. What would you do to help the problem?
Nothing moves without money, dude. Sorry.
Volunteering.
That might work somewhere else, but nothing moves without money.
Doesn't help. I mean, like, for example, improving spending, the more you spend on a school doesn't mean it's going to do better. In fact, there's like a minimal amount you need to spend. But Bill and Melinda Gates ended up figuring this out well over a decade ago. And they ended up realizing, well, you have to focus on a lot of things outside of the school to really make any kind of fucking difference. And often that could be, well, there's so many things. What control can you have? Like, for example, how were you raised? What kind of parents do you have? Are they even around? Do you have what kind of environment do you have? Money can't even change that.
It can.
No, it can't actually. I mean, for example, I work. No, it can't. I'll tell you why. When I was working with the mentally ill population here in my county, you had the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community, which has very large casinos and spring training facilities. They bring in a lot of money. Everybody gets a per cap check every 3 months. Mm-hmm. They make a lot of money. Now, they had a lot of issues. This is intergenerational. What they ended up having to do is once the per cap checks were coming in, they're like, oh shit, they're partying. There goes the domestic assaults, the drunk driving incidents, everything. But they're still not doing any better. The kids are still fucking up. They ended up having to put a whole bunch of these people on forced payees to make sure that they don't go out doing drugs with their money. They had to get a bunch of services basically to help the kids and to do a lot of foster parenting, honestly. And so and we don't have the ability to do this for everybody in America. So
I'm not talking about everybody in America. I'm talking about California. What everybody else in America wants to do is fine. Yeah. So when I say like putting things into schools, this means like reintroducing like post-elementary after-school programs, something that I think actually disincentivizes young people to continue their education, to stay engaged. They don't have places to go, so they run the streets. Like things that like people like Alan and Alan and Normo kind of, had these structures. It's not about what the school's job is. They asked me how else could it help, right? So like when I say school, so when I say school, I'm sorry, Normo, I didn't hear what you said.
What structure do I have?
So back in the before times in the 1900s, like you guys had like social programs, right?
I don't think
no, there were none.
There were none.
We had a lot less social programs in the first half of the 20th century than we did in the latter half. a lot of people don't really realize this too. A lot of those immigrants that you saw come here from Europe, a big chunk of them ended up having to go home because there was zero safety nets for them. And so poor people were a lot poorer back then. But even then, you can save money and all these. But why is one of the poorest communities in New York City? Why are their kids? Why did they outperform every other group? And that's the Chinese. Literally, more than half of them live under the poverty line. They do better than every group.
I don't know, dude.
It's because the Chinese control the media. That's cultural.
I mean, they have a whole part of
Yeah, there might be cultural pressures from the parent to achieve.
Well, then maybe there's culture that needs to change in America too, because it seems like it's not money; it's got culture.
Did you just say the oppression? Did you just say the oppression to achieve?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I said there might be cultural pressures to achieve. Like, this is like a common narrative amongst migrant, refugee, and immigrant people.
You're right. But like, so my thing is like, all right, so we don't really have any answers on what to do other than add more money and the problem's gonna go away. But
what? No, I was in the middle of giving more answers before I got jumped on. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all good.
But you can go ahead. I didn't know you were
like incentivize more I guess like extracurricular support for kids that is like low to no cost. And this is not like just like straight up babysitter shit. This is like, oh, let's build leaders type shit. You know what I mean? Like, if the world's gonna be STEM, let it be STEM. If the world's gonna be politics, let it be politics. Definitely increase civics classes and make like that compulsory learning, like up and down, offer free classes.
Like an electrician or something.
Okay, yeah, and that's cool. So make sure that the opportunities for competition.
This doesn't improve.
Well, what about the current homeless? No. What about because like?
You don't want to know my thoughts on homelessness. This is probably going to make me the worst person in the world.
No, I mean the current homelessness, like the current homelessness. How are you?
Okay, Othello, did you hold on, NPC? Othello, did you have something to say? I'm sorry, I'm talking so much.
No, I was saying that they don't want to know any of your thoughts because they keep talking over you every time you speak.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. I have a twin sister, so I'm used to being spoken over.
I'm just curious though, because if you were to look at the people that you see sleeping in tents and that kind of homelessness out in California, like once again with that job that I had, this is something that was always talked about. And California is kind of a dumping ground for a lot of those people for reasons. These are what we consider long-term homeless. The vast majority of homeless people never end up out on the street like that. These are almost all people that are seriously mentally ill, drug addicted, but oftentimes both. That is a population that is incredibly hard to deal with. So, like, I give you an example. You can put the seriously mentally ill here, like in my county. You can find a place for them to live. We have funding for that. Now, if that seriously mentally ill person wants to do drugs, they can't do drugs where they live. Staff they're getting kicked out. They can't have drugs at a federally or state funded program. And so where do they go? On the fucking street? And it's this very sad situation, but a lot of this is, it's not as simple as it looks, but when you look at California, they waste so much fucking money. It is, I mean, taxes is robbery in California.
In this case, is it okay for the government to scoop them up and fuck them somewhere else and not let them fucking shit all over your streets, bring the fucking property values down, and it's like almost like they're doing some political parties bidding, and that's why they're allowed to be doing these things, because to be honest, they probably could, if they wanted to, if they really wanted to, they could be rehabilitated, but sometimes these people don't want to be rehabilitated.
There's usually the relapse.
But if they don't,
it usually takes multiple attempts if they ever get clean. That's the reality.
Why do they have to do it in fucking prime location and shit on everybody else's parades?
Michael Jordan.
Okay, so Pepe, I'm just gonna address quickly what you said, and then we can move on. Homelessness for me is like a different type of issue. As a person who was homeless during the pandemic, I learned a lot about homelessness. I learned how invisible you feel and how people treat you, and I wasn't mentally ill or drug addicted. I definitely lost both my parents during this time and 5 of my family members. And so, you know, if I were built of tougher stuff, I think I would have easily sunk into the place that's claimed, you know, more than 260,000 people in California. So to me, the way to address this is to do it before. Right? So like for the people who are about to lose their home, they're likely mostly families or struggling whatever entertainer thing. Create pathways so that is not as much of a future for them as it definitely is here. I can't just think of, you know, of what those things might be right now, but I'm sure that it's better than, you know, asking for money and then being like, poof, it's gone. I understand, you know, what everybody's been saying about missing money and promise projects and stuff. So this is one of those ways, like homeless prevention is a way to prevent, like, not just, you know, family, but people entering into a space where now you are drug addicted, now you are mentally ill, now you're slipping. And for a lot of people who are homeless, you don't want to leave homelessness because it offers you a pathway to freedom as opposed to being locked up in a system where you have to follow people's rules, and that's not something that you've been used to for the, I don't know, X number of years you've been homeless, right?
I can kind of know what you're saying, but I just want to make one little point, and that's that when I say mental illness, that's you're almost always referring to the SMI system, seriously mentally ill. So that's going to be schizophrenia and that kind of stuff, which always precedes the homelessness and the drug addiction. They usually end up, I don't know if you've known drug addicts, but it's often, and their life ends up spiraling. They end up not being able to keep, you know.
Yeah, I'm aware. It's incredibly hard to battle back from that for sure. So I would also bring back mental health facilities, aka like the loony bin, but make it like less inhumane and more ethical. You know what I mean? The reason they closed down in the first place.
The problem is that our fucking population is like spiraled out of control. It's like maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago, it would be easy just to put people away in like these asylums that were like almost like, you know, like 4-star hotels. But today, it's like there's so many of them.
No, they really were. I don't know what's, maybe that's on the East Coast.
There's so many of them. So even if it's like, let's say society was trying to like deal with like that part of their communities, it's like, how are we going to find funding for that? Where are we going to put them? And it's like, but maybe some more emphasis.
Well, no, she's like,
put on this instead of like, you know, maybe we have to come to that. Sorry.
Well, what she said she felt invisible when she was homeless. Now, that is almost entirely true of the homeless and seriously mentally ill population. They tend not to be civically engaged. They tend to have no fucking voice anybody will listen to. Nobody is going to, you know, unlike, I don't know, some of the lobbying groups who are going to fucking hound all of the politicians to get, you know, favors and, you know, spending on things that will benefit them and help make them more money. The homeless they have nothing.
I mean, yeah, unless, you know, and it's hard, unless you are a person who is like, you know, was civically minded before you entered homelessness. I mean, like once that time in your life levels out, you become, I've seen, incredibly energized to speak on other people's behalf. But yeah, I mean, like it's a grueling process, and like, you know, I'm kind of split. I think a lot of people come to California, especially Southern California, to just kind of use it up for its wares. I wish those people would go back to where the fuck they came from, instead of being on meth in 6 months and becoming homeless. I wish that this wasn't a city of dreams that makes people delusional, so that they could go back to Iowa, Montana, Idaho, Ohio, Kentucky.
I would much rather be in Southern California than.
Of course, because it is actually climatically more lucrative for people to be. You literally will. I mean, like, you know, weather-wise, you are less likely to die. Other people, you know, good luck to you, but at least you won't die in the snow and nobody will find your body until it thaws. Okay, so like, I understand that part, but it it can't continue to be like that with just no services for those people to actually actively engage in, right? And all of that takes active work, and it takes people who actually are dedicated and really care about the state. And I don't think, the one criticism I will make right now of the government in California is that I think we have like some politicians on both sides and in the middle, shout out independents and fucking libertarians, who just don't give a fuck about the state, and they care about power, and they care about their voice, only theirs, right? And their families, and like the intents of their of their legacy, their lineage, or what they came from, or whatever. And really, the state's too big for it not to be a collective effort, and for people not to, kind of not work together, but just, be down to be progressive and move forward, trying whatever. So, there are a lot of solutions that could help a lot of things. Is it any of that shit gonna happen? No. People only respond to suffering, so may the best man win.
And sometimes I remember, so I have this one coworker. She doesn't eat any processed food, okay? Our office is on the 13th floor, okay? We have elevators, really, really high-tech elevators. Every single morning, she elects to use the stairs, okay? She's rich as hell. Like, she's rich as hell. She's like 65. She's like the most healthy person I've ever seen. No sugar, no processed foods. And it's not because she's diabetic. She's eating sewage. Like, she was like, oh my God, how can you handle that? That's too much. That's too sweet. To me, it was heaven. When you look at some homeless people in California, they're in heaven. There isn't any money that you can give them to not make them an addict, because that's what addiction is. Coming from a former addict myself, like that's what addiction. It's a mental health issue. So the reason why I asked you the question I asked you, Xerxes, is because through this conversation, we're starting to realize that there are so many human problems that are much bigger than writing a check away. And the homelessness is one of those problems. They actually have access to services. A lot of them don't want to live within the perimeter to receive those services. You can't force them to. You can't put a gun to their head. The other problems we're talking about, the home issue. The reason why the homes are expensive in California is because the people who are upper middle class, who own the homes, are really the middle class is keeping the lower class out of owning homes. It's not even the rich. It's not even BlackRock. It's middle class people wanting to have their homes appreciate, so they're just against multifamily properties in their neighborhoods, which increases artificially the price of homes. That's why the single family home issue in some parts of California is an issue. And that's because of democracy. Like, people voted for that. So you can't take that away, because it's not rich people who are doing it. It's middle-class Americans who are fucking doing this. So there's so many problems that are just bigger than you just throwing money at it and then it goes away. These are humans with different interests and free will.
But that's why, again, it's the minimizing of just putting money at it. Like, this isn't just, when I say reallocate funds, or when I say tax whoever, right? It's not just like suck up the money and then like.
So when you talk about money, then when you say reallocate,
I'm saying,
and when you're saying
please
tax,
listen to what I'm saying. I'm
This
saying.
discussion's over. I'm gonna go. You can go anytime.
Yeah. When I say that, I mean like there has to be a flow of where the money goes. It has to be efficient. People who are trustworthy and not crooks, which is a problem in different places here, have to be in charge of this stuff. And there has to be a set of checks and balances and an efficient model of getting this stuff rolled out. Not just because the World Cup is coming, not just because the Olympics will be here in 2 years, because people are suffering, whether it be in the sun or in the shade. So
the dude, his name is Sam. He's the dude who created FTX, and he's in jail for stealing all companies. Yes, Sam Altman, right? So this is what makes him uncomfortable.
They're saying it's Sam Bankman-Fried.
Sam Bankman-Fried, that dude. So what makes me uncomfortable is that certain people have a higher sensitivity to the greed of the private market, but they don't have that sensitivity to the obvious corruption, greed, and the same things happen within government. At least in the private market, when a person's being greedy, they're greedy with something that they earned. They might have earned it by cheating, or a lot of them don't cheat.
MTC, can I just say something?
No, baby. Why ask a question in that? No, you can't. You can't say something. And then Monica's after me. So the only thing I'm saying is that
it was her before you. But
actually, then she can go now. Monica, you want to go now? Monica.
Yeah. Hi guys. Scotty, is this your room? It's a great title. Very interesting. Y'all are on homeless in California though, so I do want to talk about the topics. Are y'all ready for us to circle back, or you need me to wait a little longer?
No, that's what we're talking about.
Your incentive, Monica.
Alright, so I think it'd be foolish for Trump to resign now. Joe Rogan was at the White House Saturday morning talking about Ibogaine, which has an effective mitigation rate for addiction at the first dose, 80% allegedly. We should investigate that. It also might be effective in depression, and we know that liberals, strong leftist liberals, have the higher rates of mental illness in their society. So that will be great. I think it'd be dumb for him to resign. I'm ready to see what's next in store for us.
So,
do you mean like liberal-minded people have a higher rate of mental illness because they're diagnosed?
No, so my my 2 cents to this would be like, well,
I think it's because they're crazy. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but it's like,
well, that's an unsubstantiated claim.
I don't say crazy anymore.
I don't do unsubstantiated claims overseas.
Even if you prove it, it's going to move on to something else. People on the left have. She's just going to say that they get more, and we ignore ourselves. But my thing is this. It seems I just rather prefer if people are just against big money. It doesn't seem like people are against big money. They lost $25 billion.
Against big money. That's what
wait.
Country is.
Wait, you just said you wouldn't. Why are you interrupting me? It drives me crazy when you do it. Like it actually drives me crazy when you do it. Because the way you communicate is so schizophrenic. It makes me schizophrenic. You're the person I hate when they interrupt because you're incoherent. I don't like your Like, can you stop interrupting me, please? Stop it. Bad. So the only thing I'm saying is that you look at $50 billion. $50 billion. We can only account for $25 billion. So let me put this into communist language for you.
Homeless population went up. The homeless population went up during that period.
We also
almost $25 billion. Imagine if there's 25, if we took a clone machine and put 25 Elon Musk, 25 Jeff Bezos, 25 rich billionaire white, 25 Donald Trump. We're not talking about unrealized gains. We're talking about liquid. We're talking about natural.
Can you stop?
We're talking about liquid. Every single time she does this, I feel like I have to restart, and it just makes my submission so much longer. I should not be talking this long. It's weird. The only thing I'm saying is that it seems like, given a person's political disposition, they're against corruption in the private market, but they're not against the biggest. If this ever, how do you lose $25 billion in the private market? if you lose $25 billion, that's going to be on the front page of Forbes, and every single NBA is going to learn about it for the next 100 years. How do you lose $25 billion? We're talking about liquid money. We're not talking about, oh, you're a billionaire because you have stocks that haven't been sold yet. We're talking about $25 billion liquid.
Is that billion with a B?
And these are the same people who are like, just give them more money. They'll be fine. Just get a person who won't fuck it up. They already fucked over $25 billion on homelessness. It didn't even go to them. So my question to you is like, do you ever have the critiques of the government when it comes to that? Like, is there a difference between private corruption and public corruption? How do you
talking to me?
Yeah.
I mean, like, as a civic-minded voter, I'm hella critical on all politicians, whether they're on my side or not, whether they speak to the things I want or not. Well, I'm a Democrat, but oh no, man. Yeah, I'm a Democrat, but I mean, like, I grew up in a politically subversive household. My mom was a Black Panther. My dad fought in Vietnam. I've been reading Kafka and Ayn Rand and all of this stuff since I was like 10 years old, bro. I'm not new to the game. I don't trust any of them.
The government can save you. You're for revolutionaries. You don't trust the government a bit.
Because what I've learned in my history of activism is that there are many places for many people to fight, right? There are public places for people to fight, and there are inside places for people to fight. And I prefer to break things from the inside using their own tools. So I will do that. And I do that. And I encourage people to do that, right? So I believe, despite, I don't know who else is like Black, but NPC, if you've ever heard like other Black people say like, I don't vote because our votes don't matter because the government doesn't like us, blah, 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 XYZ thing, right? I'm the person that's like, have you heard that before? I don't want to just...
Yeah. So okay. I fuck with your ideology.
I'm the person who's like, no, dude, this is what they want you to believe. The more you believe this and the more you proselytize this, the worse things get, not just for you, but for every person, okay? And I take it further, and
I say this on this app. Say that on this app.
Yeah, so I take it further and I do things, I create things so that I can stay safe, because I was like a public activist. I've been shot with rubber bullets, tear gas, all of that stuff. I don't really want to do that anymore. Really dangerous. I love breathing and living, but I still do want to fight. So every election year, whether it's the midterms or federal elections, I will create entire voter guides, and I will call every single person that I know in a night who I think doesn't understand legislative text and explain them and ask them, do you understand? Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to engage? And they can take that information to other people, right? Because I care about what things do.
I love that. I love that you create a voter.
I like your history, but I don't think that. What about government? Because when it comes to the lack of trust for private actors, we understand that people can be greedy in the private market. But what about?
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, I've spat in the face of governors on the steps of my city hall. Please don't think I'm like playing games with these people. If I see corruption anywhere and I have the ability to speak or do something about it, I do it.
Okay, so the way that California is right now, they don't have to raise a single increased tax dollar. They can solve all their problems right now without raising taxes at all, and that's just the fact of the matter.
How?
So if your mind abundance, there's a book out right now called Abundance by Ezra Klein. Read Abundance by Ezra Klein, and you can figure out how to be a successful integrationist. And the way to be a successful integrationist is by having a government. You cannot be a status quo person.
Having a what government?
Oh my God. Efficient government.
Oh yeah.
You cannot be an integrationist without having efficient government. Because if you don't have efficient government...
Gaslighting everyone who's smarter than you.
What?
Okay, he'll stop now. He promises. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you don't have efficient government, what you're going to have are people who criticize the government justly because they're inefficient. And then you're going to have people who defend the inefficient government just because they're status quo. But you're going to have what you have right now. So you get the worst of both worlds when you have inefficient government. You don't get the benefits of government, and people who want to tear the system down are legitimized, and chaos doesn't really help that many people. So this is the issue with Democrats. They don't treat government inefficiency like the crime against humanity that it is. Because government inefficiency is what I'm calling it to be nice. The majority of this shit is not inefficiency, it's just corruption. Government inefficiency should right next to
sorry.
I'm about to land. Elon Musk is the worst person who was ever born, right next to maybe Jeff Bezos. Right up there should be government inefficiency. I want you to hate government inefficiency just as much as you hate Jeff Bezos.
Yeah,
that's what
I think the grace that you have heard from me, you guys have heard from me, is my thoughts of like, well, if I, there's always the question of if you were in control, right? Like if I were to do it, how would I do it? And the thought becomes suffocating over time. I've been asked this question several times over several years, and it makes me like consider the complexities of different offices, right? Like, what could I actually do? Even just knowing some people who work in government now, right? Like one of my friends who I used to dance with was running for office, and I yelled at him. I said, well, like, why would you want to work for these people? What do you mean? Like, are you okay? And he's liberal, but still, I asked the question, like, like, I don't know, like, is your soul good, bro? And he was like, I just want to expose these motherfuckers. And I was like, oh, you're never going to get anywhere if that's your goal, right? And I'm happy I was wrong. Because he absolutely did get elected, and he has been exposing these motherfuckers left and right for like a few years now, so much so that they want him gone. He's young. He doesn't give a fuck. He uses all of the things that the young people like to see, big old billboards, memes, all of it, to just expose the corruption and to what. No, these are real victories because he's showing people raw data of like charts of how much money is being spent in the county on different things and how little of that goes to us and what they can do.
But by the way, your friend is amazing.
Well, a lot of people don't know that.
No, but a lot of people don't. Xerxes, even when they find out, one of the reasons you're different, you actually you're a good sport to talk to. Most of the times when you tell people who are left leaning about the inefficiencies of California, it's almost like they act like they don't hear it. Like people know, it's an open secret that California is probably the least efficient state government in the country.
Well, I mean, like, I have to be honest, this is like, it could be true for any people who are, I guess, like, nationalistic to their state, right? Like, I could say the same thing about Kentuckians who refuse to believe climate models despite the fact that their shit got rocked 2 years ago, right? Like, you literally are living on stick huts because of floods, and you think, like, oh no, like, let's not even hear any of that, right? Our governments believe the same thing, right? There's no such thing as climate change. We don't have to prepare for shit. Okay, what I do is just stop talking to them about it. That's what you want, right? I do this with liberals in my own state, conservatives in my own state. You guys know, I'm not gonna waste my breath on people who are willfully ignorant. I'm gonna talk to the people who want to move. Again, things I learned from being an activist.
Wow. It's a new brave world, by the way.
She's talking about what's called a persuadable. She works on the political metric known as persuadables. People whose lives she can make a difference in, and with the information and experience she has that she provides.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And I don't really care, like, being like bigot, racist, or an asshole. I'm still gonna give you the time of day. I'll still engage with you, honestly, in good faith. All of those things, we can talk about it. We can walk away, shake hands, be friends, whatever it is you want. We can do all of that stuff as long as it equates to like movement, right? What I can't do is people who are stagnant in their ideas. I don't care if your ideas are like the only people that matter are women and we should only fight for women's rights. This is the most important thing. To me, that's stagnant. I'm sorry. Like, there are tons of people suffering. As a woman, I understand the plight of females. I and it's real, right? I'm not dismissing it, but like, also, what else? No, you know what I mean? Because the what else is what gets us, to tie our shoes and to start walking. I'm just not, I'm no longer interested in people who are just here for a fucking ride, bro. Like,
you know what? Something that you said kind of, and maybe y'all want to talk more. I haven't seen climate change. I haven't.
You know what? I really hate that about some people within the black community.
I don't know. Maybe.
Also, the thing is, it's a proof of low IQ because it doesn't lead anywhere.
Don't take the bait.
It doesn't take you anywhere. All it does is always just take you back to square one, back to square one, back to square one. Because it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. I don't know if it comes from
Collect 200 and go back to go.
If it comes from, even if you're proud of something, it's like but then you're like, oh, okay, something is being done wrong in the wrong way, but because I'm proud, I want it to be done in the right way, but so what is it?
That's subjective.
Right
is subjective.
What is it? No, what is it with you? It's like even your women can figure it out. Like, but you keep trying and and if it doesn't work for you, you just gaslight. And then you're like, oh, it's the Jews' fault, or it's the whites' fault, or it's Trump's fault, or it's like whatever. But it keeps. And then you get, on an American side, you get overrun by the fucking.
How about we stop fighting for those fucking faggots
who have no even marriage who used to be like lawn mowers. They even have more credibility than you fucking people who had credibility by birth.
Just so you know, we've not had Mexican immigration into the United States since 2005. The people we catch are Guatemalan, Honduran, Ecuadorian.
Why people put you up, on a.
Nobody put me up. I live on the border, lady. You're talking about this.
Marshall, talking like, lady. Can you either put her in the audience or just ignore her? Because I don't want to waste your
Xerxes put her in the audience.
I think that's what happens.
Oh, I thought you weren't going to do any moderation without topless permission, Mark.
That's what we have this agenda to attack black people, and it's like we're not even there.
I love black people.
She loves black people.
She's never racist to black people on it. This is silly.
I love when my
down, people. Put her down. Let her talk. Put her down.
I'm a fucking person. I know when my
BB, go down. BB, go down. Bro, Jason, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we're talking about American issues. Stay on topic, girl. Go start a room if you want to hyper focus on. That's fine.
Look, if we just don't need to.
Okay, I'll just finish what I'm saying.
You're sick. Awesome.
Put a button in it.
Yeah, I just have to nip it in the bud. Stay on topic, man.
Okay, so some of y'all have amazing listening skills, but when a person's being completely incoherent, they might as well be drunk. Just treat them like a drunk person. Don't try to go back and forth with them like they're saying anything coherent because they're not.
Hey, be nice to people.
Yeah, so the only thing that I'm saying is that I was going to pivot over to climate change because I haven't seen a climate change room. And Xerxes, you're talking about climate change, and I haven't seen a climate change room in a minute.
I thought it was global warming.
Yeah, I just don't talk about
it. It was global warming, and then they had to update the lie.
I don't talk about it anymore because for people who don't either understand or have a firm belief in climate change, it's just there's nothing really to say at this point. And for people who do, we all know that, it's pretty much a wrap.
Let me ask you two questions. Is the climate changing, yes or no?
Well, the climate is always changing every day.
No, is the climate changing, yes or no? It's a reason.
Yes.
Okay, correct answer. Can spending more tax dollars solve it?
But while money can't solve climate change, and we are far beyond the point of solving climate change, it is now about mitigating. One second, please let me finish my answer. So now it needs, the conversation, at least for the people in the North, needs to be about mitigating harm and potential fatalities.
But why is most of the agenda, at least from the governmental part, about increasing taxes if money can't solve the problem, if it's already too late? Whatever reason, whether it's natural, whether it's man-made, the same scientists that you believe in have said that you can't reverse it. So what's the point of increasing taxes because climate is changing?
So when you, I'm assuming that the tax dollars, or whatever fund is accrued would go to like research in mitigation for harm.
You said
research for why am I forgetting what it's called? But like just like disaster prevention
or something.
No, but we can't
disaster prevention and preparedness.
We can't prevent it.
You know, like one.
Not climate prevention, disaster prevention.
But money won't solve it.
That's not true.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of Louisiana.
That is not true.
At a certain point, it's still going to be what it's going to be in 100 years. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of Louisiana.
That is not true.
Maybe, but then you said something that's even better.
Yeah.
You said assume. But your parents are like Black Panthers. Like, so you're assuming. Well, first of all, you're assuming that the government. You're assuming the reason why the government wants to. The American government wants to tax more people is because it proactively, 100 years before, 200 years. All this research is the government. Our government's known to be proactive. Like, do you believe that the American government is proactively trying to help its citizens to?
I think that some governments maybe not our government as.
No, I'm speaking about our government because I only know the climate lobby in our government.
Yeah.
I think you can kind of get the main idea that the climate lobby. The prescriptions that it gives doesn't match the illness nor the medicine. Like none of it.
Well, I mean, the climate lobby and climate scientists would be speaking to people who, largely for 40 years at least, maybe even more, who like initially don't really understand the concept that they're trying to describe, right? It does just kind of set in as panic or fear mongering, and then you go into like a 30-year lifespan of greenwashing and making people believe that they're doing something when really these things, they help, your immediate surroundings, but what's actually happening, what's been done, it doesn't help that much.
Even Bill Gates has pulled away from the climate situation. Like it's not, and nobody cares at this point. So.
Okay, but this is what I said about having debates surrounding climate change. I don't do it personally because what am I to say to people? It is just kind of like, we'll wait and see then.
When one volcano going off causes more harm to the world than a million cars.
That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with climate change. But bringing up
what goes in the atmosphere has to do with climate change.
When erupted the last time,
we're talking.
World temperature by a degree.
Yes, I understand. I know all of that stuff. When people are talking about climate change and climate science, they're talking about human impacts on the climate, not geological disasters.
Is when one volcano can cause more disruption than all humans on Earth, then it's not an issue.
It's not. That's an insane thing to say, but you go ahead and have that statement to yourself.
I think it's like.
How's that insane?
I think there's a fair take that, like, if we're going to put, hundreds of billions of dollars into mitigating a risk, that, to keep the temperature 1 degree lower, but there are these other risks that we just can do nothing that can raise the temperature by 1.5 degrees.
then maybe we got to think differently about this problem.
So this is why I said, Jason, it's about mitigating risk and harm to like fatalities, right? So this isn't like risk and harm to like take down the percentage of the earth cooling. This is like, how do we create or focus on infrastructure models that help people survive things like Hurricane Katrina, the floods in Appalachia, like, you know, if we're going to take it out of America, the numerous floods last summer and the summer before in the Mediterranean and the global south, like there are people who live at the most exposed points of these things, of these kinds of disasters, which would be at the, you know, the equatorial countries and at either side of the tropics. And these are some of the poorest countries. They are leading research on this because they know that they are the most at risk, right? So when I listen to people talk about these things, and it's gone past a belief in climate science. You don't have to believe it in order to know that something can take you out that is because of this thing. You can choose to ignore it, and then you'll be the person that's on. Like, I don't mean you guys in the room. You can choose to ignore it, and then you'll be the person on the news saying, "I didn't know that this could happen. This hasn't happened in X amount of years. I heard about this from my grandma. We're just going to rebuild." You can be that person until the end of time, until it gets you or it doesn't, whatever.
Well, until it gets you, or do you even understand the models that you believe in? Because none of
I do.
Like none of the models say that anything. Like you guys remember the movie 2012? Like you guys remember the movie 2012? But like none of the things in 2012. Yeah, none of the things in 2012 happened within our lifetime. And even if they did happen, it wouldn't happen like that. Like what do you? This is what I mean. What are you talking about? Like none of
So I'm talking about an increase in intensity. You're asking a question I'm going to answer. You're asking about an increase in intensity of climatic disasters, right? An increase in the number of, 1 second, I'm still speaking, the increase in the number of hurricanes, the increase of the intensity of the hurricanes, the increase in the number of tornadoes, the increase in the intensity. But nobody is expecting.
Talking about is the sea levels.
2012 is a movie.
I know it is. What you said you didn't know what it was, but obviously you know what it is now.
What do you mean? I know it's
the sea levels. Listen, we're talking about Louisiana. We're talking about certain parts of Florida. We're talking about the type of climate change
and the Dust Belt.
We're talking about the type of climate change that has been sold to us that certain American cities won't. About a really, really harsh storm. We're talking about the sea levels rising to where some cities aren't
it's all
cities
part of that.
anymore. That's not true. That's not going to happen.
You can say that now because it's not true right now.
No, of course you don't say that. Science doesn't even show that.
If you're going to watch, who's the vice president? What's his name? Al Gore. You watch his Inconvenient Truth. What he proposes in that movie, based on studies that he was referencing, we should all be underwater by now. But it's
we should not be underwater.
Yes, it does. They had the dramatic animation showing where all the cities are going to be across the country. They're all going to be underwater. He showed that animation. That was part of the.
Tell me, Xerxes, tell us the years.
It's crazy. I agree with you. That's what he put in his movie.
Tell us the year. David's wrong. He doesn't know anything. But tell us the year tell us the year where it's going to be estimated that certain American cities are going to be underwater. Tell us the year.
I don't know if I am clairvoyant enough to say that.
No, but the science. We're not talking about pizza, but it's the science.
Yeah, he's not asking you
what the science.
He's asking what are some common predictions about them?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm thinking it already should have been underwater.
Oh, okay. Did you want to answer, David? Go ahead.
He's not gonna answer with anything, but I think the broader point, the point I appreciate MPC raising, okay, is he's ultimately saying, well, look at the tax policies in developed countries, in California, in America, Canada, and Western countries. What are all these northern countries? What do they think they are accomplishing? These low population, in many cases, very low population countries, what do they think they're accomplishing by taxing gasoline at the pump? Okay, this will accomplish nothing for the climate. Zero. it will haul a bunch of
It
money
wants
into the government.
They want people to
Yes, but that amount of government, that amount of money coming into the government is not earmarked for anything. Okay, to do with the climate. They're just spending the money. Okay, not the carbon taxes. No, they are not, David.
No, the gas tax.
No, there are specific gas taxes in some of these countries for the environment.
Oh, well, that's stupid.
Okay, yeah, well, you just don't know what you're talking about, so shut up. So these kind of taxes, they cannot accomplish anything. Okay, they are theatrical, all right, and they are a way, for the government to get big, which it loves to do. Okay, the government just loves to take money and get big. That's just a natural thing for it to do, based on this climate story and many other stories of like goodness or justice or whatever are leveraged in the same way. Okay, and that I think is a really fair point here. All right, you can't just be like, it's nice that the government tells me a nice story about something that's a problem, and they say, okay, there's a tax about it, and it's like, okay, what is this? But then the part about like, well, what does the tax have to do with doing anything about it? That part of the story is left out. And are we asking this question? Are we insisting on any kind of relationship there? No, we're not.
Okay.
So why don't you become a Republican and support Donald Trump? Okay.
I would never do that. I prefer my president having the ability to read. Yeah.
That was a perfect way to end that line of questioning, dog.
I'm just goofing around, okay? I'm just goofing around.
No, that was so funny.
So I got some ideas for this. As a land owner, but two things we could do in my area in particular. Mangrove to hold the coastline together, which is really important, and then plant seagrass. Like we have a place called Laguna Madre, and Laguna Madre is basically all seagrass. That promotes oxygen in the ocean, which helps the atmosphere. Apparently we get 2 out of every 3 breaths from the ocean. So those are 2 things we can invest in that are natural and would be a really good thing, and help produce more oxygen.
But this doesn't matter, Marshall.
If the carbon tax went immediately to funding an institution that made pollution less, because plastic, in my opinion, plastic pollution is the single worst thing that we're doing to the planet. The microplastics, if you catch salmon in the middle of the Atlantic, it's still going to have fabric softener in it because of what we do to the planet. So, like, in my opinion, I feel like climate change is dangerous. And the reason why it's dangerous is because it flattens what it means to care about the earth. Instead of caring about things that are really actually going to move the needle, not a fucking solar panel that's going to end up in a landfill that we have to destroy the plant to even mine the materials for, not a fucking windmill that's going to kill all the birds and kill all the whales, not none of those, but actual things that change the planet. We're not focusing on nuclear energy. We're not focusing on thermal reactors. We're not focusing on getting plastic out of our lives and off our planet. But instead, we're focusing on a big tidal wave that's not going to come when or how they say it's going to come.
I mean, you can't, just like I can't predict if it's going to come, you can not predict if it's not, right? So I think we should maybe stay out of the realm of hypothesis.
The models, the scientific models that you love show it's not.
You have this really interesting way of framing things that are intentionally antagonistic, and while I'm not provoked by them, I do find them a nuisance. I think the projected model is for 2050, and that's the one that I have learned for, 3 years.
Okay, great. So in 2050, Miami's not going to exist. Lafayette.
Maybe. It's possible, right?
Yeah, so that was your answer. You said you know before, now you found the study. So before, basically I'm 27 now. So before 2050, yeah, I'll still be alive then, hopefully. So most of the people in the room are going to be alive when Miami is absorbed by the climate monster.
It's possible. It's also, there are a myriad of things that could happen in between then and now.
Yeah, there are, but government policy can't be based on like, well, we don't know if it's going to happen. We don't know if it's not going to happen. So let's take everybody's money for the tidal wave that may happen or may not. You know, you gotta have a good reason to take people's money.
Yeah, so
and we gotta push back on the government when they don't have a good reason.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with you in the sense of like it should be direct and clear about what funds are going to be used for what, and those plans immediately go into action. They absolutely incentivize those communities, maybe even by way of making jobs for those communities because somebody has to put the shit together, and all good things. I just don't know. I do know. Often when people say things like this, they say this in effort, and I'm not accusing you of this, Jason, but they say this in effort to cripple the argument that things should be done at all. I don't.
That's true, but I'm not saying that.
Of course, and I didn't say that you. I don't want you to believe that I believe that you're doing that. I do not. But I have seen the ways that different communities in different countries have for this whole 30 years because they've been enduring things that are not inside of the normal things they understand climatically, done things to change, even poor countries. There's a reason why I talked about, houses on sticks, stick huts. It's because in places where people can't build strong foundations because they likely don't have a ton of materials, time, money, whatever, they just build their houses on sticks so that the floodwaters can pass and they're less likely to endure, hardship or death, right? It looks like this, right? So, when people are talking post-Katrina about levees and stuff like this, it looks like that, right? It's not like this grandiose, nebulous, imaginary thing where the money just goes up into the sky and maybe comes down as less rain.
You're saying it's coming in. Okay, so if it's coming in 2050, you just made an assumption. You're giving the government
not an assumption.
No, you said you don't know what they're doing with the money. You said that, and you gave them the benefit of the doubt, and you gave them the benefit of the doubt that hey, maybe they're using this money for preventative measures, but you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Why would you give a government the benefit of the doubt that just wasted $25 billion on the homeless crisis, which is an actual crisis that's hitting now? On the real crisis that's hitting now.
Okay, NBC, relax, bro. You don't have to yell at me. I'm listening.
No, I'm saying, but the reason why I'm elevated is because the real crisis. It's not frustrating yet. I'm having fun. The real crisis that's happening now, $25 billion gone. Yeah, it is. Yeah, $25 billion gone. And you're saying that I'm going to give the government the benefit of the doubt that they're taking up this money 30 years in advance, but they're doing the right thing. They have our best interest in mind.
They just need more money.
It's a little bit different here where I live. So climate scientists and climatology and earth science studies and all those things are as native to California as a poppy. There's a reason other than just elitism, tech bros, fintech homies, regulations, and the myriad of other things that people hate California for. It's also because we institute for a while instituted EPA laws, right? Things that go to save the planet, right? And you guys, the rest of the country can decide now in this time whether or not they want to follow those things. I'm sure everybody can find their way. That's cool. But
the rest of the country wants to drive an F-150.
Bro, the Tourette's from you is getting annoying. It really is. Did you want to just have the floor to speak, David? I can yield for you.
No, I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. Where we focus on things, or at least the government does, right? So, cliff faces falling off, mitigating harm, There are regulations that say you can't build on those places, regardless of the view and how beautiful it is. We now know it's just harm. Instituting geological surveys for people who are buying homes, regardless of where you're buying those homes, super important to the landscape, super important to the safety of the people buying those homes. Instituting laws like these, right?
They already have those laws in places in multiple parts of the country.
Yeah, how do you mitigate an earthquake?
Oh my god.
But they already have those laws in place for most of the country already.
Okay. How do you mitigate an earthquake? How do you mitigate harm from an earthquake? Disaster preparedness. It's something that we just learned.
An earthquake is going to happen if it wants to happen.
Yes, and there are ways that you can save yourself, and there are things that you should not do, right?
Like what?
Somebody...
There are building codes.
Stand next to a window, I guess.
There are building codes, David, that help mitigate actually quite a bit.
But a lot of the mitigation she's talking about has already been implemented in society already. Yes. It's not like we're at zero mitigation and then she's like,
that's not what I'm saying, though.
So we have to go hard.
It's not going to have as big of an impact.
Yeah, so we have to go hard against the government taking money for these illusory, non-definite gains. Because, NBC is right. NBC is right. You have there's this law of diminishing returns. I mean, you can't make building codes that much. Okay, we have basically identified the places that easily collapse and that you can't live on, and we're pretty much done with that process. I mean, honestly, the only thing we can do after this is say, look, New York is a low-lying island. Get off of it. You know, nobody can live on the coast of Florida anymore. That's basically all that's left. Like, we picked all the low-hanging fruit in terms of places you can't.
Yeah, but everyone likes
building standards that are safe and things like that.
And this is assuming that the tidal wave is coming in 2050. This is all assuming that the tidal wave is coming.
Or anything.
Or if the asteroid hits the water, then...
Oh my god.
You need to use violence, okay, and remove it. Okay, David, stop resisting. Stop resisting, David. Hey, use force. I'll distract him, and then you'll put him off the stage.
Oh, is that why they say that? That's crazy. I'm actually new here as of today, so I won't be removing anyone. I'm so sorry. I don't think that's really my place. I don't really know how I got this being.
The reason why I find this fun, someone was like, oh, you fun.
Yeah.
I find it really, really fun, the arguments that people make, even though they know the truth. Because Xerxes, we started this conversation by both of us agreeing. 2 questions. You got both of those questions correct. We both admitted that whatever momentum the climate has, there's nothing that we can do to stop it.
Yeah, the climate's going to do what it's
the climate change that we're witnessing, and then you're going to these like really, really fringe ideas.
No, it's not fringe, bro. Like, because we exist as humans, the thing that we care about is important, right? It's why is it important? It's because people want to live, right? So now we move past the point.
No, but we just came to the conclusion that we're not stopping the catastrophe. The catastrophe is so catastrophic that the damage control that you're suggesting is going to happen won't even fucking matter because you won't be able to.
That's not true. I'm so sorry. You're not qualified to make that judgment. I just have to put that out there.
You just remembered Xerxes.
I hate to break it to you, but
sure,
NPC is a citizen.
Sure,
that's the qualification you need to make decisions in this country. Okay.
Yes.
The citizens are who are sovereign in this country. No one has a qualification to make a decision other than us and the people we elect. We are sovereign here.
It's not about decisions. It's not about decisions. I didn't say he wasn't qualified to make a decision.
My vote
I said he wasn't qualified to make that
assumption. My vote is your vote.
Yes, it does.
I haven't. Well, to be fair to you, Xerxes, there's a lot of assumptions that you've made that you verbatim in this conversation say, I'm about to make it. You literally said you've made several assumptions, and
like which ones?
you made an assumption that the state would have, you gave the state a benefit of the doubt, which is something you called an assumption verbatim. And you said, they're probably using the money. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they're probably using the money for preventative measures. That's what you said. You made an assumption of how the state was allocating money.
But my assumption is based on the things that I've seen, right? Is yours?
My assumptions are based on the things that I've seen. I've seen
Really? How?
Yes, I've seen states use benevolent causes to absorb money to not use a single cent.
No, but what was the statement that you made in BC?
Which one?
The one that we are arguing about currently. What was the statement that you made?
The first thing I started off with was the two questions that we agreed on. And then I started to pick your brain about, and then when I started to pick your brain, you said, I'm gonna go out on a limb and kind of assume that, hey, they're doing this, they're gonna take this.
Now fast forward to 5 minutes ago.
Okay. My only point is that, are you asking me my point?
Yes.
Hopefully. No, you gotta tell her my point.
Oh my god.
My only question is
always drunk.
My only question is this: like genuinely speaking, you're not a stupid person. We both know that this problem, we can't stop it anymore, no matter what we do. Knowing how inefficient the government is with money, seeing how many times the government has manufactured a crisis, absorbed the money, absorbed the power. Yeah, they do that. Black Panther, they do that. Like, your parents know about that. So
I don't know what you mean by that. My parents are.
You've never heard about manufactured crises from the government?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You never heard the term like a manufactured crisis?
I've heard that, but I don't know what you're referring to.
So, like, if you look at the word manufacture...
No, I mean, like, a specific instance. I know what it means.
A specific instance.
The whole climate change thing is a manufactured crisis.
So
climate change. Use something that isn't climate change.
No, but climate change actually is.
Okay, use something that isn't climate change.
All right, I can use 9/11.
Oh, okay.
I can use Pearl Harbor. I can use manufactured crisis. The easiest one, fucking COVID-19. That's the easiest manufactured crisis. It was actually manufactured.
The pay gap is a manufactured.
The pay gap is another manufactured crisis. Yeah.
Okay.
Because when you
police
look at men and women's wages, when you put your hours worked, so she's very NPC, but it's very, very.
No, I'm really not.
But Jason is also.
Like, I'm clearly not. Relax.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But let's not all fight here. Let's just everybody relax. You know.
Like, you literally just got here. We're fighting for fun. If you don't like it, like dip. Honestly.
Wait. Chill out. What's the attitude for? I don't know.
No, I like the fight. Don't.
Oh, well,
don't tell her. Don't tell her. Sure, Night King. Would you like me to play the recording of you singing?
Sure,
we can fight over that.
We can play that. I love my singing. The pay gap is a great example of a manufactured crisis.
I just wanted examples.
Yeah, and that's like something people talk about all the time. Another one is the shooting of unarmed black men by police. You know, for all these liberal politicians, it's an epidemic. Turns out not to be real.
No, it's a real epidemic. It's one leading cause of death.
It doesn't happen. Okay.
Yes, it does.
No, it's not.
Yes, it does.
Police do not shoot hardly anybody. They're not a leading cause of death for anyone.
I feel like I want to come to this phone and just sit on
That's an example of a manufactured crisis.
Just wants to see more dead black people.
It's true. This is true. It's manufactured.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So NBC.
Just for the record, about
go ahead.
About 1 in 1,000 black men and boys can expect to die at the hand.
I'm putting out the hook. See who was gonna jump on that hook, baby. And I'm gonna reel it in.
She said that she's a ballaholic. You better be careful. Yo. Alright, guys. Let's get it. I got like 5 minutes before I turn it on.
got all 5 families and everything.
Let's get it.
Freaky, boy.
Yeah, you got everybody on the roster.
I'm a vegetarian. I like tuna.
They were showing me, this is pretty strong here, by the way. It's la 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 la.
Oh, you coming out to Everest? That nigga got quiet. That motherfucker got quiet. Let's stir.
How can you think love will end? Diego, I will haunt you till your grave. My name is Scarface, and I try to bomb an elevator shaft with Hamas and Hezbollah. Jihad, Princess Sia, long live Palestine! Diego, my heart aches for you and your Nazi racist ideology, your extremist bigotry and low IQ Jew hate. I miss you, Diego, and I love you.
How's the House, whatever you're running for race going?
Well, I was kicked off the ballot for Congress, but I'm running for mayor now in Chicago.
You're running for mayor. Do you remember that I got an audio recording interview of you, what you wanted to say to your constituents?
I already interviewed him. It was a few days. It's on my, I interviewed him a few days before.
One sec.
It's not on here. Before my accident happened. Kitover, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, what is it? You want to call Diego or something?
No. Can you do me a favor?
You want me to text Diego?
No.
Okay, what's your favor? Hello?
I'd like for you to delete.
Some of them who personally reached out to me saying how to
I was just in the middle of talking.
Wait.
What do you mean, wait? I was in the middle of talking.
I know, 1 second.
It's Princessia's world.
It's quick. No comment, it's actually one. Here it is.
Rick.
Churches and lawyers. They said that my signatures had strictly even fraudulent. So.
Alright, sorry about that. Just had to remind Alistair that, he was interviewed and he is on record talking to his constituents saying that he will be back. So continue.
Yeah, go ahead, Princessia.
So the day that I was rage baited by you.
Rage baited by me? You think I rage baited you?
That's how I feel.
Okay.
But anyways, that day, that recording is on Clubhouse. I'm sure it's somewhere on YouTube. Can you delete it from Clubhouse?
I'm sorry, but I don't delete content. I'm a historian and I create content for a living, and part of my rules is I never go back. I only go forward.
So my condition for you to be in rooms.
Oh, that's fine. Just kick me. I'll come back in anonymous. Technology has beaten you. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay. Anyways.
Damn, he's gone? Oh, there he is. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta quickly kick him out.
Wait, what was the audio or video?
What clip are you looking for? The one that is Tim Robertson racist Robert terrorist?
No, right?
27th, 26th.
No. But yeah, I just want him to delete that. I think if he does that, then I think that's a good, like, gesture of goodwill, and we can let bygones be bygones and be cool on this app. But for the time being, I guess you can just stream us on YouTube if you'd like. I want to start running, but I'm just gonna walk. I don't know if you can hear the background noise from the cars. It's loud. Huh?
Are you working out?
Yeah. I'm walking to the gym.
Nice.
I was gonna run, but I didn't really feel like, I don't know, putting. It's not necessary to run right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I worked when I wasn't supposed to work. I took the bus home. I chilled for a little bit, talked to Mr. Johnny the Best, and then now I'm talking to you all and walking to the gym, and then I'm gonna get some groceries and walk with the groceries back.
Damn, Nora, that's a productive day.
I know, she's been really long.
Soft inhale, count it in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress. Eyes on point, steady as a stone. Thoughts drift past, you let them go. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. Notice every edge where the tension hides. Send your breath in, feel it loosen, slide. Neck like a river, swaying in the wind. Mind like a lake, quiet from within. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathe, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. One thought in, one thought out. Nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now.
Where's your hat? She didn't care. Where's your cattle? Where's your hat? Aren't you Pritzker's Democrat controlled opposition?
Soft in hand, counted in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress.
Who is she? What does she do?
Steady as a stone, thoughts drift past. You let them go, bend like water, follow gravity down. Slow deep breathing roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all this sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. Notice every
It's a job.
where the tension hides. Send your breath there, feel it inside.
Choose fraud, scams, lies, and ignorance. Fraud, scams, lies, and ignorance.
Quiet from within, like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all this sun. You will not break now. One thought in, one thought out. Nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now.
Did you Democrat control opposition?
And like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all this sun. Ask him. You are steady now. Ask him. Ask him. Inhale slowly, count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be. Knees sink heavy into ground that doesn't move. Mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. Bend like water, flow around, you can't hold, follow your breath. Let it gather. Inhale slowly, count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be.
She's about to be arrested.
Knees sink heavy into ground that doesn't move.
She's about to be arrested for RICO.
Mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. Bend like water, flow around, you can't hold. Follow your breathing, let it gather, let it go. Every small distraction, just a wave that rolls on through. Bend like water.
Another loss for a RICO criminal org like CTU.
Quiet room, heartbeat drum in my chest. All this noise fading down to breath. I feel the floor holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant. I breathe in peace, I breathe out the hope inside. I breathe in strength, every change I breathe in strength. I breathe in life, and I breathe out love. Soft blue sky, even with my eyes closed. Every scar, like a map where I've grown. I bless the cracks where the gentle light is pouring. I bless the past for the open, let the healing in. I breathe in peace, I breathe out the war inside. I breathe in strength, every tremble, every tide. I breathe in strength, let it rise above. I breathe in light, I breathe out. One more breath, resting in the quiet now. Stronger, softer, learning how to bow to the peace, to the strength, to the joy I'm dreaming of, to this endless, wordless ocean made of love. Quiet room, heartbeat drum in my chest. All this noise fading down to a breath. I feel the floor holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries grow vacant. I breathe in peace, I breathe out the war inside. I breathe in strength, every tremble, every time. I breathe in joy, let it rise above. I breathe in light, and I breathe out. Soft blue sky, even with my eyes closed. chest. Let the shaking part settle here. Peace in my body, strength in my bones, joy in the spaces I once called home. Love in the center. Breathe in all the scattered pieces. Breathe out every borrowed fear. Hands open to the quiet in your chest. Let the shaken part settle here. Peace in my body, strength in my bones, joy in the spaces I once called unknown. Love in the center, soft but so strong. I am.
to Google that. I didn't tell the patient I didn't know. I just went over there and Googled it, and then I knew exactly what it was. So don't fear, people. Do not fear. If your doctor's sitting there with a blank look on his face, and you come in there with a whole bunch of stuff, he's probably thinking you're like, oh, well, you think you know what you're talking about. And it's been one day in science. So they probably got that look on their face because I get it all the time. So that's all I want to say. You guys, don't be afraid of your doctors. We, as a black community, brown community, white community, we don't go to our doctors the way we should be anyway for our annual checkups, our annual labs, our annual workups, or whatever. We don't take our medication the way we're supposed to. We don't monitor our vitals and our blood work. So please don't get the fear of going to your physician. As a matter of fact, go more. Go more. Amen. Thank you for the time.
I want to say that people are fearful to go to their physicians because I told somebody if you're incentivized, like a friend of mine is on a plan, they will pay her so much money. I don't know what it is, but she gets so much money to go, to have this checkup. Or if you have a colonoscopy, they'll pay you this or whatever. And I said, okay, but not everyone has this so-called incentivized plan. But it did make me think it would certainly benefit, a lot of Americans if there was ways to help, especially those who are low income. They have these programs, but a lot of them are either being obviously cut or what have you. But yeah, a lot of doctors and things like this, Lisa, you're on point. Don't be fearful either, and all of these other things. I think things will be all right. I don't think either with this, I don't think that AI will necessarily take the place of my doctor. And yes, people do need to stay up to date on their checkups, but a lot of people absolutely cannot afford sometimes even go to a doctor. That was another thing that one of my friends told me.
So I don't want anyone thinking that what Lisa said is a reassurance for you all, because we know how rapidly advancing these things are being advanced. Even if it messes up tomorrow, they're gonna fix it the next day. This shit is astronomical. So I do agree with Lisa, but I do want to push back and let y'all know if these robots I told y'all that's running faster than everybody, they were literally slow as fuck 3 months ago. So the one thing is, it's gonna keep happening, and we need to be figuring out ways to do. Because that doctor said he was scared, not me. The patients weren't. He said.
I don't know what doctor is scared.
And I posted the video in the chat.
Because we already have robots already. We've had robots for 20 years in the operating room. I can't speak for a doctor. That's one thing I cannot speak for. But I can speak for people who work in the operating room, and they're not going to be able to make one. And if you are looking forward to that happening, I suggest you guys just all go out and get educated.
I'm fear-mongering. I'm not looking forward to none of this shit. I'm telling y'all to wake the fuck up.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, it's here. It's actually here.
It's here. And them 20 years ago robots you talking about in that medical room is not what we seeing today.
No, listen, that's not what I'm saying. You're so busy trying to prove me wrong. Somebody please put your mic. I'm saying that they have.
You're reassuring these people, and y'all need to be scared. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm trying to
I'm just saying that the robot that we started out with in the operating room, the Da Vinci, it was there 20 years ago, and every 3 years, I think, it's been upgraded and advanced. So we have the latest technology one right now in there, and it doesn't look like the one I first saw. I first saw my first one 13 years ago, but I know that they've been around for 20 years. So that's the only thing I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, Lisa, can Cyrus go real quick? Because he's been coming. Cyrus, go ahead.
Well, no, I wasn't done.
Don't worry. BT, pass it to Cyrus.
I don't see a Cyrus. I see a Sirius.
Oh, yeah, the eye in front of there. Good looking out.
But, I mean, just let me finish here, please, sir. Have fun. Please take notes, guys. Lisa asked me to do this. I'm doing it. But I am finna go in the gym. And I'll still be here, but I won't be able to do this. So just let me land, please. So Disney is reportedly laying off 1,000 employees due to AI. And the CEO of Disney says
that the most of the visual effects in the new Avengers movie, Doomsday, will be AI powered, and that audiences need to accept it. So of course the nerd world is up in arms because they're like, you're just gonna tell us we just have to accept this? We don't want this. It's too fake. All this and that. Disney they're doubling down, and they said they don't care. I found that interesting because I'm not with that. I like real movies. I don't even like the green screen. How they don't go on site and fly to locations and do movies no more. That's one thing. This one's really good, y'all, but it's scary. So a family in Shandong province, which is in China, used artificial intelligence to protect their elderly mother from the shock of losing her only son in a car accident. Instead of telling her the truth, they created a digital version of him using old photos, videos, and voice recordings. The AI was built by developer Zhang Jiewei and is able to speak and interact like a real person. Now the mother regularly talks to this AI version of her son through video calls like Zoom, FaceTime, and etc., believing her son is still alive. Now that is cool, but it's scary as hell. And you tell that woman my son is dead. So that is
Hold on, Ashton. Let him land. Go ahead.
Now that is bad. But take your notes, guys, because I'm not done. And these are good, but I don't want y'all to talk about each one. I just want to get about the way because I got to go in the gym. Even as tantalizing as they are. So please write down things. All right, so this is a good one. Well, I don't know what this is either. I don't know if this shit is good or bad, y'all. You know, I'm open arms. So this one says, an AI school with no teachers is set to open in Chicago this year, where students will learn core subjects like science, math, and reading from AI-powered robots. We all know how bad this can get, but anyway, I'll read the last one, which is pretty good as well. And if you're ready for it, well, there's two more, I'm sorry, because I gotta read this. An AI-generated song, which I don't know if y'all know, there's a lot of people who are making AI songs on this app now in real time, and they were trying to do laws against this, but they haven't worked. So an AI-generated song called Celebrate Me reached the #1 spot on the US and global iTunes charts last week, marking the first time this has ever happened, that a virtual artist has topped the rankings. Now, any of us can download the app Suno and create a virtual song, an AI song. Hint, hint. So if y'all niggas want to make some money, I'm just telling y'all, the AI might be, before they get the law to make this shit illegal. Now, that being said, the last one, this is scary as well. Someone actually connected living human brain cells to an LLM, that's a computer chip. Cortical Labs grew 200,000 neurons on a computer chip, taught them to play the video game Doom, and now they're wiring them into the token selection process of an AI. These are actual brain cells on a computer chip, learning in real time with the computer chip. I don't even know how to fathom and explain this to y'all, because when I read it an hour ago, I'm still trying to figure this shit out. But this shit is crazy. And for the last one, a former OpenAI executive has said that they are building portals to contact aliens by using AI, and claims these systems are already in existence in the US and China. And I don't know if y'all know about all them murderings that have been happening with the people who were trying to do whistleblowing on aliens. But it's a lot of them. It's like 11 that have died, and they're all qualified people, for if that helps y'all. And I will land there.
Thank you. That was great news. Give this man a clap and a series. Go ahead, brother, man. That was great.
Thank you, PT. Appreciate it. I'm in the gym here, so I'll keep it quick and sweet. First of all, how you doing, Lisa, Michael, TT, and everybody in the model? Yeah, I can. So I just wanted to talk about quickly about one. I don't know if you guys talked about the labor secretary got fired. That's a third woman in a row. And Trump administration got fired. There's huge scandals behind her. I guess I did not know about. Maybe I don't know if you guys talked about it in the past or not, but this has just happened today, I believe. The second part is what BT was talking about earlier, and Lisa basically. This is with the AI thing. This is related to all knowledge workers, whether doctors, engineers, finance, lawyers, or even musicians. This is all related to a knowledge worker. And what happened right now is the public having access to this knowledge, and there's a curve basically. So you can get an access to this knowledge fairly quick, but you probably will not be able to get the diagnosis or the analysis or the experience that you have to gain the system, right? Like you still have to go to school, you still have to practice, you still have to pass your exams and everything else. So rather than be afraid of this knowledge is now spread out to the population, I'm more a freedom type of person where I say, oh, let knowledge be accessible to everybody. Let everybody be able to make their decisions. I'm a heavy cloud user. I use it to work every day. And you know what? Make my life a little bit easier. I don't have to remember formulas or I don't have to remember anything else. But then this is the analysis where it comes in, the details and the experience. This is where you make a mark, and this is how. So when I hear people say, oh, they're laying off software developers, yeah, you can write the code, total code right away, but you need people to do the debugging, the testing, right? Because the code is not going to come perfect. So you still need these people, and this is what the software companies are doing. So these are the two things I just wanted to chime on earlier and just wanted to contribute to you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcome to the 420. Today is the 420. So it's kind of like ironic that you find yourself in 420 on the date on April 20th for having this room. Lisa, Pizza. I have the clip of homeboy named Cameron Tell, the FBI director, explaining himself. That was kind of top news.
Can we finish with our breaking news before we go into clips? Somebody said something about the lady being fired. That is one of the breaking news. And then the other breaking news is that, I'm driving, but I need to go to this one area of my phone real quick. Because during the day I try to...
Unless they got it in that car, you need to stop.
It's a Tesla. It drives itself.
I'm actually about to buy one because I be tired, like Hillary Clinton said. Well, no one says the road was long, but
they're gonna start. A lot of people go to sleep and they're driving a Tesla. But anyway, Trump's family. I don't know. I heard this over in Gary Bumgarner's room, but I didn't know. I knew that they were profiting off the war, and a lot of Trump's friends are profiting off of this war. And I asked a question on, I believe it was Saturday in PC. Yeah, it had to be Saturday, about Trump playing with the stock market. Like, so somebody got my mic.
That's Jay, you off the mic.
Do that.
You don't know. I got you. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, so you notice how Friday the gas prices are going sky high. There is a gas station, and somebody verified it. It wasn't you, Amari, that by LAX in Southern California, that gas is selling for $10 and change a gallon, which is unimaginable. But anywho, Friday, he announced that the Strait of Hormuz was open and it was flowing freely, and everybody was, everything was good. Cruise ships, we listened to your buddy over there, Tucker Carlson, talk about how cruise ships had gone through, that had been anchored off for a month, and everything was just wonderful, that Iran surrendered. So, of course, what happened? The stock market started rallying, gas prices went down, and no later than, and so people made a lot of money that day on the stock market. It wasn't you, it wasn't me, it wasn't even our crypto heirs in here, all our millionaires and billionaires on Clubhouse. So Sunday, what happened?
2 miles.
And hold on a second.
Is on the right.
I don't want you guys to know my whereabouts. So anywho, so what happened? It closed up again. I'm gonna find out from I was in Gary Baumgartner's room. I'm repeating. Trump's the sons, Eric and Bo and Harry, made a lot of money because they invested in what? Drones. Drones, and more drones. Okay? This is a joke here. I think we're being played in so many ways with this war with the Trump family. And I thought Trump was an idiot. He's proven me wrong on a couple of situations. So that's one. Anybody want to add to that conversation? While I look at my
I don't see a problem with that. I'll let Michael go because Michael always has better things to say than I do.
No, that's not true. I'm opposing views. I was just going to say what there was $760 million. I'm not an economist, but they said they shorted oil by $760 million 20 minutes before he made an announcement. They talked about that. The 10 of the best market days, right now 11 after this, have been under this presidency of Donald Trump. And they're saying that 30 minutes, 20 minutes before he makes an announcement, people are putting a lot of money in or taking money out of the market. So essentially, it is what it is. And like to the point that you're saying about his sons. So the good thing about this, if we get a majority again, then all this stuff is documented. Literally, everybody in the world sees this. Everybody, Iranians, everybody can see around the world what's going on with the market. So they'll try to hold them accountable. But yeah, but they're definitely making money off of it. And the thing about the drones, Lisa, Eric and Don they did that before the war started. What's the other problem? Is when they actually were working on the drone contract.
Exactly, Lisa. They started investing in the drones in 2024, from my understanding, because I started hearing these stories, and so my curious self went and just took a look, and I was like, okay, when did they really start and investing in this company? I think the company starts with a P or something like that. I'm trying to find the name of it because
I had it. I have to look at when I stopped because I got it from, like I said, I'm giving them credit for finding out in Gary Baumgartner's room, critical thinking. But I got the name. I actually typed it into my phone. I'm not trying to say that they would, and that's because of the war. I'm just saying they're making a lot, bottom line, regardless of when they open the company or not, they're making a lot of money on this war, point blank and period.
The company's called Power Us. That's what it is.
Okay, let me, if I can get on this. I mean, I don't see anything surprising about all this. I mean, drones have been out since. Drones are really 1980s technology. Okay, they've been out since the 1980s. They use them in they use drone swarms in the first Gulf War. Okay, in 1991. So they're nothing new. Okay, this is nothing. There's nothing new about drones. People have been investing in drones for decades since I've been alive.
Nothing new, sir. We just made a point of a fact that even if I had money in drones, I would say, hey, y'all, I'm making a shitload of money off of this war. That's all I would say. We're just letting everybody know that the poor busted Trumps that went into office broke as fuck are now up in the 1% echelon as billionaires.
I'm saying that they were broke.
They were not billionaires, sir.
Relatively.
Let him land. I'm sorry, I interrupted someone. Let him land. I apologize.
Interrupt him
Yeah. Well, you gotta let me land though. I mean, I think it was my understanding that I don't think Trump ever was a billionaire. I think he was definitely a real estate mogul. I think he was definitely a millionaire. I don't think he was ever a billionaire in the first place. That being said, it's not. I mean, anyone could invest. I mean, I'm invested in I'm in the stock market. There's millions of Americans that got money in the stock market. Okay, I'm potentially making money off this. So it's not like Trump is the only one. It's not like you have to be rich to be in the stock market. You can open up a public account or what's that other company, Robinhood account, for free with no money. You can just buy. You don't even have to buy whole stocks on there. You just buy a little small percentage. You can buy $2 or $3 of a stock. You buy a little small fraction of a stock.
Let me say something.
And you can make money off of this shit.
Let me say something, Mr. Please. Just to get in real quick. So, everybody in here understands that. So, the problem is that when you're the president, if you were the president of the United States and you got your money in the stock, and you know that, like, your words, are you saying that you're going to close a strait, or that you're going to blockade a strait, or that you're going to take tariffs off, you're going to put tariffs on, if you know that would make the market, like, drop or do different things or manipulate the market, that shit is illegal. So I'm saying, yeah, everybody is like, it's like this motherfucker's manipulating the market with his words because people, the reason why it looks like that, is because people are making moves before he makes his announcement. 20-30 minutes before he makes the announcement, people have crystal balls on what the president's going to do, and they're playing off that. That's what it looks like.
First off, you can't talk about the Trump family without also talking about Nancy Pelosi. Okay, all the money she made in the stock market. And the thing is at this point, they've already passed laws. Can I land? Why are you talking over me? I wasn't talking over you. I was quiet when you was interrupting me. All right. So my thing is this: is that they okay, look, Nancy Pelosi has made a whole bunch of money on the stock market. People saying that Trump is doing it now. Okay, whatever. But it's not just him. This is a global thing. People all over the world and what it is that over the weekend, especially, the announcement about the strait kept on changing. First they said it was open, then they said it was closed. And Trump said it was open, and Iran said it was closed. And really what's really going on is it's open, and there are some ships that are ships that are going in and out of it. Okay? The Iranians have given the green light for certain ships to go in and out, but they've also attacked other ships, such as that Indian ship that they attacked, because they picked up oil in Iraq before they went into the strait. So the Iranians got mad and they attacked them because of that. It's just a back and forth thing. Is really what this is. It's not manipulation. It's a volatile part of the world right now. Okay, and that's what's going on. And you just acting like Trump is the one. He just waking up and he's the one controlling all this. It's not. There's multiple factors at play, including the Iranians. And I land right there.
Okay, Michael, you're up. You're next, Michael. Please finish your statement. Your thought.
People start talking in this book, and I'm not saying, brother, Mr. You good. It's just, it's ignorant to say that Donald Trump, what he's doing is not affecting the president of the United States. His words carry weight. Like when he said the thing about killing a whole civilization, we were literally, people around the world were worried about nuclear war. The man definitely is clearly manipulating the markets. Looking at during his presidency, like they say, the 10 best days in the history of the market have occurred during his presidency. So I'm saying if we can't see eye to eye on that, I'm just saying you got it. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. You're going to man so long, so we're good.
Well, no, I'm going to push back. He don't got it with me.
Wait, hold up, sir. We're going to let we have a lot of people on the stage.
I need to respond to what he's saying.
I will let you. Okay. What the heck is going on right now? So a lot of us would like to respond to what both of you guys just said. First of all, let's backtrack. Welcome to the 420. This is not the romper room. It's not Reading Rainbow, and it's not Jeffrey the Giraffe. All of us in here know what's going on. We talk about the war. We talk about politics. We talk about science. We talk about math every day and English every freaking day. So you can talk to us like we know what's going on. As far as Nancy Pelosi playing the stock market, And
You find the first, second, and third
focus
name.
in on her, and that's the only one name that you know to use as an example. But everybody, so you say, plays the stock market. That's not the problem. The problem is when you have president in front of your name and you start manipulating the stock market by putting information out Friday at 4:55. So the stock market can just go crazy. Nancy Pelosi has never put anything out as Speaker of the House, nor she, that would affect the stock market. Thank you, and I'll land. Who's the next speaker?
So it can't be at 4:55 because the stock market closes at 1. So it had to be earlier than that. Just for the record. Go ahead, who's next?
No, stock market closes actually at 4.
The stock market doesn't close at 1. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Everybody doesn't have to know all those details.
In California.
Yes, it's actually on the East Coast. It closes at 4 on the morning, but that's not important. That's real-time trading hours.
Wait. What time?
We're talking about intraday trading versus extra-day.
Well, no one is talking about that. They're talking about Wall Street. Oh, when the closing bell goes.
It is Wall Street.
Y'all playing me like I'm Willie Ludlow. Don't do that.
You are Willie Ludlow.
I'm not Willie Ludlow.
You're embarrassing yourself, Amari, okay? We tried to glaze over that, but
Don't be glazing on nothing about when it comes to me. Glaze on me, lady. Don't glaze on your boy. Pause on that.
Let's move forward.
Okay, do we have any other breaking news before Mari starts playing clips? I had one more.
I thought we were doing responses. Did you
Oh, go ahead, sir. Go respond. I thought you were done.
News that I had to answer your question was pray for the family of those kids. They were all killed. 8
Yeah, that's on my list. That's on the list to talk about. Thank you for reminding me. But let this go ahead and tell us, Ashton, and then let that gentleman respond to the same question we've been talking about.
PT?
Okay, so who's supposed to go?
PT.
Oh, I thought Ashton was. All right, so a few things.
Okay.
One, Mr. That drone thing. Again, we're talking about rapid advancing technology. Not no basic 80s drone, which they did have better, but back then than we do. We're talking about that. Materials are better, stuff's quicker, it can move in different ways, different directions, and lighter and carry heavier stuff, etc. That's one. Another thing, when we talk about stock market manipulation, I'm someone in this room, and you can tell everybody who I didn't lose money, but my girl lost money in the Trump market. I made money in his manipulation in real time. Trump came out with the Trump coin. And when Trump came out with the Trump coin, he literally
what you're saying, Groom, is you're almost like saying, well, the best way, I mean, you're not saying this, but you were saying this, the best way to move up in America is through education. Why aren't Black people following that prescription? And, you know, do you agree with that framing?
You guys should look into race realism if that's a serious question. That'll answer all your questions.
Give me a second, guys. I'm in my backyard now, and I'm gonna start working out. I'm gonna try to talk to you at the same time, but JL, you know, I like to use very plain language when I talk, and I like to boil things down to their very essence. That's just one of the things I like to do. And education, basically, the more education you have, the more power you have, because when you're more educated, you'll be more articulate. You'll have a bigger vocabulary. You'll have more sophisticated, complex, higher level problem solving ability. You'll have the discipline and endurance to be able to work through problems for a longer period before you get exhausted. All of these things, it will help you to be a leader among people. And so, if you're not equipped with these qualities, then you wouldn't have what it takes to be at the top of whatever field that you're in. So education is really important.
Being able to be a leader, responsible to be able to support move it towards the direction that you want. Right? For example, if you want to be a small victim, fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars.
I disagree with anything you're saying. And what I think I'm trying to say is it's a really good thing that you're, and so therefore you kind of had that North Star of how the world works, how power works, how success works. You were prescribed that earlier, and then you followed that guideline. What I'm saying is, again, and me, I'm Nigerian, so I had that as well. But my black friends might not have had that. They were not told anything. They were just told to get a job. They weren't told, what types of jobs. They probably don't know what investment banking is, or some of these like more lucrative careers, because they just weren't prescribed that. And I think that kind of goes back to slavery and just not really understanding.
You said I'm African American. I'm actually Black American. So this is what you gathered from just being around your friends. Like this is just like this is like a perception that you created for yourself, just like being around them.
It depends on the group of friends. I grew up in Louisiana, a really poor state, but I went to college, and I have all black folks are not a monolith. But my friends.
Listen, JL, don't talk to me about don't say black people. No, listen. What you're saying, rhetoric to me. I'm actually black, dude. So don't tell me rhetoric that you know about black people. That's not true. Like black people's not a monolith. Like don't tell me about black people. I'm actually black. So you gotta up your vocabulary. So JL, what tribe are you from?
Don't worry about it, man. We done.
What's the matter? You upset that someone can talk to you in an intelligent way?
Always sound like integrity. Your new position in this.
What happened? I missed it.
Yeah, I was just trying to engage this dude intellectually, and then he got upset because he wants to spew rhetoric.
Well, look, going back to that king and queen analogy, we're all kings or queens of our own castle. We all came together to sit at the same table to talk to one another. I assume that everyone who comes to sit at the table are kings and queens until proven otherwise. So,
what his problem is, he was talking about Black Americans. I'm actually Black American.
Yeah, I'm Black American too, and I gotta say, I don't think it was rhetoric. I just think he was voicing his opinion like such.
Yeah, which is fine.
Alistair's not black, he's white, he's a fucking...
No, I'm black. I'm a black female, and I'm a lesbian. I've decided to change my pronoun to they, she, or her.
That's what I'm talking about. Like you got...
That's what I'm talking about. That you actually ain't got nothing to say. You got no point to make. You just wanted to interrupt JL. That's my point. Hello?
But you're a troll.
Oh, I ain't a troll. I'm a man with a cell phone in his hand. It's just your opinion that I'm a troll. And when Pepper says that I'm a white man and I am, I'm not. I'm a black woman and I'm a lesbian, and I'm complete.
Wait, okay, so you just said that you was a man, but I mean, I think I recognize your voice.
I think I recognize your voice, Night King. You're very difficult to kill on the battlefield.
Come on, here we go. And see, Grim, this is to your point when, like, you know, you expect to have. Just click my profile, you'll be all right.
Man, Grim is working out in the backyard. We're just providing him content at this point. Everybody needs to go to the gym and work out like Grim, because otherwise he's more supreme than us. He's more powerful. He's stronger.
Profile. Hold on, everybody click on Night King's profile and read his bio. It's very sweet.
Okay, that's cute. All right.
Hey, just let you guys know you're
come on, brother. Come on, brother. Come on, bro. I'm black, bro. What you doing?
And I'm black too, and I don't appreciate your content or your submission. There's no point to this room anymore. Hello?
No, there is a point. Is when all the dust settles.
Hello, can I get my shit off? Or do I got a big mic? I guess I got a big mic.
Nah, you ain't got a big mic. Grim was talking about something. Go ahead, Grim.
Exactly. And what
Night King, you got it. I just want to quickly say that after the whole talk session, it will be clear who are the better people and who are just, obnoxious and don't know how to conduct themselves in a conversation.
Exactly. And so what I'm trying to say is there's no such thing as black supremacy. There's just low IQ people that are low IQ, and so they think that they're better than you because they want political appropriation. I am complete. Thank you.
Over me. You're doing a female battle. That's what you're doing, you know?
Wait, are you talking over me? Or am I talking over you? I can't tell. Do you have a point to make? I don't think you do. Say something intelligent and worthwhile to listen to. Thank you very little.
Cool, that's cool. I'ma just wait. Biggest trolls in Clubhouse. I'ma just wait. Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait too all night long until somebody on this stage actually says something intelligent that I can think about and say, you know what? That was pretty intelligent. Hello?
King's profile. I know you keep cutting it off. Amazing in his bio.
I know that's cool.
What does it say in his profile? I looked at it, but it don't really say nothing intelligent. It's just like some gibberish. Hello?
Alistair, come on. All right.
And both of the trolls are Jewish. Oh, hey, if you were one.
Both of the trolls are Jewish. What does that got to do with trolling or being Jewish? Othello is actually gay. I'm 100% sure that this man is gay. And LGBTQ is okay. I don't care how you want to orgasm. That's your choice. Ain't no such thing as a troll. You the troll. If you call somebody else a troll, you the troll. You the troll. That's called Troll Projection 101. Troll Projection 101.
I have a question for Grim. I will say, Grim. Hold on. You know about black supremacy? That's my question.
Y'all's here.
I'm learning more and more every day I'm on this app. Now, Alistair, I want to let you know that I really try not to mute or kick people out. Like I try to act like
a guest. He will kick you out because you're being a dirty kike, Alistair, is what he's saying.
I try to act like a guest like everyone else in the room. But if you get me to have to silence you, that's pretty shameful. Because I really don't do that. So, okay, Night King,
you gotta have a normal conversation.
Yeah, I'll just say this, and then I'm gonna land quickly because we got some dumbasses in here. Everybody's version of what a smart intellectual, all that, it looks different depending on where you at.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're trying to make excuses why you sound dumb, but you're actually smart.
No, bitch. I'm way smarter than you.
Oh, geez, I'm telling you this.
Put your missing card up. Okay, cool.
141.
Cool, okay, cool. You ain't proved it yet.
I know.
Well, since I am I have been accused of being a dumbass and being a troll. That's just not true. Actually, hello?
Yes.
I missed Night King's point. I didn't expect it to.
Oh, he said some people express themselves differently and are actually intelligent, even though they say he was trying to fucking say that he sounds dumb. Yeah. He's actually intelligent.
You know what? That wasn't my point.
Yeah, he was trying to slip that in.
Wasn't my point at all.
He was trying to slip that in while you were passing.
That wasn't my point.
Wait. This makes me think of something. I just want to quickly share something. So you reminded me, or you made me think of something. I am just blown away by some freestyle rappers. Like if there's one thing that I envy them, a lot is their ability to freestyle.
Funny with the money, you got me mistaken, honey. I don't want to rape you. I just want the papers. The visa, capisha, I'm out like the papers. Who's the head honcho? Slick like Rumacho, cool like Kumacho. That's my notorious B.I.G. impersonation. What'd you think about that, Grim? Hello?
Look, I have last word. This is my listen. Okay, so look,
he has delusional paranoia, schizophrenia.
This is my last call. Like, I set the room to where anyone is free to come up to the stage and talk, but if you have it sit that way, I can't take you. Right, exactly. So I really don't want to do that.
That's fine. Well, that's cool. Grim, if you want to talk to an actual black supremacist, Yah's servant down here is a black Hebrew Israelite. He's who you want to talk to.
Okay,
he came through Yah came through transatlantic chattel slavery as people did, and they were brought over here on ships, and then they were enslaved, and then they were impregnated by the white man, and now they're part white, but they believe that they're actually indigenous to the Americas, and that they're the real Israelites and Jews aren't.
Hey, you had a question, right?
Well, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, weirdo.
Yahashua Louis Way.
Yeah, your mama. Anyway, Grim, so what didn't you know about black supremacy? What didn't you know? What didn't you know about it? You didn't know it was a thing. In the past week, I've been in a number of predominantly or like solely black rooms where I was.
No, they were ghetto Hoodburger rooms.
I was enlightened by quite a number of the way some black people think. I wish I had a list, but I do recall some.
He was in nigger rooms where they were claiming that they're superior.
Why are you speaking for him? Like, shut up.
I was trying to come to think. What happened?
Let him speak for himself. Let him answer.
Grim's too white bread to say that.
No, he's not. No, he a whole Korean.
I'm the one who opened this room.
Yeah, he opened this room.
He's not a rooftop. It's not a rooftop Korean.
They're trying to show you how much they respect you, man.
Hey, go ahead and talk, man. Talk over these homoneurotics, man.
Yeah, talk over the Edomites. Yeah, brother.
Homoneurotic?
Yeah,
that's a yeah.
Why you got that co-sign that like it's a real?
What Grim is trying to say is he's not impressed with the black rooms here on Clubhouse, and especially the black supremacists. He finds them to be low IQ and just audaciously stupid. Racist and they're low IQ because they go hand in hand together. If you were racist, you're obviously low IQ and not very well learned. You didn't read enough books about the Holy Spirit, and you haven't transcended above your racial identity. It's called your persona. It's not black. You a spirit. You a soul. Something special about you. But what's special about you is not that you black. What's special about you is that you got a soul. Hello?
What's wrong, Bruno?
Alistair, the hieroglyphs in your fucking book are all white.
Okay. Problem. that you are in the position.
Oh, Jesus, Peter's back.
Peter, pumpkin eater, how much longer till Iran falls completely and we get that sweet crude oil? Delicious.
Do some meditation first.
Well, like
it's not gonna stop.
Really?
You know that's
right. It's gonna stop, man. You're gonna have to make an executive.
Go ahead, Grim. Kick me if you want. You're just gonna waste your time listening to Othello, motherfucking white wizard.
wasting all your night talking to a bunch of fucking dummies. Go ahead, do it. I don't care. I'll just listen to music and enjoy my night. Hello?
All right. I think he's made his last hurrah. I hope.
Again, this is all cool.
Hey, Graham, what city are you from? What city you grew up in?
Hold on, yeah. This is all
I'm from California.
So, I'm gonna ask you a question. Where are the Asian mayors? Where are the Asian attorney generals? Where are the Asian lawyers? Where are you know what I'm saying? So
they're out there. They're interspersed, but compared to everyone else, they're far and few in between. Like I cited, there are only 15 million Asians in America. So,
and just like your entrepreneurship, right? Cambodians, what they open donut shops, right? The Chinese, they tend to open up nail salons. And
Koreans own the nail salons, but
so it's man, it's cultural.
Okay.
The weave shops are the fucking Koreans. The nail salons are the Vietnamese. The restaurants are the Chinese. Including all the Japanese restaurants are all owned by fucking people from like Fuzhou and shit.
All right, you switched the N and the M in Vietnam, but to respond, you said Vietnamese.
That's Vietnam. Oh, Vietnamese. Yeah, Vietnamese.
All right, you gotta switch the letters there.
Vietnamese.
Yeah. To respond to your question, I'm trying to recall some of the things I was told. Well, there was one girl who said that I need to thank. I forget how. She said black people saved Asian people.
Where?
Here in America, or she was basically saying that black Americans helped, like they paved the way to civil rights.
Oh, what? Because you benefited off of the civil rights movement?
Something like that, and just like rubbing it in my face.
Yeah, that's everybody. Yeah, I mean, that's just do some basic.
But I'm not doing it justice. It's just the way that they were saying it was, pretty abrasive.
Yeah, you can say it abrasive or you can say it nicely. I mean, I don't know you. I mean, I don't have to say it abrasively to you. I mean, it's just because it's true doesn't mean I have to say it abrasively.
It's just like your opinion that it's true, though. Everybody got to know it's not a fact. It's just like your opinion.
All right, I just remembered the irony that I pointed out about the way she was saying it to me was if she wants me to respect that, the way that she was delivering,
you gotta suck her toes.
But the way she was saying it wouldn't make me want to respect it. You see?
Yeah, of course not. But I mean, you would have to find your the inner person in you that knows that you should have respect for that would have to step up.
You gotta find your inner cuck.
And also, and I know this. It's a bit of a gray area, but she herself did not cause the civil rights movement. It was her ancestors.
Right, but there's no such thing as inheritance, right?
And she might be fucking tethered, and she might be from the West Indies, and she had nothing to fucking do with it too.
Oh,
she might have came here to like the last generation or two, and she had nothing to do with it.
Okay, but if you believe in inheritance,
all the West Indies and all the tethers like to run over here and be like, the black man did everything. But a certain black man did.
Okay, calm down.
Jails people sold Othello and Yas people.
All right. If you believe in inheritance, though, then why shouldn't your black ass be a slave? And shouldn't we inherit you as a people?
All right. Look.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking Jew.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Baby's here.
Look, I, as a Korean, I have a slight grudge. Okay, I have a slight grudge against the Japanese because of the history. The Japanese had enslaved the Korean people for around 40 years, from like 1890 to 1930. But the subsequent generations of Japanese people, they didn't have anything to do with it. But yet I still have a bit of a gripe, right? So I can sort of relate and still have a bit of a gripe, right? So I can sort of relate in that way. In terms of
Recognize that none of the people today did this to you or people relatively close to you in the history. So they're making a supernormal claim of black tax reparations based on former crimes, not crimes that have happened during their lifetimes or their parents' lifetimes. They're making a supernormal claim and statement, and it's greedy, and it's traitorous, and it's a tax. It's nothing but tax. These people are taxologists, Grim. Don't let them confuse you with their bullshit race hustling. They're fucking taxologists. They want to tax you. They want to censor you. They want to make you feel guilty. They're nothing but taxologists. I rest my case. Hello?
Graduated from the Citadel, was an officer in the military, and also was in the CIA.
Really? They let gay people in?
He was never in the CIA.
John was. I wasn't.
Technically my ex.
Baby, you're a fucking retard. You're a drunk fucking British fucking
So what I'm
Iranian.
saying is like,
How do you troll just being yourself, BB?
yeah, well that's fine. So
Oh,
what I'm saying is like whether you're fucking
IRGC for life.
supremacist, you're American supremacist,
IRGC is the best.
black supremacist, which is about fucking time. It's like, when are we gonna find those? Or the fucking Jewish, but we have this for, or the Persian is fucking about.
Everything's about Persian.
Or Chinese. It's like, who gives a fuck about these fucking old, like, fucking cunts? Like, what are they called? Oh, Republic of China. No, we want the Chinese fucking supremacist.
He's Korean. He's not even Chinese. You're Asians, right?
Shut the fuck up.
This is Korean American or Korean reborn.
We want the youth of China. We want the youth of
Obviously,
Korea.
from South, fucking Southern California or Central.
We want the youth of America.
San Diego or LA.
Yeah, well, you know what, Greg, whenever you have a friend who has this conversation.
Yeah, obviously San Diego or LA is Korean. At least in California. He doesn't live in fucking Reading.
No. It's about fucking crime. It's about crime that is about the people, not about fucking ideology.
Southern California. Koreans are in Southern California.
There's a... Take it, man.
I got VACEL. Oh, okay. Age 8 years of age today?
No. You know what 8 means? It means,
Yes. As soon as I get my birthday.
you are, but you have a fucking responsibility. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna. You know, like type of he's like,
John's back. John's back.
I'm like fucking. I'm a racist, and then you'll have Graham, who I don't know where he's from, but I definitely know.
Graham Alistair Crowley's back. He's the universe. Now the Gina stop antagonizing Koreans. Stop it. Stop it.
Tiger loves China, and Tiger loves
I don't mind people saying what they want to say, but you didn't know. Wait. He only has one account, so if you read it, hold on. My husband doesn't even come on there. I know that you're drunk. He overhears you and knows that you're drunk. Like, this is crazy. Like, meaning, I'm trying to be blunt.
I love the fucking Chinese. I love the Chinese. Why are we being put against the fucking Chinese when the Chinese and the rest of us, the Chinese, the Persians, the Muslims, the Americans, I'm sorry. Why are we being put against each other?
You can't just come in and totally change the direction.
That's what she was.
Universe, can you play the ball?
White supremacists.
You can't.
He has to turn the hand raising on. Sorry. I have no choice. I have to.
No, you can't turn down. No, you can't kick people down. Nobody has to say. You have to turn on hand raising. We can't all that. Can we please just have Universe play the vocals?
She's not even gonna listen, even if she was in the audience. But anyway,
Universe, can you play the vocal drums? Listen.
I know it's the same guy. And John, if you're doing that, I'm just gonna remove you without hesitation.
Got it. Well, let's just get back to the topic then.
Followers. Graham loves your content.
Is it a thing? Let's get back on topic here, Othello. I don't know what you're talking about, but I didn't know black supremacy was a thing until Clubhouse when I heard black racists. Then we have a black racist mayor here in Chicago named Brandon Johnson. But it turns out that blacks are the worst racists because they're the nastiest when they get racist. They are so despicable, so obnoxious, so ungrateful, so unpatriotic. They're nothing but traitors. And, you know, they turn on everybody and they turn on themselves. They turn on their own families. They shoot their own communities up. They kill each other. They're horrible, awful people. Terrible. I just want to check on that. Hello?
Yeah, that's what those people.
people because they were the most oppressed group. And she said some really even more extreme things. She said the only people who should be congressionally recognized as citizens of the United States are white and black people. And that all other races of Americans should not be in the same standing in terms of citizenry or citizenship.
Anybody want to unpack that?
Black people are terrible.
No, actually, it's just low IQ. It's racism, really, and it's stupidity. And you witnessed it, Grim. You heard it firsthand how ignorant it is. They are so hypocritical and so stupid. The people on this app, I'm not saying the black monolith that doesn't exist. I'm saying the stupid fucking leftist, wokest, the black left woke on this app are dumb as fuck. Hello?
She even went so far as to say that all other races should be kicked out of the country and sent back to wherever they came from.
Well, if they're illegal,
No, I mean, she meant straight up all, anyone who's not white or black, basically.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. If they're illegal, Othello, come on, let's be honest. You'd be happy to have more left voters here in this country to support your cause, right? You don't care if they're illegal aliens.
Grim, I'm going to be honest. A lot of white people say the same thing. They even
And another thing, sorry, I'm just kind of saying as I recall, they were clearly saying that, they explicitly said that they think that the black race is the superior race. And they were under the impression that I was all about saying that Asians are superior. I wasn't. That's not what I'm about.
Well, they probably looked at your name and then they assumed.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
And my intent is not to take over the country, but they said that their intention was. That was another thing. They want to take over the country.
You find a lot of black people adopting these extremist ideas. A lot of them are actually turning right wing. A lot of them, foundational black Americans, are actually in alignment with white Americans, white right wingers. It's going.
In Othello's opinion. Remember, there's no data to back up what he's saying. It's just his opinion, everybody. Let's see some data on that, Othello. Let's see a link or something other than one man's opinion to claim that black people are becoming right-wing extremists, when it's actually just the exact opposite. They're all left-wing extremists. And when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, if you went to politically correct, you could hear all the left wokeists led by gay black men screaming, "Oh, thank God that Charlie Kirk is dead! Thank God that white boy racist is dead!" You should hear the gay black men on this app. You want to talk about sociopaths and psychopaths? All you got to do is listen to a gay black man on this app for 20 to 30 minutes, and you will realize they are psychotic, they are neurotic, and they're homicidal, and sometimes they're suicidal. But generally, they're just low IQ. I'll rest my case. Hello? And again, they're left-woke Democrats. They're not right-wing conservatives. They are left-wing, woke, racist, hypocritical, gay Democrats. That's what they are. Not what Othello says. Everything Othello says is a propaganda. Hello?
Well, let me let this Jewish guy finish. Rich, let me ask you a question. Isn't SIG right wing? Isn't people like Anthony and a lot of these people that are popping up with these right wing ideologies popping up here and left and right? You have a lot of black people that voted for Trump, and a lot of black people are now siding with ICE because they feel like if you kick the immigrants out, then that'll open up housing, open up jobs. Yeah, you do have black people embracing right-wing ideologies.
Yeah, you got one guy called Sig who leads a room with a bunch of white people and a bunch of Jews. One big black man. That's it, Othello. If Sig is your data, your evidence, again, it's just your stupid opinion. Get some fucking links in the chat. Hello?
They know I'm right.
No, they don't know you're right. They know I'm right and that you're just a fucking propagandist, misinformationist dumbass. You spread stupid information because you're stupid. You're fucking stupid. That's what you are. And this is your roast, stupid. Okay, you're LARPing. You're LARPing as a white wizard from Lord of the Rings, you fucking idiot.
Egypt. You don't even know what that is. You're just skimming the surface and going with like the mainstream fucking magician. Shut the fuck up.
Going with the mainstream magician. Oh, okay. Sig is your evidence that blacks are all turning towards Trump and are conservatives. Oh, it's called poetry, you stupid fucking moron. I'm complete and I'm done talking to you, you fucking loser.
So how do you feel, Othello?
About what?
About the whole thing about America.
I think that when black foundational Americans and white Americans, when we unite, you'll see the golden age in the United States.
Really? Wait. So you're excluding all other races, only white and black?
No, I'm not excluding. You guys can be here. What I'm saying is like...
You guys can be here. I like that phrasing.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to tell you earlier, Grim. Like, black Americans, you remember how I told you they kind of look at, like, white Americans are kind of the last people they look at? And it's because they all white Americans and black Americans, at least a lot of them, largely they've been here for like 400 years. So they look at each other as countrymen, even though they're the different race. They look at you guys as all
kind of like siblings who fight at times but still got each other's back because they got that long relationship.
But they look at Asians who obviously
as like the adopted child.
That came much later, and so they don't look at. They basically have a nativist image where
right.
country. So
okay, I have to stop my workout. I gotta give you my little spiel. Hello, is that already?
Well, yeah, don't get me wrong. I see you guys as equal, but I'm just.
But the way that you said that, though, the way you worded that, though, was
history, like, right?
But the way you said you guys can be here. No, but the way you said it gave me the impression that you already established the positioning that you're the default and I'm the one who's just, kind of the new kid on the block.
No, I'm just separating you into individual categories.
All right, and you didn't mean you didn't have any connotation to the sentence. All right, just the way you said that, though.
I'm saying that blacks and whites have a long tumultuous history with each other, and we gotta make that shit right. When we make this shit right, we don't have to
I took you the wrong way. I thought you meant that only by having white and blacks cooperate and collaborate will the nation be better off. I thought that's what you
Yeah, we all gotta pay the black tax to make it right. They want the free money. They want to tax you and get that tax money with the black tax.
Hey, come on. That's
This is fucking this is the same guy you kicked out earlier.
All right, but come on. I'm using a.
He has a similar view. So most people, like including myself, think that like the 1965 Immigration Act was the worst thing to happen to our country. And I'm not being hyperbolic there. I literally believe it. I want the country to remain overwhelmingly white. That's a view that there quite a few of us have. But while acknowledging that, we may have a problem with blacks and their behaviors and their demands, but we don't look at them as non-Americans.
But we had this discussion before, right, Pepe? And it's up to your racial group, the white people, to maintain that majority by making sure that you guys have enough children with each and every next generation.
But see, Grim, that's how everybody else thinks. It's just in-group, out-group, and this is what white people do not do. They don't do what you just said because that's like dissolve.
That's like thinking in the past. And nowadays, every white person is a fucking Democrat, and they're all liberal. So that type of perspective will never, ever occur, no matter how hard or how fascist or how crazy the situation gets with wars or famine or currency. White people in this country just don't act that way. They've completely dissolved into the network. It's only black people and Asian people that want to call themselves out and say, we want special identity politic privilege and we want to tax the white people. You know how fucking stupid that is?
I'll say this. There is like a double standard, right? Whereas I look at black and whites and Native Americans to be the primary, to be like blooded, not quite blooded, so we're like the original Americans. A lot of whites, including myself, we do kind of contradict ourselves. Like, I would take an Asian or Hispanic woman, but I'm not a black woman. Like, I don't really, we do kind of, a lot of us do kind of have, we do kind of have like an order, a great order, what's it like, we generally find more appealing, and most of us are going to find Hispanic people and Asian people much more tolerable than black people, despite us looking at boxes or fellow countrymen.
How do you not date beautiful women? Is that why you were accusing me of being gay earlier? Because you're actually bisexual? If you don't think all women are beautiful and beauty is beauty, then again, I'll just say you're low IQ and stupid.
Nobody said you can't find a black woman attractive. Nobody said that.
Universe, you're bringing down the quality of the conversation, please.
When I was growing up, black parents, they would let us be friends with their sons and stuff. We go to each other's houses and all of that stuff. But you just kind of know by the time you're in high school that, like, yeah, they don't want you stressful, don't want you talking to their daughter, though. I mean, they had a preference. That's that.
Can you refresh me on the last thing you said, Othello, because it was very compelling. You said America should be such and such way. You said something along the lines of that America should be this way in terms of race. I just don't remember exactly what you said.
I was saying that,
Something you said triggered me. If you could just get right to the jugular, and you said it would be better for America to be like X, Y, and Z in terms of race. I just don't remember exactly what it was you said.
when I said that blacks and whites need to fix this kind of age-old curse that we have with each other.
No. I think it was something like you were saying. Black people have some position or quality that makes them special in a way.
Okay. Well, I was just talking about industry. You know, if blacks and whites came together, and we knew how much power that we have. Like in industry, in culture, in entertainment. You know what I mean? And like if you see Turning Point USA, right? They're going through a whole rebranding of white people, where they're like, okay, it's okay to be white, right? But they're struggling to galvanize the youth, and they're struggling to get to kind of like bring in that cool factor to get people really on board. You know what I mean? So
okay. That wasn't it.
Hold on. Let me just get this out, because let me get one idea out. So if their whole shtick is to run like a "it's okay to be white" kind of revival, you know what I mean? I think that's limiting. Why don't you just unite on an American thing and get unite blacks and whites, since we control all these major industries and have this influence all over the world, why don't we just unite as Americans and unite under one banner and really get this shit popping and really have a golden age? I think people are limiting themselves when they only focused on their specific community.
Okay, but there was definitely something that you said that tipped me off, that you were like very much pro-black. There was something that you said, but never mind. We have it on replay anyway. But this is, I have a response to both you guys, Pepe and you. So America, I'm probably just saying things you already know, but as time went on, the Constitution and other key documents of the nation were reinterpreted to mean something different. They were reinterpreted to apply broadly to all people, and the Constitution was held up to a more idealistic standard of moral values, human rights. It became it entered a more abstract realm or space, and pulled more away from being like an ethnic-based sort of philosophy. So now you have people of all different races in America: white, black, Asian, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, and so on, who have the same rights, right, as a citizen. So theoretically, any individual with enough ambition can achieve any sort of position in America. And so this is how the rules of the game have been established now. And what that has allowed is for anyone to vie for these positions, as long as they, are determined and, ingenious enough to maneuver, jockey, strategize into getting into these positions.
And Grim, that's very true, Grim. I like the way you phrase some of these things. But I think for me, from my perspective, I had to learn the game by myself. Nobody was teaching me the game, right? I had to go explore it. I had to go find it. I feel like in America, if you have somebody teaching you the game that's actually going to lead to prosperity, you're lucky. And, Yas and I got into it earlier, but one thing we agree on is like being black is not a monolith. But just in general, there's some Asian people in America who would do really well, but they have poor guidance. The stuff that you're saying, you're clearly well informed, and that's either from your own doing or from your family's doing. But not all people have that. That's kind of like actually a little bit of a liberty, in my opinion.
And okay, thank you. You know the difference between a native-born American and an immigrant? One is in a state of peace, while the other is in a warlike soldier mindset. I don't want to be complacent and feel like I'm, waddling in a peaceful vibe, like such a hippo in the mud. I am definitely thinking that every second that passes, it's war. It's wartime for me. And that's the kind of mindset that I have. Not that I'm just against everybody around me or anything like that, but just the ferocity of wanting to be the most that I can be, just the level of ambition and drive to just achieve as much as I can. I feel that it's different between an immigrant and a native born. And so, what can I say? I think that may be part of the reason why Americans with numerous generations having been in America have become somewhat complacent. And that has definitely weakened their competitiveness in this very competitive country. You know, when you got all different races in a single country, you're going to have a shit ton of cutthroat competition. But the silver lining is that with such intense competition, you'll have excellence. I can compare this with the Olympics. The Olympics is where you get the best of the best, the world-class athletes to compete against each other to see who's best, right? So it's kind of the same idea here.
Grim, in 1861 to 65, Grim, you got to realize this country had a civil war.
I'm also here to dominate, Othello.
He's a dominator, Othello. But what Grim, what you don't understand is, in 1861 to 1865, 1 million Americans killed themselves, and there were 1.5 million casualties in the Civil War. This country tore itself apart over slavery, and the reparations were paid then by the people that died, or any other benefits derived thereof. But to make claims that a black tax and reparations is the only way to solve this rift between white and black man in America is so stupid and so ignorant. It shows no spirituality. It shows no logic, no philosophical understanding or legal or law comprehension whatsoever. It's purely political. It's Marxist and communist and socialist and stupid. And anybody here who makes that argument, if Othello thinks he's entitled to money or he knows people that are entitled to money, I got to say, you should all just read a fucking book, jerk off, smoke a drink, have a tequila, and realize you got what you got. And there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And the more you complain, the more you're just going to get put into a complaint department. It's pointless. Hello?
I really want to tell you something, though.
Okay, I just want to,
all right, go ahead.
Did anybody say anything about reparations like this whole time? Like, did I say?
Not yet. We haven't brought that up yet.
Okay, so universe is just kind of like making false claims and kind of like projecting. Seems like. Anyway,
I mean, yeah.
No, I'm playing 3D chess. I'm 3 moves ahead of you. And I live in Chicago, where our mayor is constantly reminding us that white people have to pay black people in the city reparations, a black tax, a reparations tax. So don't tell me that I'm projecting. I'm witnessing and observing your race's bullshit, your race's traitorship. It's all criminality, fraud, and taxation. Taxation is theft. I rest my case.
That's interesting. But what he just
you're doing overgeneralizations. Okay, go.
Said might slightly counter what I was about to say, which is when a person, any person of any background, vies for a leadership position in American society, whether that's mayor, governor, or even president of the country, when they're campaigning to get people to follow them, they wouldn't use rhetoric like I am doing this for the Asian people or for the white people. That would be a quick way to not get to that position, right? The rhetoric is always they are doing their if you elect me, if you vote for me, I will do what's best for all the people. And the point here is that there's a strategy to getting to that top leadership position. There's a sort of way that you maneuver into it. And there are ways that you convey certain messages. And any race of person can do that, is my point. An Asian person can do that. A black person. So if white people have been doing this, and the vast majority of high-level, powerful, and influential positions in American society are occupied by white Americans, and they've been left mostly unchallenged in these positions that usually multiple people would be vying for. So I do think that a big part of why I'm even starting this Asian American empowerment movement, which I'm planning on making a YouTube channel for, and obviously here's my house for it. And it's
where'd they go? Oh damn, they left. My bad.
So what I'm really trying to do is to eradicate racism against Asians. And I figured that in order to do so, I would have to accomplish two big things, which wouldn't happen in my lifetime, but still, I would try to contribute all that I can to make my small dent in the matter. One is population, and I haven't figured out how to do it, but we definitely need more population of Asians in America. Secondly, it's like what I just said, the more occupation of powerful positions in the country. And I feel like with these two things and other things too, it can change the image of how people see Asians, particularly Asian Americans. See, and I'll give you one example of what I mean. Still to this day, not many other things too. The majority of Americans are still not used to seeing an Asian person speaking with a more or less perfect English accent, and that's just because there aren't that many of us in the first place. And okay, sure. I said that. That's what I'll say. Yeah.
And being the other
English.
Grim, you're way off.
We get mocked. People say ching chong and pull the sides of their eyes.
Grim, your data's way off.
Because there aren't enough of us to show them that we too can be just as American.
Grim, your data is way off. You need to post a link to your data that actually confirms what you're saying, because my high school, and I'm white, supposedly white, my high school is 60% Asian. Majority Indian, tons of South Koreans, few Chinese, but mostly Indian. The Indians have invaded America for 40, 50 years now to a very high degree. And again, it's only because there's 1.3 billion of them. And with China too, there's 1.3 billion people in China. If you wonder why there's so many engineers, it's because of the law of large numbers. And there are so many Indians and so many Chinese. That's why you have so many engineers that come from those countries. I rest my case.
It makes sense. Only 6 million South Asians in America.
You wouldn't judge high schools by the amount of Asians. High schools only. We're talking about roads.
Yo, Grim.
There's actually a lot more to that. It's just misidentified Asians.
Grim, I ain't talking about the overt racism.
No, because the bro was talking about, my high schoolers got more Asians than fucking Pakistanis. All right, it's the Indians and the Indians.
I'm talking about the whole range of racism.
Are you specifically talking about like East Asians when you say like Asian American empowerment, or does that apply all over the board?
No, it doesn't apply. So I have what I call the Asian test. It's very simple. If you look like you could be on the receiving end of like that crude Asian joke or humor that I kind of mentioned about pulling eyes and making fun of the way Chinese people sound.
Or saying King Kong and all of that kind of stuff, right? Yeah.
So there are 15 million Asians and 6 million Indians. 6 million South Asians, which include Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, countries like that. 6 million of those.
Night King, would you make fun of these Chinese people with your nigger chicken loving lips?
No, I wouldn't, you fucking gook, fucking Italian drag queen looking dumb bitch. So him, like Pepe here is like a narcissist, fake Italian, fake Mexican, fake Chinese person sometimes too. I just gave you a new character. Take it. I actually grew up in a community next to Asians and stuff like that. So there's a predominantly like Hmong population. As far as just like our Asian community where I'm at.
But he's asking where it is.
Shut up.
15 million out of 45 million blacks, 65 million Hispanics, and nearly 200 million whites.
The population, right? And so
before it's the ideology based on patriarchy is lying.
Right? I asked you what weapons you're talking about. And you actually specify, like, East Asians and stuff
In the
like that.
phenotypical sense, yes.
Yeah.
On the surface appearance.
And that's just because
So that disqualifies
And other things too. Yeah, they have their own percentage, which is
Chicago, we're free to move again. For our top story tonight. Chicago, I'm
next to Laotians and Hmongs and Koreans and all that kind of stuff.
Ask one final question before I let you go. We've talked about it time and time again on Chicago Takeover.
Chicago, we're free to move again. Let this be loosen you up. Step it out.
So, what I'm saying is, I learned like a long time ago, like as a little kid, like to have like a lot of respect for, different communities and stuff like that. And I actually had a lot of Asian friends. So the people that you're talking about that made fun of them and shit like that, I used to beat they ass. I used to kick they fucking ass. We used to kill them on the playground. Not literally, but like beat they fucking ass.
I get it. No, it's cool.
But Grim, what you're talking about is
Always be ready to survive.
stereotypes.
This is your moment to grab free necklaces. Tap here now. Answer 2 quick questions, and we'll send us to Garage.
People are like, stereotypes. I would say the racism that you find, I would say don't try and fight racism. Like, yeah, you can, but I would spend more time like.
I just asked because
Hold on. I would more so try and fight the covert, subtle racism that you can find in Asian communities against other people. So I know for a fact that your parents, they're like, don't bring a black person.
He said he beats them up.
Yeah. I'm not talking about that. Give me a second. So I know that your parents and whatnot, they have subtle racism towards black people and people of different races. So don't bring a black person to this house. Don't date a black person. But doesn't that go on?
Yes, you're right. Generally, but my parents are pretty cool, so they weren't like that.
Actually like detrimental racism.
No. He's from a good place. But
all right,
hold on.
Nike is not from a good place. He's a Sikh.
All right, I don't think he's gonna.
Who's a Sikh?
I think I need to remove him because.
Sorry, you like to Sikh. I meant. Sorry, I meant like you like to Sikh. Sorry.
You know what? I need to set a standard for a certain level of English proficiency. Purple, you're blurting out too much. Hey, I want to say something to rest my case while I have you guys here.
Why, Grim? Are you a Sikh by any chance? Not that hasty.
Looking for Sikhs, yeah, like him from.
Look, I got. Okay. So this is actually I wish Pepe could hear me. This is more for him, I think, than anyone. So I came to America when I was 4 in 1994, and I'm so thankful that I feel so lucky and fortunate that I got to grow up here in America because I grew up in this great environment of such freedom. I've become the kind of person that I have, outspoken, bold, brave, and free thinking. Had I grown up? What is that the right? Had I lived in Korea all my life, I'm definitely sure that I wouldn't have turned out the way that I did. I would have been just another Korean guy among the crowd, nameless, just another nobody. but here I was able to develop this personality and attitude that's larger than life, and it's thanks to America, you know, the here. So my point is that I developed this way because I grew up here, and I'm Asian. So it's possible for more Asians to also be like me. So the point is that the biggest reason why, the biggest thing you'll get out of growing up in America is being as free of a human being that any society the world has seen yet could offer.
And that's because of the law. There's only one thing that gives us that joy. It's the law. And when you break the law, you have to suffer the consequences. But in this country, there are no consequences for breaking the law anymore. You're released on an ankle monitor, and then you go commit the crime again on the train. And you go light some girl on fire, slice her throat, or you kidnap some white kid and abuse him in your house for weeks on end. There's no consequences in this country. It's because of woke Democrat judges. I rest my case.
One more thing, because I think Pepe wants to say something. One more thing, just last follow-up comment there is, for all those who were born and raised here or born here, well, lucky for you. You consider yourself lucky as hell. And for all of us, the rest of us who claw our way to, you know, start a new life in America, good on you if you say your religion. Peter, your religion. Okay, once we're all here, foreign or immigrant, it's go time. It's competition. So the last words I would say is let the best man win.
I would say this, and there's a bunch of things. So I think even when it's mostly white people, we still make racist jokes. Like, you see how I was talking, I mean, Knight knows me, knows I'm playing. I don't talk to him like that in a serious manner. But, like, we all do kind of make fun of each other. That is, like, what men have always done. We make, like, race jokes towards each other. And that includes accents. And we just make fun of each other. It's, like, I think kind of normal. And whites do it amongst each other in terms of, you know, whatever stuff. Now, my elementary Catholic school, that was one of the churches that had a Korean mass. It had masses in Korean. And so we had Korean nuns and stuff. You had a few Korean kids, but I mean, my experience is that you said you're of Korean descent. Is Koreans are perhaps the most westernized in a weird way than all of the other Asians. And for whatever reason, they don't see, you have little Korean towns, but it's like who hangs out there? It's like the old ladies and the old men from the old country. And that's like really all you see. The kids the first generation are almost completely assimilated. Unlike where it can be a little bit different with the Chinese. It can be, you know, some of them do assimilate, but I would say often they're far more likely to remain in their little ethnic enclaves. And you know, you would kind of see it. You saw it for a generation or two when it came to even the Vietnamese and Laotians and Cambodians and stuff. But yeah, it's weird. I don't really. Do you live in a place where there's even a Korean community? Or are you just one of the Koreans that, like the few that's sprinkled in amongst a bunch of other people?
Someone way earlier asked me, where in California am I from? I grew up in Santa Cruz as a kid, and then starting in middle school, sorry for huffing, I'm almost done with my workout. I moved to Monterey and did middle and high school there. But I'm over here in New York now. But anyway, where I grew up in Santa Cruz, Monterey area, they were nice areas. And
no, I've been there. I've been to them. Yeah.
But yeah, there were Korean.
I knew you were Northern Cali. I knew it. Would have bet my bank account on it.
But I mean, I'm just curious. So you didn't pick up like the whites and Mexicans making fun of each other quite a bit?
No, that didn't happen so much in the schools I went to. I grew up. I lived in a small town next to Monterey called Pacific Grove. Maybe. And
Holy shit! Really?
Some of you guys may have heard of
my brother and my brother's wife and niece. That is so crazy.
It's
he's not
very
gonna
nice
say that,
area.
is he? So they
and
live in
next to that,
Pacific Grove.
yeah, more people will know about Pebble Beach, which is next to that too.
Yeah.
But no, I had a pretty good. See, what I tell people is, I only really started to face way more racism. In fact, almost like, well, I mean, I did get little pokes and prods when I was growing up as a kid, but barely anything compared to once I became an adult. Because people aren't going to really pick on kids in a racist way, but once you're all grown up, you'll face more of it. And also, there are softer ways that I'm affected, like dating. Try being an Asian guy on a dating app. You won't fare very well.
Can I ask a question if you don't mind answering? How tall are you?
I'm 5'6".
5'6". All right. Well, I mean,
I'm 5'6" and a half, but of course I'll round down.
But I would say that with Asians, I think that the biggest problem with them is that women in the West have like Western standards for like height and that kind of shit. Whereas, obviously the Asians are on average, a few inches shorter than us. And so, yeah, Koreans are kind of an exception. They tend to be a little bit taller.
Yeah, I take after my mom. My mom's short.
But I mean, if you compare them, like I can only imagine if I moved to like American Samoa and trying to date there, all of it would be like, first of all, I'd have to find women that are taller than me, and it'd probably be rough.
Oh man, you're a handsome gentleman, man. Go downtown to Soho, get you a bag of cocaine, get you a section. Oh God,
A bag of cocaine in a section is nuts. Why are you telling them that, Bello?
You said that you're from Monterey and all that. That changes the game for me. Dude, honestly, were there any black people near you when you were growing up? Like what percent of your?
No, not in my school. But then you go to the next city over, and it's Seaside, and then you'll have
Seaside, get it in.
Yeah, but then also just culturally speaking, from what I know about that area around San Francisco, from a perspective of like the American dream and education, it is probably one of like top 2 or 3 most competitive areas in the country for that kind of stuff. So I'm starting to kind of follow just geographically and culturally like, what part of California you're from, and kind of some of the stuff you're saying and why it's making more sense to me personally.
And not bragging at all. It's like one of the best areas in California.
I'm aware. I went to University of Chicago, and we had a lot of kids. I hired a lot of kids from there actually. So one other thing though, man, that you're kind of saying, like you're giving your vision of like this room, your YouTube channel, this and that. And I don't want to correct you because I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong.
I've heard it all, so go ahead.
Yeah, but there's some big factors that you're kind of missing, because to me, the way I'm framing what you're saying is, I think that you're not content with the power dynamics and the influence dynamics of Asian American men in this country.
No. Actually, I said it earlier. It's not even that. I'm not disgruntled by the low representation of Asians in powerful positions. It's about the racism that Asians get, and I thought a solution to that, one of the solutions, is to have more Asians in powerful positions.
Sure, but look, black people, we get racism. Hispanic people get racism. What's so special about you? I'm
because the way we get made fun of, it's like nails on a chalkboard. I've as far back as I can remember, I always detested it, and I always was so enraged by it. It's going to be part of my material, part of my content. That was my natural reaction. Therefore, I believe that is the correct reaction to have.
Yeah, and respectfully, I feel like to experience racism is to be American or to be foreign or to be not of the original people. It's not exclusive to you. And I don't want to be insensitive, but it just sounds like you're maybe hypersensitive, or you're trying to launch more of a public campaign on how it feels, which I can understand that. But
let me make one little distinction. So for black Americans, they get made fun of, by being called the N-word and being called slummy and things like that. But it's all in the context of being in America. They don't. Whereas Asian people, they get made fun of for how Asians are in Asia. You see the distinction? African American.
No, that's not true.
Black American people. But generally though, what I
make fun of
from my life experience. You understood what I meant. I've hardly seen any Black Americans get made fun of, saying like, "Oh, look at you're like a Kalahari Bushman click clack language."
That's because you're not in there. I called an African booty scratcher when I was a kid.
Yeah, so like the Black Americans will make fun of the Africans, and us white people will make fun of Black people, and we will compare them to Africans and monkeys and apes. And what I think is kind of different about the Asian racism is, at the end of the day, white people have a respect for Asians because they're hardworking, they tend to be intelligent, and there's nothing bad. When it comes to black people, we criticize, we do it in both the maybe like friendly ways. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Let me finish. Shut the fuck up and let me finish my fucking point. But when it comes to black people, it's not even a real white meat. It can be like us just kind of making fun of something like, oh, they like chicken, nothing too bad. But then it can go in straight into us.
About the fact you're not white.
You dumb bitch.
You're not white. Stop coping.
Let me finish my fucking point, bitch.
Bitch, you're blacker than me. You're blacker than me.
You shut your black ass up.
You're a fucking mutt, bro. He's a mutt.
Whether you agree or not.
But can he land?
Okay, let's let him. Right, let's let him finish, and then Bell can.
Cause he clapping his dick suckers like a little bitch.
Yeah. Go ahead and get those black booty cheeks pounded.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Tapeworm.
Let's let him land, and y'all, we go back.
Got the shit smacked out of him, bro. You could finish, but just hurry up. We don't.
Okay. Zip it, Chip. Now, all I'm trying to say is, when we will use the most belittling and like dehumanizing language to them, and then like when we end up doing it to black people, though, we can point out to how black people are doing all over the world. We literally compare them to monkeys and say how they're fucking stupid and they're born lesser than. Like, that is the difference, I think, between the racism blacks get and Asians get. Asians, we compare you to people from East Asia and go, ching chong, ha ha ha, like that kind of stuff. I get it. It's annoying, but it's...
But what he's saying is that the race...
All right, can I go now? Because I've been listening for a while, and I've been patiently waiting. Thank you. I've been listening for a while. And Grim... we absolutely do not need to change the aesthetic of America to look like you. That would be very depressing. I don't want to look past the men who are 5 foot 4.
Oh, man. Well, thanks for confirming the room and our theory about black supremacy. Thank you very much, Val.
I'm not around the kids no more. The trigger. You see how I'm triggered? Let that black kid speak.
Can I finish speaking to Grim?
Yeah, let her have her say.
Okay, Grim. So absolutely not. I think you guys deserve your own enclave so that you guys can be our worker class. I do believe that you are a worker. It's that we need.
You hear this?
You're already doing better than whites. What are you talking about?
I know that, but they have to work.
We don't want you to take it. You should get your own enclave and be a worker
They
class.
have to work to do that, so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them spending the best years of their life slaving for the American system. Pepe,
Did you miss the?
what do you want? Go ahead. Did I miss one?
Did you miss the part when I said that because I grew up here for the majority of my life since I was 4 years old, I developed the personality that I have, the attitude that I have, the ambition, the worldview that I have. And had I grown up in Korea, I would definitely not have been the same person.
I mean, you probably would have been raised with fried chicken. You probably would have been a half African American, half Korean mutt baby from wars. There's a lot of different realities you could have landed in. You know, we know that a lot of your Southern Korean women are easy licks, and unfortunately, a lot of Black American men population over there. So, I mean, I guess you missed that by a little bit of a slim shot. But Grim, I'm just from listening to you for the last hour, and I've been very patient. We absolutely don't need you here. I heard you try to pronounce a couple words and you couldn't really do it. It's really embarrassing because I heard you in another room talking about the Black American accent.
Okay, my response to you, look, this is my response. It's real quick and simple. Is go ahead and try and stop us.
You're gonna stop yourself. You're Korean. You're Korean. Chinese people don't even like you like that. Like you're coping. Chinese people don't even see you as an equal. You're coping right now.
Wait, hold on, because I want to get in here.
You are the lesser class of. Excuse me, can I finish? You are the lesser class of Asians. Like Chinese people do not look at you as a
equal. There's a higher class of Asians.
And the fact that
they look down. They're known for looking down on the Chinese.
Why are we listening to this mixed race?
The fucking Japanese.
Why are we listening to this mixed race?
Hold on. I got you back. I got you. This one. Okay, so Vil, they are one of the higher echelon of Asians. He's from the Samsung culture, right? The Sony culture, right? The music, the K-pop, BTS culture, right? And so, hold on. Because a lot of them over there own the masters of the people that you grew up listening to, one being Michael Jackson, right? Not
they
directly
still have
to
a music.
Of course. But they got it. No matter how they got it, they got it.
They stole our fried chicken.
I want to. All right, here.
Cool. I just want to lay it on the line right here where y'all sit. That was an actual Asian. Yeah. No, she's just a Black American woman. She's regular. All I'm saying is, hold on. All I'm saying is, where they sit though, far as like the hierarchy of Asians, would be more closer to the top than the bottom. Especially him. You're South Korean, right?
They're at the top with the Japanese.
Hold on. We gotta get specifications. Grim, you're from a South Korean culture, right?
I'll tell you like this.
He wouldn't be North Korean. Hello.
I didn't come from the country you can't leave from.
So hold on.
I didn't come from the country you can't leave from.
Hold on. Wait, who came from where? My Latino teacher and my Taekwondo teacher was also from that. So you're actually in the more middle line. You're shit, man. You damn it.
Wait, so 19? Are you foreign? Wait, 19? Are you foreign? Wait, are you a foreigner? 19? Because he said something else.
Let's not forget what Val said here, which was incredibly racist. She said she wants you South Koreans to live in an enclave and to be the worker class. She doesn't like you, and she wants you to serve her, and you have to live separately. She believes in Jim Crow laws and slavery servitude to serve her. You heard it. I heard it. And I didn't know black supremacy was a thing.
Those Thai lady boys look better than black women, though.
Let me tell you context.
That's just like fucking fire shit like that. Now I need to.
You know how much you have to get to say some shit like that? I got you. I'm gonna pass it right back. This man just said lady boys are more attractive than women.
I said Thai lady boys are more attractive than black women.
You're still a shitter leg. You know what that is?
Just black women are built like linebackers. I don't need to be attracted to it.
Yeah, we're solid than you, Pepe.
Y'all do
Pepe, you built
got white boys are flair. White boys are flair. That's why you don't get picked for sport.
I got my final response. My final response to
Did you know that Grim is 5'4"?
He's 5'4". You're the part of our sanctioning laws ended and shit like that. We actually were closer in culture, working together, right? Fighting together when it come to wars and all sorts of other shit. So that's why you can see what you mentioned, right, with the fried chicken recipe and all that shit. That shit was more than just.
Yeah, Black Americans still going over there.
Yeah, but in World War II, In World War II, they didn't allow blacks to go to the front line and fight with the whites because their biggest fear. No, but this is why we know. And the reason why is because
we got a lot of confused men.
No, the reason why is because they were afraid that the white people. The white troops would end up shooting the blacks. That's actual fact. Yeah, but we know this. It's well admitted.
You don't know it. You had the money.
It's literally, it's been fucking proven. What the fuck are you talking about? It's part of our history.
It's part of our history.
They never let black troops fight on the front line with white troops. The only black troops that could fight on the front line were by themselves. They were never allowed to go with white troops.
Pepe is the epitome of a tether.
Oh, by the way, they did. By the way, yeah, but when it comes to Hispanics, Native Americans, and Asians, they fought on the first lines with whites.
And who did you fight with? Because your ass ain't you.
No, we're talking about the history of the United States when it came to. He's trying to say, but because we didn't always fight together. I mean, let's just be real.
Aren't you from Corsica?
No, I was born here.
Stop lying, nigga. You said you was.
It was a troll. It was a troll.
Nah, nigga.
No, it's not a troll. He's actually from there. We know Pepe. No, I know
you was born in Corsica. Why are you lying?
I know.
I was literally born here.
People don't remember.
I don't even speak French. You're like, what the fuck?
You're from Corsica.
Corsica speak French.
Stop your fucking lies.
Hold on. Let Grim take it because he did have a word.
You like a license. What are you talking about?
I got this great speech I kind of put together in my mind. I don't know if it'll come out right, but if you'll allow me, maybe it'll be a few minutes. I don't know. Okay, so the first thing I would say to you, Belle, is we're not going to stop coming. We're going to keep trying to come. And
Pepe's about to have a whole lot of lady boys coming in.
Deport.
All right, so
deport them out.
Keep on coming.
For you to tell me
for the whole ass.
For you to tell me that we and my people should stop coming here and should go back, that actually causes the opposite of what you want. You know, by hearing that, I want to defy you even more. And let's see. Let me say one more thing. You know, I don't know how much you know about Korean history, but we are a proud people with a long, noble history. A history filled with royalty, nobility, kingdoms, kings, emperors.
None of that, though.
And fast forward to, I'm full Korean.
Yeah, but bitch, you came from a bunch of heavy-handed ancestors that were literally chucking spears and and so are your own fucking people. That's what the fuck you were. That's the kind of royalty you come from, so shut the fuck up. You fucking nappy-headed half-chicken fucking hybrid, shut the fuck up.
I know I'm going to be like
You trying to get it back.
I know y'all like
trying to get it back.
Oh,
Pepe loves his lady boys. That's why he's
y'all love
excited
trying to
for
stick up for the Asian dude, just so you could get some Asian poom poom.
But Graham, you didn't know I was back here long enough to rocket launcher, right? So let me let you know something. Those are only certain Asians and certain Koreans, right? There are some that's been decimated, like the Silla culture, right? Yeah, hold on.
I don't give a shit about none of that.
Hold on. We can't look. We can't overlook because contextually,
Them
right?
niggas wearing makeup and shit now.
Some of
Nobody
this
cares.
shit do matter. Yeah, the men too. That's true. And that's
They wear makeup. I don't want to hear about them. I don't give a fuck.
Hold on. But you in the room with them. So you gotta hear
because we here to talk about black supremacy.
Yeah.
Not white, not Asian supremacy.
Hold on. Asians are superior to your black people. Yes, that's the problem.
I'm the mud dick eater. But look, Grim, how do you feel about? I'm almost out. But how do you feel about those Korean men dyeing their hair, painting their nails, putting on makeup?
Right, that's
real
absolute. Right.
Just I was trying to get to that.
Okay, but which group of men has the highest participation rate in the LGBTQ community? It is literally black males. They are overrepresented in the United States. Being black is dead. Black is dead. Put you down.
Can't even talk right.
Go ahead, girl. You want to?
Bless all, folks. Shut up.
Yeah, go ahead. Let this nappy-headed sister speak.
Yeah, because she talking shit to me, and I'm trying to take it up for her.
5'6", like think about this. Imagine if every man in this country was like 5'4", like.
You know, technically every war is actually just a spear chucker war. And if we were to compare kingdoms and kings and nobility from large architecturally based cities to mud huts in the Senegal, what's important to know is that you have witnessed on this stage a female acting like a black supremacist, telling a Korean that he can have an enclave and that he'll have to serve her. Looks like we've done this science experiment, we've proven our hypothesis. Congratulations, Grim.
She can't even get his message out fully and properly, but calling someone else below 70.
That's how short men are. They just start rambling. They just angry little people.
Right. And for Pepe, you let a Jew cook you on stage about Iranian conflict.
Which one?
So, some little Jewish dude, that was like 3 weeks ago. That was
I never got cooked. There's one Jew from Canada that likes to give his. He's a recent convert. He didn't cook.
He still cooked you. He still embarrassed you. He embarrassed you. You looked like you had an IEP for a teacher. You had sounded like you actually saw, and he sunned you. You look like a little daughter and said, you look like
Pepe look darker than me. Pepe, you're darker than me.
Right now, I'm a quadroon.
Yes. Oh, now you quadroon.
You guys think like where does this white guy who has like a lot of these white qualities, but then he chimps out all the time and crashes out all the time? I inherited some of your guys' DNA. That's why.
Yo, Grim. So yeah, like I said, it's a little disingenuous, man, for you to trip over those stereotypes. Like I said, when you are respected at the same time. If you find a black person dating that Asian person, right, the black family is not going to ostracize or kick out that family member just for bringing an Asian person around. But if you flip that, right, you find a lot of Asian people are leaving their families if they end up with a black man or a black woman and what. So at the same time, you're mad because you said imagine an Asian person on a dating website. And so you're saying that now these westernized Asian women, these women, because of the racism, they see you guys as weak, as docile. And like I said, that's cultural because you guys are not on like the independent vibe. You guys think more as a unison. And so what I find, I see a lot of Asian men, they're turning into incels because they feel like the women don't want them, because in the Western world, the women, they want audacity, they want a leader, they want someone that's outspoken. You know what I mean? They want someone that's innovative, right? And so in the Asian culture, you don't really find that. Why? Because you guys are more so following the blueprint.
But I think that's partially true, though, because like what women want, and this is where I'm going to be realistic and compare the Asian men to white men. I won't compare them to blacks because that would be mean. But you know, women do heavily.
They don't want you. Wait, Othello, you're saying. Wait, Othello, I just wanted to ask you a question. So you said Korean women have the best pussy. What about white women? White women aren't good enough for you anymore? Have they expired?
Yeah,
are white women out of style?
I love white women.
Actually, yes, they have expired, and I don't really respect white women. I think that like just because they were existing in the false reality that white men have created, and they were just tagging along, and they were more so buying.
So you blame white women because of white men? What?
You gotta shut the fuck up, John Kitover. Go ahead.
Hold on, folks. And for so long, they weren't thinking for themselves. I don't know. I don't find them attractive anymore. I'm sorry. I don't find white women attractive.
Well, at least you can admit that you don't find them attractive.
I forget what I was gonna say because that guy butted in. But that guy butted in. But I was gonna have a question. Who was saying what right before that?
Whoa.
I don't know.
Whoa.
Yeah, let's just move this conversation forward. Let's not go back to things Pepe can't even remember.
But anyway, like I said, Bill, we're gonna keep coming, and what are you gonna do? Are you gonna try and
we're reading with it?
I remember what I was gonna say.
Nobody cares, Pepe. Shut up.
I remember what I was gonna say. Is so that guy was saying how Ardello was saying how there's all of these traits that like white Western men or Western men, I don't know what he was referring to, have their different in comparison to Asians that women find attractive. But in reality, though, what women also find attractive is like when it comes to like marriage material, it's like stability, financial security. Of course, like if you want a woman that's not like retarded, but maybe she's educated herself, you're gonna care like okay, well, like how intelligent are you? What have you achieved academically? And of course, their income and all of that shit. And you're gonna have a level of stability, and I guess like you're gonna have a lot of the things that make you suitable for marriage that they'll have in comparison to white men at a higher degree.
It would be it wouldn't be fair if I didn't follow up with another addition to that list. So there are among the Asian population, there are Chad-looking, masculine, good-looking, handsome Asian men. They're just not promoted. They're not shown in the media enough. And so we've been for the longest time we've been stuck with this stereotypical image of Asian men as being weak.
If I was to go to San Francisco, for example, or just the Bay Area in general, and look at and encounter every Asian male I saw, the amount of Asian males we would see from a Western white male's perspective that would have like an imposing, athletic, large.
Oh, you're rattling. They're all getting bred out. They're all getting bred out.
Shut your fucking mouth.
They're not breeding with you.
Okay, go get your chocolate cheeks clapped. Okay, cupcake. You want some white icing on those black buns. You fucking homo. Shut up.
You want.
That's what you like it. You down low. You down low, bro. That's all you are. Shut up. But what I was gonna say is, if you were to look at all of the Asians that you would encounter on any given day, the likelihood you would end up shut your fucking whore mouth. back to fighting the cum bubbles out of your black ass, you fucking faggot. Shut up. You're going to hell, sodomite. Shut up.
You gotta realize South Asians need protection against the sun. They can't get that with the pink
South Asians are dark.
Yes, they're dark, but they want to keep that darkness going. Breeding with a pork skin mutant like you would not.
Nobody's talking about. I'm not talking about us mating with them. What the fuck are you talking about?
You know, I want to highlight.
We're talking about that. We're talking about. No, hold on. He made the claim. Shut up, you fucking pussy.
You're a queer.
Okay, so what Grim? I'm trying to get back to what Grim was saying. This is so we're getting derailed so much over these petty insults. Now,
it's not like a fucking
when it comes to all right, so he can't stop himself. Now, when it comes to Asian males, as I was saying, Grim, like if you were to go around the San Francisco Bay Area and you were to encounter, and you were to like take a note on every Asian male you saw, you're going to encounter far more white people. Shut your fucking mouth. You're going to encounter far more people. Right? Shut, dude. You're going to have to do something with this idiot. He's not letting you're not letting the conversation happen.
You seem hesitant to say, so I said it for you.
Monkey chimp, shut up.
I was saying the vast majority of those Asian men are butt ugly, is what you're.
No. I didn't say I didn't say ugly. What I was gonna say. Okay, no, shut the fuck up.
Voices. All of you have high-pitched voices. Put a muzzle on this nigger. But you all have high-pitched voices.
All right, dude, he's just trolling Grim. Like I can't talk while he's talking. He's not even staying on topic. He's fucking retarded.
Daggy, feminine that you don't have.
Okay, we're talking about. Let me finish my point. You fucking low-life nigger. Shut the fuck up.
I want to hear this. Okay, I want to hear this since I got it wrong. What is it?
Sure. So if you were to look at, for example, all the Asians you encounter in the Bay Area and all of the whites, that you could probably count on make a very short list of the number of Asians you saw that would have like a big, athletic, imposing figure. But you would see men, even white men that don't work out. The same goes with black men. We're roughly comparable in size, and you would see there is like on average there is this real difference between Asians and for example, sub-Saharan West Africans and whites, and so and that is I think that's what holds. I think that is one of the the selection biases that Western women have, and unfortunately even some Asian women. But it's not necessarily because of like the facial symmetry or the behavior or because you guys aren't good enough. Because by most, if you're looking for somebody who's like marriage material, generally Asians are outbeat us whites.
But that's not why Asian women go for whites. When you actually talk to them, because I actually get this from them, it's really because they think y'all are rich. They think you have. You're going to give them access to wealth and resources. And sometimes it's true, a lot of times it's not. But when it comes to looks, athletic ability, they're for black.
These Asians have higher incomes than us.
They have higher incomes, but their parents are very other wealthy people. Their parents in the United States, on average, are fucking Asians. What are you talking about?
But that doesn't mean
Jesus.
No, but like even Southeast Asians, like the Vietnamese that did not used to do pretty well, they actually outperform white males today.
Why are y'all being obtuse? Yes, Asian women like white men. We know that.
Yeah, we know that. And so, Pepe, what you're missing is none of that matters. Grim, like, let's just say Grim makes $500,000 a year, right? But he's saying because of the stereotypes. And he's also blaming racism, which I don't think that's there. He's saying that even his own women, right, are choosing the black and the white man over him.
Well, they overwhelmingly choose white men. I don't know if they choose black men.
No, they're going. No. Now
they are.
They're going black. They're going black, and they are noticing this. And you can, and even if you go to Instagram, right, and you see these black and Asian couples, you go into the comments.
He's shitting his pants.
The Asian men are doing the same thing that the white men used to do when they see black and white. They're like, oh my God, mud shark. Oh, you're messing up the bloodline. They're turning into the incels.
Well, why shouldn't they be allowed to do that?
I mean, do what you want. What I'm saying is you're missing this part is that the Asian
You're gonna police them. That's not your daughter.
That's why I'm trying to improve the image of Asian.
Yes, the Asian woman in the West, and even now going into Asia, because they're choosing the white and the black man.
Well, no, first of all, I can look at the interracial marriage data, which doesn't show necessarily who's fucking, but the vast majority of interracial marriages, we can see who's marrying who, and the white women, the Asian women, I don't even know if it registers as 1% are marrying black men, but they are marrying white men.
What about white women outnumber the Asian men?
That was true in the early 2000s, but now what you find?
No, this came out like 2 months ago. The latest data on that. White women are actually now. This latest data shows that white women are actually the most race loyal.
All right. No, they are not.
The latest data shows that when it comes to marriage,
yeah, like you just take over the stage for me. So to the black men on the stage, right? And then you only have one Asian in the room. He's quiet. Like, are y'all not embarrassed by how y'all act?
Yeah, they act like a bunch of niggers in front of an Asian. That's kind of ironic.
What are y'all over here talking about? No, they date us too. They date us too. Put us in the category. I just always like to sit back and listen to black men when they're trying to include themselves in another person's racial category so bad. I think the stats show very clearly that overwhelmingly Asian women are dating white men. They're not overwhelmingly.
No, I think the majority of them still date Asian. I think the majority is still Asian.
What are you arguing about over here? No, they date us too. They date us too. Shut up.
Yeah, you missed the context.
Like there's Asian men that date black women.
You missed the context,
numbers, okay, can I fucking finish, bro? But the numbers it still doesn't add up.
You know what? Let's weigh something else up, though.
It's not a fucking debate.
No, but I think we should weigh something else up. There's one group of women that do worse. So if we flip the categories, so men versus women, there's one group that is the most stigmatized and avoided when it comes to dating, and that is black women. In fact, they have less prospects than at least.
That's never been my reality. I think
that's fine, sister.
I don't know. I hear this. Hold on.
That's anecdotal.
I hear a lot of this rhetoric.
No, that the data has shown that. There's actually been several, and when it comes to dating companies, they literally have been trying to come up with strategies in order to make the experiences better for black women on there. It's more than real.
Listen, I heard you, and I know that's what the stats say. And it's usually black women are least likely to date out. They just are.
No, they're least liked by everybody.
They're least likely to date out of their race.
No, white women are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
White women on average are fucking these other groups of men.
You guys are very race loyal. I'll give you that. You guys are very race loyal. White women barely out-edge. White women barely out-edge black women.
You can't go to the rule. You can literally see the dynamic of so many biracial fucking mutt kids from black men and white women.
So
it's a fucking epidemic in certain parts of the country.
Epidemic?
Yes. So this whole notion of white women are so race loyal. White women are not race loyal.
Where I'm from, look, it's motherfuckers that get out of jail and just go to a white woman and shit like that. Overwhelmingly, you can see it's like even with the interracial couples and shit like that, it's a black man and a white woman.
I live like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
why would they like that?
To commit to that data and shit like that, you will have to actually, like, know where them polls are at the vote. And I don't think, like, people is just online searching for these polls and shit and saying, like, hey, I'm a motherfucking goddamn, white woman dating a black man. You don't see them doing all of that shit.
Okay, but this is also where the dating apps start to become very, they start to become very crucial because, of course, the people that, like, I think Match.com now
Those are dating apps.
Hold on.
You're a fucking loser on dating.
No, you're stupid low IQ ape. Shut the fuck up.
You fucking swine.
You low IQ fucking monkey. Go back to wearing a bowl in your fucking lip and doing something useful, like jerking off into a chimp's mouth and chucking a spear at I don't know, the chimp afterwards. I don't know. That's jerking off. This is low IQ chimp energy. Shut your low IQ baboon mouth.
You're jacking off.
You are dirty.
You're exposing yourself. I don't give a fuck.
I know. Just shut the fuck up and let people talk.
You speak.
You like to, yeah, because you'll just disrupt me whenever I speak, because that's what you do. You have nothing intelligent to say. But when it comes to these dating apps,
you have a speech.
Okay, they do absolutely. They want everybody to see. You just don't shut up while I'm talking. That's all you can do. Because you can't say anything intelligent.
You whine like a little bitch.
And you are a little bitch, faggot. Now bend over and spread those chocolate cheeks. That's what you want to eat glazed by some white meat.
Shit.
Faggot, you got beef for fucking buttocks. That's what you have.
I know it's a lot of gay.
Shake that booty, nigga.
Y'all have to calm down. We're on Clubhouse.
Gay. What the fuck is
Yeah, you gay ass nigga. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Grim, is this how the Asian community is? How y'all get down?
No, wait, they don't have niggas in their community. That's the unfortunate
Yes, they do.
This is the Asian room. This is Grim's room.
Yeah, but then a bunch of niggas came in here and fucked it up, didn't they?
No.
Yeah, that's what everywhere you guys go, you fuck it up.
I've been in here listening very quietly for like almost an hour before I started.
But when it comes to the dating apps, like Match.com owns most of these apps now, like OkCupid, Tinder, all of these it's basically under one conglomerate. They have, and this has been released, they do have, basically they get together, they try to find how can we make the app more positive for black women. They do have this consistent problem with Latinos, whites, Asians, everybody not liking black women. Yes, I'm sure there's a few that men like. Amazing.
Yeah, see, that is where they get discriminated against.
And the reason why, you can say that's not real life or that's not marriage, but that does show when people can see that nobody is looking, it doesn't matter as a black woman. It doesn't matter as a black woman.
Okay.
Let me finish.
What are you finishing?
Let me finish.
Shut the fuck up for us.
Let me finish.
Damn, nigga.
No, let me finish, you dumb bitch. Let me finish.
Fucking mic down.
No, I'm going to finish. I have one sentence to finish. All you have to do is shut the fuck up for one minute.
You got a husband. There's no way women.
Now, when it comes to
he's the women in the
yeah, when it comes to shut you fucking okay, you queer Negro. Shut the fuck up. So
that was weak.
Yeah, so when people are swiping, they think privately, and nobody can tell who they're attracted to, like on an app. They're not swiping on black women. That's just a fact.
Wait, but Pepe.
Hold
on, Bill. Watch it. How much of the national average of the population is actually on dating apps, right? Right? And so the data that I got.
And how many black women are on? It's not a lot.
Well, it's roughly 18 to 23%.
But it's a lot of women can't go outside on that app.
Yeah, but these are obviously 18 to 23% when you adjust for the single population is a pretty good chunk of the population.
No, it ain't. In comparison to like real world data, right?
18 to 23? Are you serious? That is a huge fucking sample size.
Most of them are men. Can you add that in there?
Yeah, a lot of them are men.
And yes, and they're trying, and they were seeing that men in general, okay, even your own men, this is the funny part, even black men, okay, like white and Asian women and Hispanic women more than they like black women. Every race of men likes likes other women besides black women.
Okay,
That is a
you
fucking
let
fact.
somebody fucking talk now.
Yeah, that has nothing to do
You
with
keep
it.
saying the same shit. So let me say this, right? Never had that fucking problem. This is why I believe a lot of those stats are screwed to the amount of black women that are actually on these apps. I've never had a problem with an Asian, a white, black, Hispanic man coming towards me and trying to date me or spend money on me or do whatever with me. Never had the problem.
Bullshit.
So
Most of them people that's on them apps are white women.
And if I would have showed you when I went on Hinge, how many white men in my area wanted to date me, and I live in a very nice area, you'll be surprised, Pepe, because y'all push these stereotypes, and I think a lot of this stuff is to deter black women from wanting to date out. You know, like, I don't know, it's kind of weird where y'all come from this place, but
yeah, because you guys end up at the end of the day having nigger children at the end of the day. They're half white, you're still black.
Ladyboy, calm down. So when you look at
linebacker, Bill bitch, go ahead, my bad.
Oh my God.
See, Val, what you don't understand is these gentlemen are actually statisticians, and they're all just arguing and debating statistics. And I don't think you have actually done any statistical research like Dr. Pepe here, who is a bona fide and certified statistician. Thank you very little. I am complete.
Like, what the fuck? Anyways, most of these apps are dominated by men. So first off, men are not getting actual dates off these apps on average any fucking way.
What does that even mean, not getting dates on average? I'm very confused. What are you trying to say? What's your point? Are you offering different sample sizes? Are you a statistician? Do you have a point? Is this just personal?
These niggas are fucking lonely as shit, and I get no date. They're like you. They're just like you, and that fucking PTR looking lonely as shit.
It is a lot of women.
At night. That's what they look like.
It is a lot of women.
They look like Pepe.
Guess what?
Well, here we are all together, lonely on a conference call app. Val, are you projecting? You could be projecting, Val. Val, try to record yourself or listen to the replays and then think about yourself and say, was I projecting? Or was I statistically accurate? It's something to consider, Val.
Percent out of that whole 18 are white.
We're talking over this black man.
Are white women, right? And so those are huge because they ugly, juggernaut-ass white women that don't get selected.
Kendo is Night King is
you interracial data, right?
The raging alcohol.
Hold on.
Most men on these apps
you're
are
a
not
raging
getting a
retard.
date.
It doesn't matter if they get a date. The app is monitoring who they swipe right on. Okay, so whether or not they get dates, they swipe. They do not like to swipe on black women. That's what you don't like. You guys are the least desired women in the fucking country, and perhaps the world. That is the truth.
It's so stupid.
So cut it out.
Listen, this is Pepe at his finest. Let's be honest. See, what Pepe is saying is not controversial, and in fact, it's the consensus. But some people just don't like the truth because the truth hurts. And I didn't know black supremacy was a thing here on Clubhouse until I heard Val say that she thinks all Asians ought to live in a conclave. And in that conclave, they should be worker bees for her. Val is actually a black supremacist, and any man that swipes right on her on Hinge or Bumble will live to regret it. I am complete. Thank you all very little.
Constantly online, every day. There's only one race of women that are online every day talking about how much dating sucks. Okay, and who was that? Who was that talking about how much dating sucks. It is literally black women. Asian women are on Hinge bitching about, we can't get men. This sucks. You don't see Hispanic women saying, we can't get good men. This sucks. You don't see white women doing it. You know what you see? You see nappy-headed.
That's why he's spiraling.
Much like square back built, linebacker built bitches. Okay, yeah, with their fucking glue-on weaves, talking about how they can't get any goddamn dates. They can't get a good man. Please, it's soft man. Please, my nigga, please, my nigga has to get paid for me, for being a little mouth ghetto bitch. That's all you guys do.
No, you see him, he's chipping out.
No, well, I have to chip out. I'm amongst a bunch of chips, so I have to speak in your language. I have to chip out. Yeah, I'm having to chip out. I'm having a loud mic. I'm having to do all of that shit. Because you guys are chipping out.
We're a little bitch.
Now you big baboon bitch. Shut the fuck up. You got a goddamn, you have nothing but a beef butt, for a fucking butt. That's all you fucking got, you fucking faggot.
Oh, you
make darts in that fucking dartboard all day too, don't you?
My laughter. That's my amusement.
You're amusing. I don't give a fuck how amused you are. I just think it's funny to talk over you because you're chipping out.
You are a mixed race baby.
I'm not mixed race, you stupid bitch. I'm 100% European.
Never be white.
I'm 100% European. You don't more.
You're way darker than me.
I'm darker than you. Yeah, right.
Yeah, you are darker. What are you talking about?
I'm darker than her. Oh,
okay, you're really dark. You're darker than me also.
Your complexion's a little darker than mine. I think you tan too much. Stay out the fucking sunbed, idiot.
Oh, amazing.
Like a fucking.
Wait. Let's let Grim get back in here. Grim, what do you think about these data statistics and all of that kind of shit that you heard? He looks like a rotten tomato.
Put your picture up, nigger.
When you guys were clamoring for like a solid.
I'll steal your wife. Oh, you don't have one. You like Leaderboard.
You know that scene in the movie where the guy's starting to hear voices in his head? That's what. Bruce Almighty.
So why do you want to come to this country and this is how we act? Like this is every day in America. You know that? We're chaotic. We're scared.
Yeah. Why would you want to take this over?
You want to come over here with us with the rednecks?
And then you bring
What a legacy.
I want to know why.
Exactly what you just demonstrated is exactly why. Because once all the dust settles, I feel that we can come to a much better resolution this way than to be in a country where they oppress the people's freedom of speech.
I mean, okay, so
no,
that ain't gonna work. And then earlier, you was like talking about like
it's better to have this this chaos than to have control from above.
Speak more to that. Speak more to that. Yeah, speak more to that.
There's nothing to say. 3 words: freedom of speech.
Okay.
Something that China doesn't have.
You think that's an absolute?
I just found out the UK doesn't even have it. People are getting arrested and put in jail for social media posts.
Absolutely. You can go to jail for cussing in Trinidad. So, like, there's a lot of places.
This is how a human ought to be.
Okay, so you think in a country that's tumultuous like this, with the type of environment, the different races and stuff like that, that's vying for power, that you, right, at your Asian position, right, that far east mountain Manchurian shit, you think that shit finna work here?
We're not trying to bring that Asian culture here. When we get here, we should assimilate and become more American. In fact, I'm disappointed. The Chinatowns, I'm shaking my head at them.
No. What you not finna do? You not finna attack the Chinatowns that got that good karaoke and shit like that. I'll fuck you up over them Chinatowns, man.
Hey, I'll tell you one way to look at it. Every
immigrant build that shit in this country.
Look at immigrants this way. Every immigrant is their own little invader. a conqueror of sorts. Everyone comes to this country to carve out their little slice of the pie.
Hey, you know what? Hold on. When they tried to carve out their little slice of pie when China tried to actually establish an Asian town where I'm at and shit like that, and they wanted all the Koreans, all the Filipinos, all to have their own little projects, community and shit like that. You want to know what stopped them? Legislation. So how the fuck you think you finna conquer that?
Right, and Grim, you're paying taxes to us, so what if you actually conquered?
Owning property, owning our own home, staking out our own.
We've done it already.
Yeah, we've done it already. There's actually foundation. There's FBA Asians. Foundational Asians. Yes, FBA. No. And we can look up the motherfucking goddamn data and see that some of those families are still here. I actually know some that's actually in Oklahoma. They stay by the reses and shit like that. They some cool motherfuckers. They grow weed and shit like that. But guess what? When they try to push their legislation and fight for power and shit like that, D9. And those are people that probably was fucking 10 generations strong. What the fuck you think you finna do?
So wait, Graham, do you know the Wynn family? The Wynn family, you know it? I'm asking because there's a lot of Wynn's where I'm at in my area.
Oh yeah.
A bunch of Vietnamese.
The Vietnamese. Those are closely related to the Liu family, which is actually fucking a foundational Asian family that I'm speaking of.
No.
See, you ain't got enough data to actually accomplish what the fuck you trying to do.
Well,
because these are Vietnamese.
Yeah, these are Vietnamese, and they've been here for a while.
What I can tell you is, look, with the 15 million Asian population, we're a long ways to go to be able to get to the types of numbers of that Black, Hispanic, and white people have.
So hold on. Who's your blueprint?
It's not going to happen in our lifetimes.
Yeah, who's your blueprint? Who's your blueprint, though?
Who is my blueprint? What do you mean, who?
From when you're studying at how shit go, watch this, and like whenever you try to push the lines of legislation, establishment, and all the above, who do you look at as an example of what can be successful?
Like Black people look at Martin Luther King, they look at all kinds of selection.
Come on. Don't give them more answers. Let them know.
Yeah, we need to have a conversation, Pepe.
Yeah, who do you look at as who to be?
All the people with English accents. That's just because there aren't that many of us
specific, though.
In the first place.
Get to the minutia.
You don't have to answer that. You don't have to.
Yes,
in the first place.
Hold on. Say it again.
The Union of the United States.
Who did you just say? Abraham
Lincoln.
Yeah. You're not my race. I'm not gonna judge you for it. I'm just like curious.
Yeah, he more mama.
Basically, I don't know whether or not this person's
race mixer.
All right, stop.
You are
too. You're a race mixer too.
Yeah,
shut up.
That's why it was funny.
But I'm just okay, hold on, guys. I'm asking him a question. Okay. I'm asking. I asked him a question.
Don't stop me from my way.
I'm just trying to. I asked him a question. I'm waiting for him to answer.
A question too. And guess what? You answer for him.
Okay, hold on.
No, I'm asking it. No. I asked Rim a question. I don't need you.
Do you have a black child, damn it?
Not Nike. What race is your daughter?
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up!
Quiet.
I asked.
You know, that's a daughter.
I asked Grandma a fucking question. You fucking spurg. Shut up.
She's black and in college.
Where? So
Wow.
Okay, so Grim, do you have a?
And you sleep in the other room. You don't even sleep with your wife.
Oh.
Hey, Grim. You sleep in the next room.
Knock that bottom out tonight.
Yeah. But you sleep in the car. Go ahead.
That's fine.
You
That's
like
fine.
black women over there,
gross.
Grandma. You like black women.
Yeah, you got to taste the top.
No. He didn't even get to answer the question because you guys are splurging out. Shut the fuck up and let him answer the question.
Hey, Josh Hahn don't like the
darkies are.
Okay, all right, okay. So you stupid goddamn autists don't know how to shut the fuck up. Just let him answer the fucking question. I'll leave. I will leave as soon as I'm done. As soon as he answers the question, I'll leave. Holy shit!
He's the black kid.
Glitching. Why are you spiraling, bro?
So Grim, did you say? Do you have one, or is that a rumor?
Yes.
Okay, you do. Okay.
Aww.
I got Rich.
So Pepe.
Oh, that was Rich. That was Rich.
I thought you said that black women are undesirable.
No, get back here.
Undesirable.
Why are you practicing Kung Fu back there? Hey, Grim.
His baby mama's a Shaniqua.
Yeah, he eats
You know how to kick the ceiling, bro?
collard greens and shit.
I don't give a fuck. Look, my neighbors. I had my neighbors. You know, places ago. They had a white father, black mother, really nice kids, and they turned out good looking.
Pepe, you sound like a hater. Do you like black women, Pepe?
I don't hate black
men.
Yeah, I think you be hating on black women because we don't.
I think one of his best friends is a black woman.
Yeah, no, my wife on here is a black woman.
Yeah, and she want to race mix with him.
You talking about Mon?
Yeah, Mon is my honey, and no, everybody knows this. Everybody's known this for years. We are each other's ride and die. We have each other's back, and we absolutely will tap anybody who taps one of us. And so I personally, she's vicious, so I don't tell her when people insult me, so I go off a bigger reason. Yeah, I always avoid that. I'm just curious if you are also like have been with a black woman, or is that too personal?
I've been with black, white, Mexican, Asian.
All of you get more pussy than him, Graham. Talk your shit.
Yeah, see, you smashed the rainbow, bro.
But yeah, one late night, was it a couple nights ago? I forget. Yeah, I had a drawn out conversation where
fucked the black chick.
I told the room that
you fucked the black chick.
Okay, shut up and let him speak, guys. He's telling us about the women he slept with. Shut the fuck up, you monkeys.
I was engaged to a black woman. Jesus.
I have twin fraternal daughters, and they're half black.
Your wife's daughter.
Oh, look at that.
My wife loves me too, fat white dog.
There you go. So these ladies, actually a woman on the staff, and she had a black husband. Yeah, and when I say had, he was killed serving our country. She has two boys with him, and no, it happens, and she's a good.
Yeah, she got some good type.
And she was obviously not with the Tyrone.
Shallow too.
She was with an actually an officer. He was an officer, and so
I got 9 3/4.
which obviously there's a lot of shut your fucking filthy autist mouth. Yeah, he was an officer, which obviously there's a lot of filtering that goes through that. Like you can't just be.
God bless the Masons.
I got a horse dick. It's the size of my wrist.
No, you don't. You fucking.
Yeah, I know it's 9 3/4.
You tiny beta bitch. Shut the fuck up.
I have a huge fucking.
Wait, but why are you telling that to
I honestly wish my
you
was
fucking.
Why are you telling? I just got on Pepe old feminine ass about that. Why are you telling that to her? Is that how you engage with each other?
He's partially gay too.
I don't care.
No.
Well, if he's from Cali, I can see that.
He's a sassy bottom bitch. He's just trying to show his power from the bottom. That's all he wants to do.
I'm not your
type. I know you're not my type because I'm never desperate enough for your black buns. Shut the fuck up, faggot.
Entertain just Sean. That's just Sean that moves on that team. Entertain just Sean.
Okay, all right.
Wait, I said I fucked my wife with my big dick. How am I on that team? I said my wife's 4'9" and
you backed them up. What you gotta ask Grim, bitch?
Oh, Pepe always crash out leaves.
Oh shit. Well, Grim, okay. I just want to dial back to an earlier point because I think you did a little bit of Germanic conflation, as I'll call it, right? When it comes to what you consider racist. Yeah. With some racist points and markers that you were saying, I think what you were trying to do is equate hard racism to hard banter. And that's not the same thing. Hard banter, right, has no actual economic effect and doesn't limit your progress. As you can see, that your Asian community, especially your type from the Samsung community, right? Shout out to Samsung. I got one over here.
I'm using Samsung headphones. Shout out to you.
Hey man, look, all the shit that they create, I don't think
Apple was invented by a Jew. Just remember that.
All right, that's cool.
Steve Wozniak.
Yeah, but they losing to Samsung. But all I'm saying, they losing. Speaker wise, electronic wise, better product. They have a hierarchy, and if I was to measure and take the type of Asian that you are and try to fit it into that, it doesn't. You don't fit into that conglomerate. So that makes you mid-tier. Mid-low level.
Somebody bring Shia. Shia is the
Yeah, but Night King, I don't think you're listening to what Grim is saying. He's saying that he's going to keep coming. And even if it's your opinion that he's mid-tier, he keeps coming. And he keeps coming, and he keeps coming, and he keeps coming. And he lifts weights, and he does squats, and he debates you mediocre debaters, and he keeps coming. And then he creates another room, and he starts lifting some more weights, and he starts doing some more squats, and he starts jogging around the track, and he's still talking to you degenerates. And he keeps coming. And he keeps coming. And he keeps coming. Even though you think Samsung is better than Apple, Grim will keep coming. Grim will come, and he will fight you and your terrible opinions and your terrible supremacy over and over. And he will keep coming. And he will keep coming. And you degenerates will decide eventually that it was not worth it. And then you'll know the truth of the earth from your birth until your death. Death, I am complete.
And if you campaign and sound like that, you don't relate to the people in your area that sound like hillbillies and whitewash and all that kind of shit. That's why you didn't win the election.
You show them kids sleep because you look loud.
I mean, he's right, but
kids are grown.
They don't wake up all that damn noise you make.
In what way did you say that? I didn't catch it.
It's not my opinion. It's actually the United States categorical opinion. Don't listen to that retard because he's new to this country. So let's just break this down, right? Okay. So you're from Korea, right? And there's two Koreas, right? One is an ally.
I think he's from America.
He's already specified. One is an ally. One is an enemy. One has a hierarchy, right? That has been established in the global trade market and shit.
We get it. There's a hierarchy, but you fail to understand that Grim is going to keep coming. Grim is going to fight you in your supremacist ways. You think you should serve him? Grim is going to keep coming. He will not stop. Your opinions and your arguments, you're making no points, and it's a total waste of time.
He want to do this. This is what he does. Anyway, I'm just ignoring him. All I'm saying is, right? One is heavily scrutinized and pushed back against the demonized. As far as this culture, how it operates,
Look at Los
right?
Angeles.
And where it sits on the board of the global, right? UN elites, far as being in the end and being in the out. Does that make sense to you, bro? Or do I have to make it a little bit clearer? Because I don't want to give you away. I just want you to recognize where you see it. That's all. It's the United States interpretation. It's not mine. Because I see no difference, right? Because they're offering anybody that hasn't subjugated my people and are just as marginalized as me are potential allies. So listen
Look
here.
at Los Angeles.
That's why I can't trust the Jews.
We have other cities that are very bad.
I'm still not getting this mid-tier, how that comes
Just
in.
fucking because categorically where you sit as an Asian, right? There's other Asians too.
What's top tier?
Top tier, right? Of the Chinese, specifically Hong Kong, Japanese, right? Singaporean, right? Then remember, there's other specific Asian ethnicities.
Hispanic America, so past Black America.
We can talk about the 20 million.
Are you taking into account Korea and because it's so bad, it's not even
how immigration is used. Immigration, we don't have to end up by Japan. We can just
Koreans are close to the top. They're right there with the Singaporeans.
Why are they killing fucking corn dogs and big
because a lot cheaper wage, and then we get some money.
Right. And I'm saying, look, like, so
I'm out of here, gentlemen. Have a good night. Maybe I'll be back, but I can't take listening to this anymore. This is so stupid. Good night, y'all.
there is no data.
There is a book that documents it very well. With all the shows.
No, it's not.
No, look, this is economics.
It's called Back of the High.
No, it's just called economics. Every bit of data. Let me tell you something. I'll let you go.
There are the color of wealth economics. The color of wealth.
There are no economics that show that immigration adversely affects Black people or Black Americans here. It doesn't exist, and I'm gonna tell you why it doesn't exist. One, because there are a bunch of other factors that go into that. Number one, education level does not affect Black American education. We still have the same opportunities to pay.
If you go to an HBCU, most of the graduating class is Nigerian anime. Like, you know, y'all lose most HBCUs.
So the point is this, like, what you're saying is very empty, like you said, platitudes, but there's no data to support that. I'll give you an example. My family's been here for hundreds of years. Bro, when I'm going for jobs, I'm not competing with immigrants.
True. The reason why you feel like they're not competing with you is because you have a gap in perception. So there's two classes of immigrants. You have the uneducated and the educated. The legal immigrants, like my parents, the legal immigrants are mostly educated. Both legal immigrants and illegal immigrants compete for American labor, and they have an effect on the job market. The reason why legal immigration is typically better is because you control the amount that comes in, and also you're also controlling what industries you're going for. So normally legal immigration is more strategic and it has the same type of bad outcomes as unregulated election that we saw in the last 4 years of the Biden administration. Now, even with legal immigration, Drew, this is economics. Drew, even with legal immigration, Drew, even this you don't need a degree in economics. Really, all you need to do is take economics, an intro course in economics undergrad the first year, and you're good. You don't even really need that. All you need to do is understand supply and demand, because it is actually that simple. The more supply you have of something, the cheaper it is. So if you have more people on the job market, the price of labor goes down. It doesn't matter what market you're talking about. Now, because the legal immigrants are coming in small numbers, and typically the State Department is picking them strategically, given their skill set. The amount of workplace disruption isn't that much, but they're still kind of lowering wages anyway, just because those legal immigrants still are cheaper. They're educated, but they're still going at cheaper rates than an American would. Even though they're educated, that's true. So that's true. And I'm about to land but I'm saying something that's legal immigration is a net benefit. Illegal immigration is the biggest strain on the Black community ever believed. No, because the first thing that illegal immigration does is illegal immigration takes away funding from local programs. We're talking about programs that are paid by state property taxes. Property taxes in your city, they're not paid by the national government. What happens is that a lot of local resources are spent on people who've never paid into the system, and they end up going to the poorest neighborhoods. So all of the programs that are supposed to go to our own poor people, we end up robbing Peter to pay Paul, and that's all that's happening. And these are happening in Black communities. That's not true. Well, it happened in New York. It happened in New York. It happened in Chicago. New York and Chicago. This is the reason. There's a reason why Trump won the popular vote, and there's a reason why he won more minorities than ever before. Because what minorities had to deal with in the last election cycle were illegal immigrants being bused to their cities, and for some reason, I couldn't believe it. Black people didn't like after-school programs being shut down because migrants had to stay there. They didn't like it. Black single mothers didn't like the fact that a person who just got here is getting guaranteed housing, and she has to have 3 jobs to bury the baby. By law in New York, they have to give them you always. My thing is this: I don't have a problem disagreeing, but what you're saying isn't real. There isn't one thing that I've said. I'm about to be quiet for a long time. There isn't one thing that I've said in the last 15 minutes. There isn't one. No. Drew, run and dry, Drew. Wait. Let's see if it's even possible. Drew, is there one thing that I've said in the last 2 minutes that's true? One thing.
Yes, that undocumented people were being bused to major cities. Do you know why they were being bused to major cities? Because the governors of those or of the other states where they arrived from were trolling. And so they said
you can't say
they were trafficked.
You can't
yes,
say
I can. Yes, I can.
You can't say it.
Yes, I can.
Introducing
appreciate this, but no,
the future boss.
You're making this claim that somehow
it's wise not to call him out.
I didn't say it was the same.
I'm calling
Chicago
a hellhole.
You said it was going to empty platitudes with no data to back it up.
All communication
database. That's why it's so nuanced. That's why I said that legal immigration is positive, but illegal immigration is mostly negative. Like, you're not even representing what I'm saying. I didn't even say
positive dialectic.
I'm saying the instances where it's positive, and I'm saying the instances where it's negative.
Introducing the future boss, it's wise not to call him out and call Chicago a hellhole. All communication, positive dialectic only.
Undocumented immigrants have contributed at least yearly somewhere around $100 billion in taxes. They largely do not benefit from. They pay into our taxes and get this. So now we get rid of them. We have to find a way to recoup those funds and find out where that money is coming from. So just on an economic
if they weren't here, would it matter?
Here.
If we had 50
here. Now it's 350.
330 million people.
If all these motherfuckers weren't here, would we need as much taxes, Drew?
Yes. You
No,
have to have an economy that
we wouldn't even need as much housing.
If
We have a housing crisis. Do you think if them all them millions was back in their homeland, we would need all them damn homes?
Yes, we
This is
do.
crazy.
We still have people here who don't have houses.
Hold on, Drew. Hold on 1 second. So
You
Drew,
must have a. You must have a
Drew, hold on, Drew.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So Drew, I would like for you to answer his question. If we did not have, listen to the term, illegal aliens currently in the United States, and do you currently know the actual number? Do you know a number? What's the actual number you believe that is illegal in the U.S.?
It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
No, it's not. Okay, hold on, Drew. Hold on, guys. You know, 20 million. There's no one. 1 second. One second. So Drew, listen to you. You cannot say that when someone asks your question, it's irrelevant because you're making a. Okay. All right, Drew. I want you to. Okay, I got it, Drew.
What is your educational background, Edward? If I may ask, what's your degree?
Okay, Drew.
Okay, that's
before I answer
Do you guys want to let anybody else talk, or you guys just want to go back and forth a while?
I'm sorry, Scott. I'm pretty quiet. I'm sorry. I appreciate you.
So, why don't we go to Scott? I just came off the mic. Right?
Started speaking, Scott.
What's that?
I just started speaking.
I think that Scott
Who just started speaking?
Yeah, I think he wants to stop it from being a phone booth because honestly, I don't think that this is going to go anywhere. I think that he's kind of set into where he wants to. You can do it.
NPC, I'm just trying to get a foundation, okay? Because what I did not hear from Drew is any responsibility to the ethnically Black American. He gave us no responsibility of the individual people. So I would like to ask again, okay? Could you please, Drew, tell me where do you believe that the Black community have been responsible outside of government for themselves?
In every facet, we've been responsible for ourselves. We raise families. We have education. We have a growing demographic of Black women, but also Black men as well. We start businesses. We are in industries, particularly in government industries, obviously law enforcement, other parts of government, even postal working as well.
Do you want to move us all down and just move everybody around just to keep the conversation between you guys?
No, I'm sorry.
No, we can all just move down.
One mic.
But I'm saying this. I'm just gonna say this.
One mic.
There is no evidence.
One mic, you fat ass. One mic.
So there is no evidence that the Black community has not been responsible. There is evidence that human communities have been irresponsible and irresponsible for ways, but there is nothing unique about Black people being irresponsible. That is just not supported by any data whatsoever.
It's so interesting. I never said about being irresponsible, but you decided. Drew, I did not say that, Drew.
You said that. You said,
John, Edward, can you move us all down and just leave these guys on, and you guys just talk, and we'll just go to the audience.
That's okay. I gotta debunk some anti-vax stuff, but y'all be blessed. I appreciate you, Scott. Much love, respect to you. I apologize for
Drew, keep being you. People like you are going to get Trump elected for a third term. Let me see.
Scott, this is one of the things I try to do is to stay away from ethnicity because the platform that he came on first and foremost is to talk about the bombings of Black communities and all these other things. So I don't know if you know the conversation that people who talk like this are anti-America and anti-white, period.
That's fine, because at the end of the day, like, we can argue him down all we want, but like, even when he wins, he loses, because it doesn't really matter if we're going to virtue
he's left, he's still controlling the conversation, which is fun. So let's keep talking about him. No, please go on. Please keep talking about him.
How tall is he?
Yeah, what's his blood type?
Scott, we're just giving you an explanation.
Scott, let me help you move this conversation forward. I just had a spicy mango. So, oh, you want to keep talking about it? Oh, sorry, Edward. Go ahead.
That's everything. I'm going to say it over and over. The person that's responsible for all of us individually is you. Okay, that's it. I live.
Look at Los Angeles up there. All right, let's go to Howard Kaufman, my dear friend. Would you like to share anything on your mind tonight, Howard? A different voice for the first time in 45 minutes?
No, certainly a very interesting conversation, everyone, and a lot of learning there, for sure. But Trump's not going to resign, so you know what? Elections matter, and he's our president. Let's support him, and let's see what happens, right? That's where we're at.
I love it. Hey, just elections. We have the midterms, and then then maybe things will change. Let's go to Aleister Crowley, which I think is really my man, John Kitover. John, tell me what's happening, buddy.
Well, I had an incredible Colombian dinner with some incredible rotisserie chicken, plantains, potatoes, and then some thin crust cheese pizza and a spicy mango margarita. But anyways, this room is really cooking, Scott. I mean, I think if we look at the total statistics and analytics on the room, we're looking in the thousands of people that have touched down here. 10,000 plus! Incredible. Well, it's really the hard work of NPC and all the Adderall that his psychiatrist, I believe, prescribes to him, because I would never, ever in my life be able to say as much as NPC can. NPC, you seem to know everything. And I got to say, knowing everything must be quite a burden. To be able to have opinions on everything, to know everything, Jesus Christ, man, you really are just a brain full of knowledge and such insightful opinion, NPC. Thank you so much for helping 10,000 people get enlightened today with your supreme wisdom. I am complete.
Alistair, come on. Why are you doing that?
There's an image of Jesus Christ. All right? And I, a Christian, know exactly how Jesus Christ looks. I don't just want that.
That's a buzzkill.
What is this guy talking about? And Donald Trump did it. And I'm like, holy shit. This motherfucker.
Alistair, we can always print more money.
Has to fight another reason. What?
You're right, it is autism gay, dude.
All right, let me give you guys a little public service. Look, Summer, I'm gonna mute you for a second. I'm just gonna give you guys a little public service announcement. This is from the comedian Michelle Wolf, and it's a critique of my party.
Republicans, love or hate Republicans, you got to admit, those guys are planners. They see a problem and they will chisel away at it until it's a swastika. They've been trying to overturn Roe v. Wade since it became a thing. They've been playing the short game, the long game, and they finally got it done. Now, Democrats also had a strategy to make sure Roe v. Wade wouldn't be overturned. And Democrats' strategy was, don't worry, it's not going to happen. Democrats' strategy is the same reason you need an abortion. You know what Democrats remind me of? Democrats remind me of that old guy who started Jurassic Park. Because I think we can all agree a dinosaur park is a fantastic idea. We would all love a dinosaur park. We would love that. But this guy didn't plan for anything. He wasn't like, what if there's a storm? On my dinosaur island in the middle of the ocean.
There you go, friends. Just a little public service announcement about my party.
See, Scott, I kind of resent that as a Republican/Libertarian, because when I went to Springfield, Illinois to file for Congress, I saw African Americans there looking at me, and they're there because of the Republicans, because of the 1 million dead soldiers and the 2 million injured dead soldiers. So to make light of it and then to say, oh, they're Nazis and they want to stop women and doctors from murdering babies, I just got to say, you know, you might want to go read your Bible and reconfirm with Christ Jesus just exactly what it is that you believe in. I am complete.
That clip has to do with you.
See, you made it. Okay, look at this. This is died down. I'm gonna play one more clip of the show, just to enlighten you guys a little bit.
Like I see it online all the time too. It's like there's a lot of women out there that don't think they're good enough or smart enough or pretty enough, and I'm here to tell you that you are. Well, I'm here to tell you that you aren't. You're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not pretty enough, but do it anyway, you stupid idiot. Men aren't asking themselves these questions. There's no firefighter standing outside of a building being like, today I'll be my best self. No leader, no CEO, no conqueror. Genghis Khan wasn't looking in the mirror being like, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, my beard is fun and flirty.
Yeah, you're probably not good enough, but just do it anyway. Don't worry if your beard is fun and flirty. Mine is, my beard is.
How's it been since she's had a show?
She does shows. She does. I mean, I follow her on Facebook and Instagram and stuff. And she's doing shows all the time. She hasn't had a special in a while, but she's.
No, I mean like because that sounded like because you remember she used to have her own show.
I didn't see Michelle Wolf's show. No, I didn't.
you never. I thought that was a clip from her show.
No, this is
Look at Los Angeles, how bad it is.
Yeah, I much prefer. At least Sarah Silverman is slightly more attractive because really, like, she and Sarah Silverman are like in the same universe. But Sarah Silverman to me has more sex appeal than Michelle.
Yeah, I don't really care. I think her humor doesn't depend on her sex appeal for me. It's really funny.
Oh no, but neither of them are funny, so I'm just looking at what else they can offer the universe.
I think they're both really funny.
Thank you,
NPC.
Really?
Yes.
No, you think Michelle Wolf is really funny?
Yes. I think a lot of her stuff.
I mean, Sarah Silverman, okay, here and there, but
we have different tastes, NPC. You don't have to. It's okay.
No. Like I just genuinely.
I'm trying to tell you, like, really, you think she's funny? I mean, yeah.
Like I've never met anyone.
NPC. I'm sure there are comedians that you think are funny that I know. People have different tastes. You know,
but I've never met a person who thought Michelle. I thought you were playing her ironically.
Well, you know what? There are lots of people that buy tickets and are fans. So NPC, it's shocking, right? But people are diverse, and they have really different tastes. And PB says she's funny. Down there in the chat, so it's shocking that we have different tastes.
NPC, do you think you're funny? Like, have you ever tried to do comedy, NPC, to make people laugh by doing voices or jokes or skits or singing? I mean, have you ever made anybody laugh? Hello?
I think you think you're funny.
He's fucking annoying. I think Kitover is funny, but in a kind of impish. Sort of clown jester, like, or jester.
The guy is annoying, Jesus Christ.
He does not annoy me.
No, he has the voice of a person who sounds like they're trying to be funny.
Norm, you are uncharacteristically silent. I see you talking in the chat, but what is your, Norm, you've been here basically all day. What is your assessment of this marathon 10,000 person room?
I think it's remarkable. I think we may be reassured that people actually want intelligent conversation and good content, no?
We're a content creating machine here in this room. It's unbelievable.
I mean, is that normal to have 10,000 people come through?
It's staggering to me.
Yeah, it's a little over. I mean, we've been here for 12 hours, 23 minutes. So, 900 some people an hour coming through the room.
Scott, Al, you guys might be some seniors or other seniors in this room, maybe Matt. There are laws of nature like motion and, laws. Do you think there's any laws of human behavior that you've detected on Clubhouse that maybe you didn't detect in the real world prior to having so many conversations? Because honestly, I'm 43, and when I think about it, there's never been a time when blacks and whites and so many people can have just completely open and profane conversations in the public square in America. I've never seen it on the radio or television like this, and I'm talking vulgar, complete and total profanity, hate speech, etc. I'm not, at 43, I'm like, this has never existed before. And now, I'm just wondering, have you noticed any laws of communication or laws of behavior? Hello?
I mean, there's Muhammad Ali and Michael Jackson, so.
Alistair, that's a pretty stupid insight.
It's interesting. I was interested earlier in the room. There was a talk about natural law, which I think is morality natural. I do think that is a fascinating topic.
I would say, with all due respect, your perspective is no bueno.
Perspective on what?
Well, I think, as somebody who understands, I think your perspective is no bueno, but that's fine.
Well, my perspective on what?
Well, first of all, you're being aggressive. That's fine. What?
I don't think I'm being. I mean, I think you were saying you think my.
Okay, calm down. Calm down.
Okay. I'm just curious what my perspective on what issue or what matter.
I think he's taking the back door, and I think he's waving the white flag, Scott.
Violent, Scott. You're being.
David has had too much tequila. This 12-hour session has overwhelmed him. But back to, communication or human behavior, because there's also a neurotransmitter dopamine creation that's happening in this room. 900 people an hour are creating dopamine. And so I'm just wondering, what if you just create dopamine, but there's no doing outside of Clubhouse, what was the real purpose and was it worth it?
What's the real doing, man? What should I do outside of Clubhouse?
Wait, there's outside?
Yeah, you need to, with all due respect, you need to just calm down.
Yeah, so, Scott, the question that you're kind of floating over, I thought it was, I don't even think that question is that question. I think that question is an interesting question, intro to philosophy. That's an interesting question for 45 minutes. And
speaking of philosophy, NPC.
The objective versus is morality objective or subjective?
Well, I think what's interesting we treat it like it's subjective. I mean, I know most people that are reflective would say it's subjective, but when I feel transgressed, right, I immediately shift in my temperament and disposition to as if you've done something we all know and was a violation, and it is transcendent and objective. Now, when we talk about it,
Leslie,
when it's not directly involving us or something we care about, I think we generally are more detached, and we realize the subjectivity and the contextuality of things. But I think when we're violated morally, people are not. It's not like your preference is pepperoni pizza, and mine is pineapple, and that's just the way it goes. I mean, we act like there's transcendent moral standards because otherwise we can't be incensed.
We can't even have. So you partially answered the question. You can't even have a functioning society without objective morality. And just because you can't even have a stable society without objective morality.
No, it's actually subjective morality, which gives us a stable society based on law. And until you start talking about the law, I think everybody, when you graduate high school, everybody should just be made an attorney at this point or a lawyer and get right to the law, because your whole life, every transaction, everything ultimately comes down to the law. It's the joy of the world.
And Alistair, should they spend like a week in Springfield?
Never Springfield.
Well, NPC, this is where I think as a young man you're still developing, in the sense that if I were to ask you to give us your definition of economics, or if you were to explain to us how inflation occurs, I bet you can't even do that.
No, I can't explain how. If inflation means increasing the money supply, I can explain that.
You don't have to answer his question. You know, like, flip over his facts.
All right, well, you got that one correct. And, we're at 40 trillion paying $1 trillion a year in interest on a $40 trillion mortgage. If you were the president of America, what would your top 3 priorities be for we the people?
Buy more printers to print more money.
I do everything
Look at Los
in my
Angeles,
power
Brandon.
to make sure that the country fails. I whatever Trump is doing, I up that times 3, because we need to just hit the wall, monetarily. I'll pull us out of all the foreign wars.
Well, let's just confirm so everybody heard what you said. If you were the president, you would want to make sure the country failed. So you want to destroy the country. You're a revolutionary. You believe in chaos. You're an anarchist.
I'm an accelerationist. So I think that America's heading towards a brick wall. And I believe in hitting the gas pedal as fast as possible so we can crash, look at the wreckage, call insurance, and get a new car. I'm waiting for the reset. I think things are going to get worse before they get better.
But Alistair, can't we just continue to print more money?
No. What's up?
Yeah, we can, but I would just say that I saw somebody at the bar the other day that had a t-shirt on in the back that said, there is no political solution. And I would say it's the exact opposite of that t-shirt, that there only is political solutions, and politicians and bankers, they're going to have to work together to do, just if you can make debt with a pen, you can delete it with a wand, is essentially what I've come to the conclusion of. But NPC, I think that you should probably read the Tao Te Ching and realize that a great country is like cooking a small fish. You do too much, you ruin it. So the point is, as an accelerationist, as you've declared yourself to be, you're just a low IQ anarchist, and you should probably read more books, go to the gym, get a girlfriend, stop doing so much Adderall, and stop spending 12 hours a day debating every single person that comes into this room as if you know every single thing. But you didn't even spend 1 minute reading a book today.
Hey, I'm on Tracker's feedback for some reason. But I guess he was going to tell me something about talking and being on Clubhouse just like everybody else, but whatever.
Come tell me, Leffosa.
Where did Alistair go?
I don't know who put him down. Somebody did. There's only 3 people up here. Yeah, you can bring him back. You can bring him back up.
Okay, calm down.
Yeah, if anyone should go, it's David, not Alistair.
So Scott, were you the one talking about the laws of nature and nature, Scott, or someone else?
Yeah, I find that stuff interesting. Nature, Scott.
Do you think that there is a clear right or wrong for each individual?
I think morality. So I think it depends. It depends if you're asking me philosophically or theologically.
Give me both sides of the coin, theologically and philosophically.
There's tons of stuff I believe theologically that I can't justify philosophically. So if you ask me theologically, do I believe in objective morality? Probably more or less something akin to it or closer to it. But if you ask me philosophically, could I defend it? No, not philosophically.
personally, in your own personal life, objectively, do you lean towards more of God's intervention with the laws of nature, nature's God, or do you do this over philosophy?
Look, I think I'm a Christian. I try to, I try to be guided, but I think what norms in the Christian tradition would say are, moral. But that's complex, right? Because the tradition is super complex and diverse, and so it's not like it drops from heaven or anything. But philosophically, I'm definitely a Nietzschean. Probably most days, but that's where, foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of the narrow mind, right?
Yeah, but
In public, the shameless for inefficient government.
Sorry, Norm always reminds me. I always hack that quote up.
So Scott, if I would say, based on your foundational belief system, based on what you said, would you say you lean more to following the principles of the Word of God versus our natural emotions and how we feel about something?
Well, I don't know that. I think in general,
Howard.
I'm a pretty emotional creature. I'd like to think that
John is intelligent, a financial and data analyst, crime fighter, and fighter. Believes in liberty and common sense.
Are somewhat inclined.
From their own proclamation, John will reduce both the data on what
This is where I'm in Nietzsche. I don't know. I don't know how I make moral decisions. I give you a story about how I make them, right? I could tell you a narrative about it, and it might correspond somewhat to what actually is, but I think we're all telling ourselves stories all the time to make ourselves be able to live with ourselves and live with, the things we care about. So and oftentimes those stories are shaded at best, right? So I'd like to say I try to live.
By the way, do you believe in God?
I do.
Christian, just mainly theist, or specific?
I believe in God.
Look at Los Angeles, how bad it is.
Hello,
Killer
Hello,
Hey, I'm Killer Op. How are you?
What's going on? How are you?
Nothing. What is this shit? Trump resigned to be. What's the chat about?
You could read the article from The Hill, which was published today. It's an article by William Becker, and he's a guy who's a decent political career. And I don't know that he's ever been an elected official. He's been a Justice Department official in Wisconsin or something, and I think been in other political appointed offices. And he is saying that resignation is Trump's last chance at redemption.
Well, I don't really think he'll resign. He's already started the war. He's already covered up the Epstein files, so I don't think it's really going to come back for that. Resign for what? What was he going to resign for? He has 3 more years.
Okay, I have to for you. You said that he started a war. Okay, do you think that the President of the United States alone goes and starts a war, and then everything, and you said he personally covered up the files. So could you please explain to me, based on your understanding, how did those things happen in our republic?
He did. Look at it. Look what's going on in the world. Look at the gas. Look how many files he was in, even all the files that they uploaded and let you read. Look how many things he was involved in. Trump is the most corrupt person in Palm Beach County, in America.
Okay, hold on. So you still did not give me, based on what you said. No.
It's facts. It's online.
Gil, could you please give me facts that you believe you have, not online information, because you made a couple statements. Number one, the President of the United States does not declare war in the United States. You know that, correct?
Okay, I know who declares war.
You tell me. I want you to tell me because you just made it.
That's the people that's over the government, the military. That's the people that's over the government, and also him. He also has a say so in that as well.
No, I know, but who declares war in the U.S.?
Just whatever the man's name is in general.
Okay.
The man in the green suit.
Okay.
Wait, so man.
You thought that the military declared war? No.
We have all these people war. Look at us.
The president is
control of the military in a democracy, brother. By design, so that they don't go starting wars.
Okay, no, you know what? I'm gonna ask you a prime example.
Hang on. The president is the commander in chief. Have you ever heard that?
Yes, he's a commander in chief.
I see. So that's why he declares war.
Well, Norm, he doesn't. Technically, Congress is supposed to declare war, but we've forgotten that in the Constitution.
Congress is supposed to approve it, but the commander is.
No. Congress is supposed to declare it.
Okay, how many people are?
Thank you, Scott. Listen, guys.
We haven't done that since World War II. I mean, it's just
exactly
because Congress doesn't want most. I think, especially after Iraq II, people don't want to be on the record voting for wars, right? And people would rather let the executive do it, right? So we've shifted Article 2 power to Article 1 without a constitutional amendment. We've just said functionally, though the War Powers Act is allegedly a way to rein this in, right? So, and I was watching a video today where Barry Goldwater was saying the War Powers Act is unconstitutional, which is just fascinating, right? But basically, the War Powers Act says, I think it was 72, right? It was basically said that if the president sends the military somewhere, within 60 days, Congress can repeal it. So, but that's even a concession. I mean, it's the president. I mean, what the founders intended, I think it's actually a pretty brilliant structurally, is that the people who wage the war don't control whether we go to war, right? Because this is a military dictatorship, right? So they wanted the person, and they knew you can't win war by committee. So when the war is declared, then the executive executes it. But the idea was that the people that declare it are the most deliberative representative body. And then it's run by the committee of one, the president. But we've just decided, screw that.
I feel like in America, no American should struggle, period. And I feel like what Trump is doing in America, every American is struggling in the world, even myself. And I'm 25. So that should tell you something.
So Kim, let me explain one thing to you, Kim. I'm 62. And I'm not struggling in America. You know,
you see problems.
Just ask him. Instead of ask him why. Ask him why.
Let me finish it, AC. I'm gonna let you go after, and you can ask him why. So, Kill, I asked you one question. I'm gonna ask you another question. Why do you believe
I think
that the government is responsible for the outcome of your life?
Bro, the outcome of my life. I tried to sign up for food stamps. Can't get food stamps. They barely want to give me food stamps. Then when they do come to con for them to try to give me food stamps, they want you to send this. They want you to say how much you making, this and that. If I'm struggling only making so much at work and I got to pay my bills and try to pay NIMO, whatever the case it has to be, they used to be able to let me budge on something. But when you let all these other Americans and all these fucking foreigners just use my language and all these other people come over and you give them food stamps like it ain't shit. I go to work every day and I get 30 to 40 hours a week. I make maybe $600 something. Bro, out of food, me, my girlfriend, getting on the mortgage, paying my phone bill every month, even other expenses I got going on, I can't live. I can't save no damn money, dude. I can't save a little bit of cheese and because I'm gonna go shopping tomorrow or plan a day to go. You can't save no money in this economy. You can't save nothing in this world. I'm 25, man, and I'm struggling. Prime example, what you just said, you're 62, you ain't struggling at all. That's the same thing I tell my grandma. You're 71, house paid off, car paid off, other car paid off. You have no bills or expenses. Only thing you pay, what is a water bill and a light bill and your phone bill. That should be nothing to you guys. And most of you guys, no disrespect, get Social Security or some type of pension or retirement check. I'm 25. I don't get nothing after work every day, Monday through Friday, and try to make a living out of myself. And still don't get nothing out of it.
Okay.
And got free insurance. Nigga, how that work? You see what I'm saying?
So I'm 27, and I'm also relatively poor. I'm not as broke as you, but I'm not too far away.
And I've been to prison.
Oh, congratulations. But my thing is,
that's not a congratulations.
Well, yeah, but you know,
no, but he has increased points, so it's a
he got bigger points. Tell him.
Like you feel what I'm saying? It's hard for me to find a job. Like when people look at me, it's like, oh, like bro, come on now.
But you can find a woman.
But he can find a girlfriend easy.
Yeah, he can find a girlfriend.
You can find that easy. You want to come
exactly. But I don't understand how any of those is the president's fault.
It is the president's fault because maybe he should do something for the people and people that's in low budget.
No, but you complained about. You didn't complain about just. You complained about having to do the paperwork to even qualify for food stamps.
Bro, listen, you're not understanding what I'm saying. If you can let a fucking foreigner come over here and get some fucking food stamps that fucking easy, but
Don Draper's trying to get rid of those niggas.
He ain't got rid of them motherfuckers yet, and they still get.
Weren't they just complaining about getting rid of them last year?
They still ain't gone. They still here. I work with them every day.
Yeah, I know. So earlier in the conversation, I was trying to tell another person about how unregulated illegal immigration, how it affects black people with no. Do you have kashiri?
Bro, I've been to prison, gang.
I already knew the answer to that question. So.
Okay.
With all due respect, David Bobadilla has had too much to drink. He drinks too much tequila or whiskey or vodka or rum. David Bobadilla.
Also about your drinks tonight.
Okay, with all due respect, let's be nice.
We are very nice, but David prefers tequila.
I witnessed for David's first time.
His first time eating a chicken fried steak.
I mean,
this is true.
It is true.
He had never had it before, and we're sitting there.
Bro, sing that song.
I'm gonna get a chicken fried steak, and I said, "Go for it, dude. It's pretty good."
They just say it is where the women flee from the tomb scared.
Now and good prosperity. Records and airlines.
Fucking intolerable.
It's gonna be
quantum computing. Like there's banks and payment processors with trillions and trillions of dollars that would be hacked first. But for that's number one. Number two is that if there's World War III, bro, we have bigger problems than Bitcoin.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have way bigger problems.
No, I'm saying, so what would it be of value is actual assets and commodities and things, tangible things. Again.
If that's likely, then get some gold.
Remember that story?
Yes.
With all due respect,
With all due respect, David Bobadilla.
Never worked a corner before. I can try. I don't know. Up with David's dad.
Yeah, Danny, have a baby with David's dad.
There you go. I don't think I want any more babies, but I mean, if you need a sibling.
Wait, Danny, I thought you and I were going to have a child, Danny, and we were going to make the most annoying person who's ever lived in human history.
We'd have a tall child, at least. At least the baby would be tall.
you should apologize. You should apologize.
I don't want a baby with a tall person. That's more to push out.
Hey, Danny, are you still doing your singing rooms? Can you sing a song for us?
Yeah. Can you do the Shema? Can you do the Shema?
Okay, with all due respect.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. With all due respect, David.
I am passing so many hotels, and I can't afford to live there. I can afford to live. I can afford to live, but I'm a spoiled brat, right? I'm a spoiled fucking brat, right?
Danny, what the fuck is going on with you?
Whoa, don't use the F word.
Tommy, will you buy my hotel room? Like, help me out.
Whoa, what the fuck is going on with you?
Whoa.
I don't know. You're trying to put me in jail, Tommy. I don't know.
Nobody's trying to put you in jail. I think you need help. I think you need professional help at this point.
He told me that you're trying to put me in jail. J-Lo's definitely trying to put me in jail. Y'all are trying to put me in jail.
Nobody's trying to put you in jail. I don't got time for that shit. You're gonna put yourself in jail the way you're talking.
Whoa.
Danny, don't believe him. That's just part of the psyop, Danny.
No one should have time to put me in jail because I haven't done anything wrong for people to have time.
Danny, I think you're suffering from a manic episode. I think you need professional help.
I mean,
it's not even a joke, or you're rage baiting. You're rage baiting. You're a liar.
Okay.
You're a fucking liar.
Like, I don't know what anyone thinks I did that's so bad that
the way you got everybody wrapped around your finger with this, oh my god, Danny's fucking crazy. I love it, dude. You're just a fucking rage baiter.
Yeah, calm down.
Yeah, you are, Danny. For the last 3 months, every day is the same old bullshit. Go to a fucking site, go get help.
Yasmin, I tagged you on X.
All this fucking helicopters following you.
Yasmin, I tagged you on X. Big Bird.
Oh, god damn it, Danny. You're not that interested. Shut the fuck up.
Bird honk. Bird honk. Bird honk. Yasmin, I tagged you on X. If you could please retweet, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Bird honk. Bird honk.
Take control, Danny. Give me more, Danny.
Wait, no, I'm in Hicksville. What do I do now?
You go to the fucking Creedmoor and go get yourself checked in.
No, I need to find an Indian to give me a place to live. They might like my look. They all.
Danny, I can send you $300 so you can get a nice hotel room tonight.
He's lying, guys. She's okay.
Danny, do you want me to send you $300 for the hotel?
Yeah, send me $300 while you're at it too, because I want to be a fucking retard.
Honestly, I would feel bad unless you made that $300 off of my content.
Room tonight.
Well, we're working as fast as we can to try to monetize.
I know.
Yael isn't helping. Yael has a Powerhouse X account and she's not helping us. She's intentionally wasting our time.
I did.
Okay, for the record,
What? the cash for it.
You lost your what?
I lost my passion for it.
Oh, you lost your passion. You lost your passion. I love that.
Listen, David, what have you been drinking tonight? What's on the
Oh, I want to get drunk.
No, Danny. Go to your parents' house.
I want to get drunk and have sex.
No, you're not allowed. Go to your parents' house.
Oh my gosh, I'm in trouble.
Danny, go.
Do you have any preferences? Like what kind of alcohol, what kind of sex?
Start slow and see where we go from there.
I'm gonna get jello shots and a fisherman wearing plaid.
Jasmine, she's fine.
Am I on the
With all due respect, these are the boss guys.
am I hot or cold?
I know.
I can have sex with a Muslim man. That would be fun. I've never done that.
Whoa. Let's not go crazy now.
Danny, if you have sex with a Muslim man, he'll make you his bride slave. You'll never escape. You'll become his
I don't want
property.
that energy, actually.
Good. Rethink about it. You got to learn Mohammedan law.
This shit is so fucking ragey. You're such a fucking liar, Danny. It's fucking incredible.
Are you looking for like generic white guy energy? Are you looking for a chick? Like,
Danny, first of all, are you using Hinge?
Everyone's telling me to sleep with a woman. No, it's not. It's really not. Everyone's telling me to have sex with a woman. Honestly,
yeah.
I don't even think that will happen if you guys send me to jail. Like, I used to joke around and be like, oh, as long.
That was fucked up. Why did you do that just now?
Yeah, that's fucked up. Why are you choking him out his friend dying?
I'm not joking. I'm just letting you know.
Oh my god, there's a Tommy and there's a Thomas.
Oh,
Hey girls, hey girls, hey girls.
I know Carmelita told y'all that. I'm the only person. I only told her that.
What did you tell Carmelito, Chino?
My friend's dad. I have about 7 of my friends' dad.
Oh no!
I'm sorry to hear that.
That was in the news?
Or if there are 3 of y'all left, 4 or 5, 6.
You got for gangbanging.
Oh yeah, but
Hey, Carmelita, you better watch your motherfucking mouth. Don't play with me. You hear me? You hear me, girl? Don't fucking play with me.
you stop trauma dumping on us. We don't want the dump. Please stop.
But she keep fucking with me though. I ain't fuck with her.
No, we don't want the dump, baby. Stop.
I want Michelle's dump on my mouth.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm just trying to make a joke right now, guys. Chill out. But like,
He wants you to take a shit in his mouth.
you know, right?
You know I'm mad. Oh, you say Carmelita?
When you let white people in the room, they just take a shit.
Why would you all of a sudden?
See, he's laughing now. So now it's good. No one's talking about death. All right.
It depends if you're asking.
Yeah, but now you just told her to take a shit in your mouth.
Comments look like brothers.
Let me see. Do they look like? Is this the same person?
No. Thomas do not look like Johnny Young.
Is this for the one with them hard ass eyebrow humps?
And that's just because we're racist.
Grab my man.
That boy good. Hey, do that again.
sweet bitch. Do that again.
You're jealous. I'm
Oh, you got
beautiful, beautiful. Ashanti, Ashanti.
Ashanti.
I said, yeah. Does anybody want to fix the leak in my shower?
No, we don't.
Dino will for free.
Thomas, really?
Get to work, slave.
Who the fuck you calling a slave? I know you ain't calling me no motherfucking slave. Better watch your motherfucking mouth. I don't play that shit.
Sorry?
If you ever call me a slave again, hey, work fine, y'all better.
I want to dedicate this next song to all of Chino's homies who had the last breath today from life to death. God bless. I hope they learn the truth of the earth. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
This bitch ass nigga. Why you shot, fam?
Hold on, dude. Is that a mouse heart? All right.
Well, thank you, Alistair Crowley, for alleviating some of the stress in the room where it came from. You did a fantastic job.
Yeah, this guy look for me.
Hey, fam, it was good till you stopped. Why you stop with that bitch ass shit? Why you stop? It was damn. Then you stop.
You need to shut up and fix Mr.
Slave in your mother, your filthy ass, big ass forehead life. You hear me, cornbread? Don't you ever. Don't you ever finish your motherfucking lips.
Is anybody else's city having the weirdest weather drops at night? I just wonder.
No, fuck that. Why y'all trying to change the subject? Cornbread keep fucking with me and I'ma smack the shit out of her. And she said one more thing to me ever again, bitch.
Everybody worked on the plantation for Alistair. Oh, Lord.
Is this the remix?
Y'all keep trying to take up for cornbread. Keep fucking with me, right? That bitch said something against me. I don't like that. Hey, cornbread, say it again. Say it one more motherfucking time. He fucking with me.
Hey, slave. How you doing, slave?
Say it again, bitch. Bitch, say it again. Call me the slave again, bitch. I don't see shit funny, yo. You keep fucking.
That you're delusional.
Hey, y'all see her? She fucking with me, right?
Eat your cornflakes.
You need to go drink your Ensure.
You need to be.
That's it. What are you doing in my house, boy? Get out in the field, boy.
Yeah, boy.
Y'all let comedy to say anything to me. I can't say shit back. That's all good.
What they rent, boy?
Okay, it's all good.
It's him being really mean that they calling you by the wrong name and mad nobody responded.
That shit hurt my feelings. I can't say no joke backs. But comedy.
Yes, you can, slave. I mean, Cena.
Call me that again. Call me that again. I'm not no fucking slave.
What are ya?
I'm a black man.
And what did black men used to be?
He set himself up for that one.
Yeah, you got me right there. Slaves.
No, they black men. You
be quiet, slave, and get to work.
I can stand this bitch.
Mistress needs her shower by the fucking replaced.
I do.
Gino, don't lower yourself to these transsexuals. They're not worth it. Don't let these transsexuals fool you, Gino. They ain't worth it. For my next magic trick, I'm gonna play my space Never had one lesson. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Play that song, brother. Play that song, brother.
He's playing the slave music.
Oh, shit, come on, shut the fuck up. Now, shut up. Go ahead, brother.
All right, man. What? Tell me the names of your friends who passed on. Let's play a song for them.
Carmelita. Come on, Carmelita.
Stop. You will drink that sap with all your invigorous.
Why don't you don't shut the fuck up, white lady?
Drink that fucking sap, bitch.
You don't shut the fuck up, white lady.
Passed away. Passed away. Can you play a song for my cat that passed away?
His name is Chitlins.
Her name was Chicken. Could you play a song for my cat that passed away? Her name was Chicken.
Okay, the name of this song is dedicated to Chicken. The song is called Chicken My Cat.
Gee Willikers, that was fantastic. Okay, I'm going to bed now. Good night.
All right, love.
Good night, boy.
The white lady going to sleep. The white lady going to sleep. Alright. Okay, the white lady going to sleep, man.
That was the black lady's laugh.
Gino, don't waste your time talking to these transsexuals. Just a bunch of gay men pretend to be a bunch of women. It's pathetic.
I hope you choke on that fucking flu.
Say it again, brother. What you say?
It's not funny, you slave.
It is funny.
Listen, I'm gonna whoop the hell out of you.
His name is Gino.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. You upset. You upset.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Hey, Brad, why you upset, guy?
Yo, Gino, dog, stop talking to these transsexuals. Just was a gay man pretending to be women.
You cannot get mad at that guy.
Yo, Gino, you keep falling for it, man. It's just a bunch of gay men pretending to be women hypnotizing you.
Country nigga, casino nigga, you stay drunk, man.
Hey, who is you, Pepe? Who is you?
Hey, where you from, nigga?
Well, who is you? I don't know you. Who's you?
I ain't town, nigga. I'm from the Haven, nigga. From Memphis, nigga.
Okay, where that's from? I don't know.
You're from California.
Chill out, Lasher.
Hey, watch your motherfucking mouth. Don't talk to my motherfucking brother like that, bitch ass nigga. You better watch your motherfucking mouth. And when I tell you, bitch, don't come over here talking like that, bitch.
Hey, look,
Bitch ass nigga.
I thought it was cool.
Hey, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Oh,
shut up. Shut up, bitch. I'm talking to you.
Hey, go watch some collard greens or something, you dumbass country. What are you talking about, nigga? I ain't talking about
I'm not doing that.
I'll smack the shit out you, nigga. Meet me at a gas station right now.
I bet you won't. I bet you won't, bitch.
Stupid country. Where you at?
Chicago.
You ain't in Chicago. Ain't no country there, nigga. You ain't from Chicago.
I'm in Chicago. You don't want to come?
So you from Chicago?
Nigga, I'm in Chicago, bitch.
Well, you from
you
there?
want to come?
Yeah, point me to your mother's house, nigga.
Right, your ass scared.
I'm in Chicago right now.
Bitch.
I'm in Chicago right now. I'm on St. Lawrence. What we do?
No, you're not. No, you're
I'm
not.
on St. Lawrence. What we do?
Nigga. No, you're not. No,
Nigga, I'm on 63rd.
No, you're not. You're not over there either, bitch.
Hey, but why y'all keep
Bitch, you're not over there either, bitch.
Hey, one more word and you gay.
Bitch.
He gay. Oh, he gay as hell.
No, they scared of me. They scared of me because they can't control me.
Scared of your dumb gump ass.
You bitch, and your mom. How about that, ho?
I'm looking at your mother back. Shut up, fuck with me, bitch ass.
I bet you won't, bitch. I bet you won't,
bitch,
ho.
I will.
I bet you won't, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
What your mama look like? An ugly bitch. Had about family.
What's your mother look like? Big juicy booty.
An ugly bitch. What your mama look like, ho?
Don't worry about what mother look like.
Right. Nigga. Fuck you talking to? You ain't talking to me. Yeah, big GD. Yes, I am.
You ain't no damn GD.
Yes, I am, nigga.
Yes, I am, nigga. Spit your lit, nigga.
I'm from 53rd.
53rd and what?
Damerville.
You said 53rd and what?
Damerville.
What's that? What that's that? What side of the city that's on?
Damerville, nigga.
But what side of the city that's on? Fuck, nigga.
Oh, you ain't no shit. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Man, if you in Chicago, why you give me the suburbs? Stupid.
I ain't never did no suburb. Nigga, I gave you the lip. Nigga,
what side of the city you from, though? Like,
I just told you, ho. I just told you, nigga. You ain't no shit, you.
Man, hey, listen, tone it down. I don't want you to wake all 80 of your roommates up. Chill out, bro.
Damerville. I think Damerville.
You say, well, I'm finna pull up, bro. Cincinnati, bro.
Damerville. Come on, bro.
Hey, bro, can I come kill you, bro?
Oh my God, no killing.
No, we're gonna kill this country, nigga.
You can try to kill me.
You dumb country, nigga. It ain't hard to kill you niggas. You put a plate of neck bones out there in the street, you'll run and go get it.
You ain't no shit. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm in Chicago, baby. Yeah, right.
Nah, easy. Them niggas, them country niggas down there, they backdooring each other so bad,
You ain't gonna come
bro.
nowhere near me, ho. You ain't gonna come nowhere near me, bitch.
White boys.
Yeah, she is a white girl and she got jumped.
Oh, damn, my bad.
She said, you don't call my phone like that.
You fucking weirdo.
She told Drew how not to call her father. Like, you don't call this motherfucker like that. You're a fucking weirdo. You just bang like. That's a white person for real. Like, bro, I ain't trying to hear that shit. I live in a fucking gated community. I'm not.
Okay, boom. This the.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I don't believe that. I think it's like relative to like, what was that shit called? Fucking, I forgot those pills that people used to take for cartilage. And all it was like,
Collagen?
no, I forgot what it's called, dude. But like, all it was like crab shell.
some shit. Sound like some shit they got. What you
There's no more beyond you without it. The word of the Lord is firm. Let him beware of abstinence from action. For the curse of his greatest that he must speak. Truth that the falsehood thereof may enslave the souls of men. Let him then utter that without fear, that the law may be fulfilled, and according to his original nature will that law be shapen, so that one may declare gentleness and quietness, being in Hindu, and another fierceness and servility. Being of now the great of the Magister teacheth the mystery of sorrow, and the great of the Magus, the mystery of change, and the great of Isis is the mystery of selflessness, which is called also the mystery of pain. 16. Let the Magus then contemplate each in turn, raising it to the ultimate power of infinity, wherein sorrow is joy, engine upon the whole. And this contemplation shall be performed not by simple meditation, how much less than by reason, but by the method which shall have been given unto him in his initiation to the grade. 17. Following which method, it shall be easy for him to combine that Trinity from its elements, and further to combine Satchit, Ananda, and light, and light, 3 by 3 into 9, and are one, in which meditation success shall be. That which was first adumbrated to him in the grade of practicus. It liberates exceedii. Here is nothing under its 3 forms. And this is the opening of the great existence, and by the goddess called Trance, near all the sun of Hari, and unto 7 times is that preaching not his watchman. him beware of abstinence from action, for the curse of his grade is that he must speak truth, that the falsehood thereof may enslave the souls of men. Let him then utter that without fear, that the law may be fulfilled, and according to his original nature will that law be shapen, so that one may declare gentleness and quietness, being an Hindu, and another fierceness and servility, being a Jew, and yet another ardor and manliness, being an Arab. Yet this matter toucheth the mystery of incarnation, and is not here to be declared. 15. Now the grade of a magister teacheth the mystery of sorrow, and the grade of a magus the mystery of change, and the grade of ipsissimus the mystery of selflessness, which is called also the mystery of Pan. 16. Let the magus then contemplate each in turn, raising it to the ultimate power of infinity, wherein sorrow is joy, and change is stability, and selflessness is self. For the interplay of the parts hath no action upon the whole, and this contemplation shall be performed not by simple meditation, how much less than by reason, but by the method which shall have been given unto him in his initiation to the grade. 17. Owing which method it shall be easy for him to combine the Trinity from its elements, and further to align
Live streaming has been disabled. What happened? Hate speech.
Tiny tremor in your head. You stare at nothing till the air begins to land. Every second stretching wider than the sky. 10 rings of silence around the center of your eyes. No.